Chapter 474. It's really Nalan Hong, heavens. He's a peerless cultivator at the yin-yang layer, and is actually chasing after a little general cultivator. Nalan Hong is such a shameless person. How did he become the leader of the Nalan clan? Many people were pointing and discussing animatedly. All of them had looks of disdain. Nalan Hong almost coughed up blood when he heard them. But they didn't stop Nalan Hong from chasing Lin Feng and killing Lin Feng. Nobody would offend a strong cultivator like Nalan Hong for a little general cultivator. F***ck. Are there no chivalrous people these days? When Lin Feng saw that the crowd was only watching without any intention of helping him, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He was in a very bad situation. He had been running for 10 days and 10 nights. His body was about to reach its limit. If he couldn't find a way to get rid of Nalan Hong, he would die. 50 miles to the west is the famous forbidden area, the Lake of Death. Whether you live or die there depends on your luck. At that moment, a voice entered Lin Feng's ears. Someone transmitted their voice to him. "Thank you." Lin Feng thanked them and didn't dare stay. He flew towards the Lake of Death. He didn't know what was going on with the Lake of Death, but since the person who had warned him had said that the Lake of Death was a forbidden area, he knew how terrifying the Lake of Death was. There was also a forbidden area in the eastern region, the Undying Mountain Range. In the past, Lin Feng had entered the Undying Mountain Range and narrowly escaped with his life. Swoosh! Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. Nalan Hong chased after Lin Feng, but at that moment, a resplendent sword chi pierced through the air and slashed towards Nalan Hong. Nalan Hong shouted furiously and slashed with his palm, destroying the sword chi. "Your Excellency, do you want to become my enemy?" Nalan Hong looked extremely gloomy. He hadn't thought that someone would actually dare to attack him. Obviously, the person who had attacked did not want to offend Nalan Hong. After stopping Nalan Hong for a while, he did not attack again. Nalan Hong's expression was gloomy as he chased after Lin Feng. There are still good people in this world. Lin Feng was so moved that tears started flowing down his cheeks. His opponent's sword strike had won Lin Feng the most precious time. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Feng finally arrived in front of the Lake of Death. Looking from afar, it was a world shrouded in black fog, emitting an eerie and terrifying aura. "Die, brat!" Nalan Hong chased after Lin Feng, reaching out his hand to grab him. Buzz! In the void, an incomparably huge energy hand suddenly condensed and grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock when he felt the aura of the energy hand. The energy hand was too terrifying, and it made him feel suffocated. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't stay any longer. If he did, only death would await him. He rushed towards the world shrouded in black fog. However, as soon as Lin Feng reached the edge, a terrifying aura enveloped him. Crack, crack. Lin Feng felt like his bones were about to be crushed. At that moment, Nalan Hong's huge hand had already reached him. "Ah, my life is over," Lin Feng shouted in fear. Bang! Nalan Hong's attack was met with the attack of the world of black fog. Dense black fog poured out and collided with Nalan Hong's attack. Lin Feng had thought that he was going to die, but unexpectedly, Nalan Hong's collision with the world of black fog had helped him. The terrifying aura enveloping him had decreased by a lot. Lin Feng then used the ancient dragonesque elephant art. Under the ancient dragonesque elephant ART's circulation, all the aura disappeared, and Lin Feng took the opportunity to rush into the world of black fog. Buzz! Within the world of black fog, a terrifying demonic chi swept out, shattering Nalan Hong's attack and sweeping towards him. Break! Nalan Hong roared and waved his right hand, condensing a divine ability and attacking the demonic chi. However, the demonic chi was too terrifying, and it sent Nalan Hong flying again. Wah! Nalan Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw the demonic chi sweeping towards him again, he frantically fled into the distance to avoid the attack. How terrifying! Many of the cultivators who had rushed over were shocked. The Lake of Death was really strange. Just a wave of demonic chi had almost killed a yin-yang realm cultivator. The demonic chi finally flew back into the world of black fog. Nalan Hong's face was very gloomy. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the world of black fog. A terrifying aura enveloped Nalan Hong, but Nalan Hong successfully blocked it. This person's cultivation level was abnormally high, and he broke through the pressure of the world of black fog and rushed in. It looks like that kid is definitely going to die. He's being chased by such a powerful person. Is there a grudge between the two of them? Maybe there is a grudge. But if it's just a grudge, Nalan Hong shouldn't be so desperate, right? I'm guessing that the kid has something that has piqued Nalan Hong's interest. Many cultivators were discussing this matter, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they stayed outside the lake of death and watched. Poof, poof. The sound of a body being pierced through could be heard. Lin Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at his own body. He even had a look of despair on his face because he didn't know what kind of power had pierced through his body. Lin Feng was almost covered in blood. Am I going to die here? Lin Feng muttered. Hee hee. Not far away, a sinister laughter sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw a skinny old man in a black robe. He was the one who had made that hair-raising sound. The old man glanced at Lin Feng, and when their eyes met, Lin Feng felt as if he was about to fall into an endless purgatory. What a terrifying existence. Is he an expert from the evil demon sect? Lin Feng was shocked. He was a bit worried that the old devil would eat him. Lin Feng had heard that some experts from the evil demon sect liked to refine the flesh and soul of cultivators to improve themselves. However, he quickly realized that he was overthinking. The old devil only glanced at Lin Feng, then turned around and continued walking deeper into the lake. He didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to Lin Feng. His gaze was as if he was looking at an ant. Ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to an ant when they saw one. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Being weak really made people look down on him. The old devil wasn't attacked. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He gritted his teeth and walked towards the old devil. A dozen more bloody holes appeared on Lin Feng's body. Finally, he arrived at the place where the old devil had been standing. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying twisting force there. It seemed to be isolating him from the mysterious power of the black fog world. Is this the power coming from the old devil's body? This old devil is really terrifying. Lin Feng followed the path the old devil had taken. He didn't encounter any more attacks. Finally, he arrived at a pitch-black lake. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a huge lake. It was pitch-black. The old devil stood on the shore, his green eyes gazing into the depths of the lake. Lin Feng didn't know what the old devil was looking at. The old devil would occasionally let out a strange laughter that sounded like the weeping of a malicious spirit. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Chapter 475. The old monster looked into the depths of the cave with a profound gaze. No one knew what he was looking at. Lin Feng also looked towards the depths of the lake of death. This lake of death was very strange. The pitch-black lake water emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. This was a power that was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. When that cold aura entered his body, Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to lose consciousness. Some unknown power was escaping from the lake of death. Lin Feng frowned. This lake of death was actually so strange. Just what kind of secret was hidden inside? Such a strange black fog world should be related to the lake of death, right? Kid, come out. Lin Feng's complexion slightly changed. Nalan Hong had also chased after them. This made Lin Feng's complexion extremely ugly. With Nalan Hong's strength, it wouldn't take long for him to find Lin Feng. Roar. At this time, a low roar came from the depths. Rumble. The earth was shaking. Lin Feng's expression changed. He didn't know what was happening. He looked into the depths and saw a terrifying scene. A huge creature rushed out from the lake. It was a giant beast that was 1,000 meters long, but what shocked Lin Feng was that it was not a living creature with flesh and blood, but a bone dragon. The bone dragon circled in the air and engaged in a fierce battle with an old woman. Granny Fecta. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't expected it to be this person. Back then, they had crossed the magnetic fog lake on Daoist Xian Cheng's ship. However, they encountered the dark water mystical snake, the overlord of the magnetic fog lake, and the ship was destroyed. After that, Lin Feng never saw Granny Fector again. This old woman is so powerful. Lin Feng was shaken in his heart. This old woman really hid her strength well. It shocked and moved him. Whoosh! The old devil soared into the sky and charged toward the bone dragon. Ha ha, Granny Fector, it's been 3,000 years, but you're still as beautiful as ever. The old monster shouted. Lin Feng almost had the urge to vomit blood. Granny Tianji was so old. Was she still as graceful as before? This old devil really has a heavy taste. Granny Fector said indifferently, "You're still alive. You've lived for a long time." The old devil shouted, "Even the heavens can't take me. This old devil is really arrogant." Lin Feng secretly smacked his lips. However, thinking about how terrifying the old monster was, he couldn't help but guess what level the old monster and old woman's cultivation were at. At the same time, Lin Feng was also wondering why these two terrifying existences had come here. Boom! The great battle had completely erupted, and it was extremely tragic. The void had been pierced through, and Lin Feng could even see the distorted and broken void. What level of battle is this? Lin Feng turned pale with fright. Slash! The old devil and the old woman both took out their treasures. These treasures emitted the aura of the heavenly Tao and were rumored to be able to strike down the stars in outer space. Tao soldier! Lin Feng cried out in surprise. It was actually a precious treasure of this level. This was the first time he had seen it. The old devil and the old woman took out their Tao soldiers and slashed at the bone dragon. The bone dragon roared, and the water from the lake of death gushed out, enveloping the Tao soldiers and the old woman. Crack, crack, a hair-raising thing happened. When the water from the lake of death splashed onto the Tao weapons of the old woman and the old devil began to crack. Heavens! How is this possible? It's just lake water. How can it destroy the Tao soldiers? When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't believe his eyes. There was no need to explain how powerful Tao soldiers were. They were divine weapons that had been fused with the Tao and magic, but they had been destroyed by the Lake of Death. They were supreme treasures, but they had been unable to resist the corrosion of the Lake of Death. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the Lake of Death's water was. Return! The old devil and the old woman shouted and quickly recalled their Tao soldiers. Both of them had pained expressions. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed into the lake. Seeing this, Lin Feng was even more shocked. The Lake of Death was strong enough to destroy Tao soldiers, but the two of them had actually dove into it. Their bodies had even resisted the Lake of Death's water. It was hard to imagine how strong they were. Roar! The bone dragon roared furiously and rushed into the Lake of Death, chasing after the old devil and the old woman. Could it be that there's something amazing hidden under the Lake of Death? Is the bone dragon protecting the thing under the Lake of Death? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of this possibility. However, his cultivation was limited, and these secrets weren't something Lin Feng could explore. Kid, I can already sense your aura. You're not far from death. At that moment, Nailan Hong's cold voice rang out once more. Lin Feng's gaze was ice cold. Now, he was trapped here by Nailan Hong, and Lin Feng clearly couldn't stay here for long. The energy left behind by the old devil was becoming thinner and thinner. Once all of it dissipated, Lin Feng knew that his body would be pierced through again and again like before. Until his heart was pierced or his blood ran dry, he would die here. If he chose to rush out now, he would be caught by Nailan Hong. At that time, only death would await him. Lin Feng looked at the Lake of Death. This lake was strong enough to destroy a Tao soldier. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. A Tao soldier's body was far stronger than a yin-yang realm cultivator's. Could he borrow the Lake of Death's water to kill Nailan Hong? When he thought of this, Lin Feng decided to take a gamble. He took out a porcelain bottle and wanted to fill it with the lake water. Crack! The bottle shattered. It couldn't withstand the water at all. Lin Feng took out his cauldron. Crack! However, the cauldron also shattered. This won't do. The cauldron will be destroyed by the Lake of Death. What should I do? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He finally gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and used it to protect his body. Then, the archaic dragonesque elephant power surged out and swept up a large amount of the Lake of Death's water. Kai. However, at that moment, something terrifying happened. The Lake of Death's water was instantly permeated by the archaic dragonesque elephant power and surged towards Lin Feng's power. The archaic dragonesque elephant power protecting Lin Feng's body couldn't withstand the corrosion of the Lake of Death's water at all. Crack. The sound of his body cracking could be heard. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at his body. He saw a terrifying scene. His body began to crack. Ah! Lin Feng screamed. He tried his best to sprinkle the lake water into the Lake of Death. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was shocked to discover that the Lake of Death's water had surrounded him like maggots. Crack. Just like the two Dao soldiers, Lin Feng's body kept cracking. Blood flowed out, and it seemed like his body was going to shatter into pieces. Chapter 476. It was a terrifying scene. Lin Feng sensed death enveloping his body. The water of the Lake of Death was terrifying. No wonder it could destroy a primordial treasure. Killing him wouldn't be difficult. I miscalculated. Lin Feng sighed. Originally, he wanted to use the water of the Lake of Death to kill Nalan Hong. But now, Nalan Hong was still alive. It seemed like he would die under the corrosion of the Lake of Death first. But Lin Feng didn't regret taking the risk. Even if he didn't take the risk, he would die. He would still die. Taking the risk was worth it. Crack. The water of the Lake of Death was destroying Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had a bad feeling. He couldn't stop his life from fading away. It was a terrible feeling. Lin Feng felt powerless. I wonder if the heavenly fire will work. Lin Feng took a deep breath and released his heavenly fire. It wrapped around Lin Feng's body. When the water of the Lake of Death started to destroy Lin Feng's body, it was blocked by the heavenly fire. Is it really possible? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that he would die, but the feeling of being alive was too good. But soon, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. The water of the Lake of Death was penetrating his heavenly fire's defenses and destroying his body. It's so monstrous. Lin Feng was astonished. He didn't know what kind of terrifying power the water of the Lake of Death contained. It was so strange that Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Fight. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He had to hurry up and kill Nalan Hong. If he wasted too much time, the consequences would be unpredictable. The most terrifying thing was that the water of the Lake of Death would break through his heavenly fire's defenses. If that happened, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng released the ancient dragonesque elephant's strength and continued absorbing the water of the Lake of Death. Crack. Large amounts of water from the Lake of Death continued to corrode Lin Feng's heavenly flames. The heavenly flames' defense was crumbling. This made Lin Feng aghast. The water of the Lake of Death was too strange. Let's go. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed outside. Kid, where are you? Where are you hiding? Soon, Lin Feng heard Nalan Hong's roar. This Nalan Hong was really powerful. The power that penetrated Lin Feng's body didn't cause any harm to Nalan Hong. Lin Feng looked at him and understood why. Nalan Hong's body was wrapped in a powerful magic power. It was the magic power that protected his body from external attacks. Lin Feng did not have any magic power, so his body was penetrated. Nalan Hong, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He quickly threw himself at Nalan Hong. Kid, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you're stupid enough to take the initiative to die. Since you're dead, I'll grant you your wish, said Nalan Hong coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Feng. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. A gigantic hand appeared in the sky and moved towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng increased his speed and dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Nalan Hong. He released his heavenly flames and the water of the Lake of Death, pouring it towards Nalan Hong. Said Nalan Hong disdainfully. Kid, what are you doing? Do you want to use the water to harm me? I've heard that the water of the lake of death can corrode treasures, but do you think that a mere lake of death can destroy my heavenly flames? Nalan Hong stretched out his hand, trying to sweep the water away. However, when the water of the lake of death came in contact with Nalan Hong's heavenly flames, it instantly penetrated his heavenly flames. Then, it penetrated Nalan Hong's body. Nalan Hong shrieked miserably. His body started cracking and rotting. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the water of the lake of death was. "You little bastard! You dared trick me!" Nalan Hong shrieked miserably. He soared into the sky and flew out of the black fog world. Nalan Hong was in so much pain that he almost died. He was rolling in the air. Heavens! Look! What's going on? Nalan Hong's body is rotting. Many people shouted in astonishment. "Circulate your heavenly flames!" shouted Nalan Hong furiously. He circulated his heavenly flames like crazy. He wanted to use his heavenly flames to force the water of the lake of death out of his body. However, Nalan Hong failed. He was shocked to discover that no matter what he did, he couldn't force the water out of his body. However, what made Nalan Hong feel a little better was that although the lake water had caused great damage to his body, the power of the lake water was slowly weakening. Clearly, the lake water of the lake of death could not continue to exert its effect. "Nalan Hong, die!" shouted Nalan Hong coldly from the black fog world. Lin Feng's body was surrounded by flames. He used the strength of the ancient dragon-esque elephant to force the water out of the black fog world again. When he saw that, Nalan Hong's expression changed drastically. He had already experienced how terrifying the water of the lake of death was. When he saw Lin Feng force the water out of the lake of death again, he didn't dare stay any longer. He ran away madly. No way. He's being chased by a little general. Many cultivators were dumbstruck. They didn't understand what was going on. Look, that little guy is surrounded by black water. It seems to be the water of the lake of death. I've heard that the water of the lake of death can even kill almighty cultivators. He actually managed to force the water out of the lake of death and didn't die. Could the rumors be false? Someone asked doubtfully. Is there such a rumor? Why haven't I heard of it before? Asked another cultivator. He found it unbelievable. It was just the water of the lake of death. How could it kill an almighty cultivator? It's just a rumor. Very few people know about it. It's said that 1,000 years ago, an almighty cultivator entered the lake of death to look for something, but he died tragically in the water. One of the cultivators explained, but he soon added, "Now, it seems that the rumors were false. If he could really kill an almighty being, that Marshal General Brat would have died 1,000 times over. How could he have swept the water of the lake of death out of the black fog world?" Many people nodded. They felt that the cultivator's words made sense. At that moment, Lin Feng caught up with Nalan Hong. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He looked coldly at Nalan Hong. "It's time to end this." Splash. A large amount of water from the lake of death poured down on Nalan Hong. No. Nalan Hong let out a terrified cry. But in the next moment, he was submerged by the water of the lake of death. The water of the lake of death seeped into Nalan Hong's body. This time, Nalan Hong wasn't able to resist the corrosion of the water. His body was corroded into a pile of rotten flesh, and he fell from the sky. Heavens, Nalan Hong was corroded by the water of the lake of death. The rumors are true. The water of the lake of death might really be able to kill an almighty cultivator. Many people looked at the pile of rotten flesh falling from the sky in horror. Whoosh. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He quickly rushed into the distance and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 477. The wasteland was vast and boundless, and there were many ancient sects. There were also 4 ancient powers that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years without weakening. This was an extremely powerful region, and there were as many strong cultivators as there were clouds. But now, the wasteland was shaken because of something. Nalan Hong of the Nalan family of the Fog City was killed by a general realm cultivator outside the Lake of Death. It had been many years since an important person had died in the wasteland, and Nalan Hong was the first important person to die in a battle in the past 10,000 years. This was already enough to cause a stir. But what was even more unbelievable was that Nalan Hong had been killed by a general realm cultivator. This was simply inconceivable. A general realm cultivator was as weak as an ant in front of a martial king, not to mention a yin-yang realm cultivator. But how was he able to kill a yin-yang realm cultivator? Many powers sent people to the Lake of Death to investigate. Fog City, Nalan family. The two ancestors of the Nalan family who were in seclusion had personally come out. Even the members of the Nalan family thought that these two ancestors had died long ago, but in reality, they hadn't. They had only been in seclusion and hadn't appeared for 300 years. Ancestor, the head of the family, died so miserably. It said that his body was corroded by the water of the Lake of Death and turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Ancestor, please take revenge for the head of the family. The upper echelons of the Nalan clan were kneeling in front of two old men who had just come out of seclusion. One of the two old men was wearing white clothes and the other was wearing grey clothes. Their bodies were bent and very pale. Their eyes were flashing with a green light. After the Nalan clansmen saw this, they felt a kind of fear. It was as if they were facing two evil spirits that had just crawled out of the grave. This kind of feeling made them feel a kind of creepy feeling. The grey-robed old man said gloomily, "What a little bastard. Big brother will take care of the family, and I'll go and kill that little bastard." The white-robed old man nodded and said, "All right. Don't kill that brat directly. He's full of secrets. Capture him and interrogate him. It won't be too late to kill him after you get all his secrets." The grey-robed old man nodded and immediately soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hellion family. You're saying that our clan's death warriors, including Hellion Jun, were all killed by that brat? Nalan Hong was killed by that brat as well? Clan leader Hellion Zheng looked at the third elder with a gloomy expression. The third elder nodded and smiled bitterly. "We've lost contact with Hellion Zhen. It seems that he's fallen. Damn it." Hellion Zheng's gaze was extremely gloomy. He and Hellion Zhen were childhood playmates. Later on, when he became the clan leader, he supported Hellion Zhen to become the leader of the loyalists. In these past few years, they cooperated very well, one in the open and one in the dark. Now that Hellion Zhen was dead, the position of leader of the loyalists was vacant. Hellion Zheng felt a headache when he thought of the great elder's wild ambition. "It's all that bastard Hellion Zeddy's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have sent Hellion Zhen to chase after that brat, causing Hellion Zhen's tragic death," Hellion Zheng said in exasperation. "Patriarch, what should we do now?" asked the third elder. He frowned and said, "I'm afraid that the great elder will make a move soon." Hellion Zheng asked, "What about the Nalan clan? I heard that the two old bastards of the Nalan clan are still alive and have already come out of seclusion," said the third elder. "That brat was able to kill Hellion Zhen and Nalan Hong. He's obviously not simple. Now, the Hellion clan is facing internal and external troubles. I can only let Hellion Zhen down. I can't avenge him. Let the Nalan clan deal with that brat." Hellion Zheng sighed. "Patriarch, you're doing this for the sake of the big picture. Hellion Zhen will not blame you when he learns of your decision in the underworld," said the third elder hurriedly. "I hope so." Hellion Zheng sighed. Hellion Zheng didn't know that the decision he had made today would prevent the Hellion clan from being uprooted in the future. In the depths of the ancient forest, in a hidden cave, although the outside world was abuzz with the news that he had killed Nalan Hong, Lin Feng didn't know anything about it. He had already been in seclusion for half a month. Although he had killed Nalan Hong, some of the water in the lake had died. If Lin Feng hadn't used the heaven flame to suppress the water, he would have died many times over. Lin Feng didn't know how many times he would have died. During that time, Lin Feng had been trying his best to dissolve the water in his body. After half a month, Lin Feng had finally dissolved the water in the lake. The water in the lake was really strange. Luckily, Lin Feng had the heaven flame in his body. If he didn't have the heaven flame, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to refine the water in the lake. "I've finally dissolved the strange water in the lake." Lin Feng took a deep breath. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but think of the time when he saw the old devil and the old woman rushing into the depths of the lake. He didn't know what those two experts were doing. Thinking that this matter wasn't something he could consider with his current strength, Lin Feng couldn't help but bitterly smile. He left his seclusion. 10 days later, Lin Feng saw a small town. The town was bustling with people coming and going. Lin Feng entered the town. Currently, many cultivators in the town were talking about Nalan Hong's death. However, Lin Feng felt that it was normal. After all, the death of a yin-yang realm expert would definitely cause a huge uproar. Lin Feng planned to find a place to rest before heading to Nebula Pavilion. Nebula Pavilion was located in Nebula City. Nebula City was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the wasteland. Nebula Pavilion was the overlord of the city. At the same time, Nebula Pavilion was also one of the 4 great ancient powers of the wasteland. Lin Feng hoped to join Nebula Pavilion to cultivate. "Little brother, I wonder if you're heading to Nebula City?" Suddenly, an inquiring voice sounded. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man around 27 or 28 years old. The young man was tall, but his face was simple and honest. When he saw Lin Feng turn around, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I do plan to do so." "What's wrong? Brother, are you also heading to Nebula City?" The young man said, that's right. I'm also heading to Nebula City. The place we're at right now is called Ping Yarrow Town. It's still half a month's journey from Nebula City, but this journey is filled with danger. Not only are there powerful vicious beasts, there are also some powerful bandits. If you're not careful, you might die tragically on this journey. That's why I want to invite you to join our group. Chapter 478. Lin Feng hadn't thought that the journey to Nebula City would be so dangerous. It wouldn't be a big deal if there were only fierce beasts, but if there were bandits, then it would be very scary. Since there were bandits on the way to Nebula Pavilion, there were bound to be many experts among them. It was no wonder that the honest-looking young man wanted to form a group with him. Lin Feng was bold because of his skills, but he wasn't afraid of being strong. If he were to travel alone, he would easily become a target for bandits. If he were to be surrounded by bandits, then it would only add to the trouble. It was better to form a group. Just as the honest-looking young man had said, there was strength in numbers. If bandits saw that there were more people, they might not easily come looking for trouble. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since everyone is going to Nebula City, then we can look after each other." The honest-looking young man was very happy after hearing this. He scratched his head and smiled, saying, "My name is Han Shaw. How should I address you, brother?" "Lin Feng, brother Lin, come with me. I'll bring you to meet everyone," Han Shaw said. Lin Feng nodded and walked with Han Shaw to a restaurant. There were 10 people sitting in a private room on the 2nd floor. Han Shaw said, "I'm back." A somewhat seductive woman said, "Han Shaw, I asked you to go find someone. Did you manage to get him?" Han Shaw said, "This is brother Lin. He's the person I found." Lin Feng nodded to everyone and said, "I'm Lin Feng, and I'm also planning to go to Nebula City. I heard from brother Han that everyone was going to Nebula City as well, so I came here to accompany everyone." A white-clothed young man curled his lips and said ambiguously, "Han Shaw, I asked you to go find someone. You've been gone for half a day, and all you've found is a martial general cultivator. If we really meet fierce beasts or bandits on the way, won't he become a burden to us? You've disappointed us. Originally, you were only at the first layer of the martial king realm, and we didn't plan to bring you along. We only agreed to let you go because you shamelessly begged us. Now, you've brought a cultivator weaker than you. You're already a burden, and now you've brought another burden. Do you want us to protect the two of you when you encounter danger?" This innocent-looking young woman was obviously not an easy person to get along with. She mocked Lin Feng and Han Shaw. I. Han Shaw was speechless after being reprimanded. Han Shaw looked like an honest person, and these people obviously saw that Han Shaw was honest and wanted to bully him. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. "Everyone, it's already good that brother Han was able to bring someone along. There's no need to be so harsh on brother Han. I feel that although Brother Lin's cultivation is only at the martial general realm, he's still a high-level one. Even if he encounters danger, he should have no problem protecting himself. At this moment, a young man who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old spoke up. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown slightly. They wanted to retort, but in the end, they didn't dare to speak because there was an old servant standing behind the young man. Although he was a servant, his cultivation was at the 10th layer of the martial king realm, and he was the strongest among the group. If they wanted to safely pass through this dangerous area, they would have to rely on him. When a middle-aged man saw that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, he smiled and tried to smooth things over. It's not easy to travel outside. Since we're able to meet here, it can be considered fate. Everyone, please bear with it. Another middle-aged cultivator with a sword on his back opened his eyes. His eyes were flickering with a bright light. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This person's mental strength was full. It should be a sign that he was about to transform into spiritual energy. He was also at the 10th layer of the martial king realm. This cultivator with a sword on his back should be stronger than the old servant. Although they were both at the 10th layer of the martial king realm, the old servant was old and his chi and blood were declining. Naturally, his cultivation was weaker. As for the cultivator with a sword on his back, he was in the prime of his life. He was at the peak of his cultivation. This cultivator with a sword on his back clearly had some prestige. He said, "Let's go to the Spirit Dragon Inn and rest for the night. We'll buy everything we need to buy today. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave for Starcloud City." Everyone nodded. They didn't have any objections. Everyone dispersed one after another. "Young Master Yu, thank you so much for helping me out just now." Although Han Shuo was stupid, he wasn't stupid. Therefore, after everyone dispersed, he was the first to thank the young man. The old servant rushed in front of the young man and stopped him. Han Shuo awkwardly scratched his head. The young man said, "Brother Han, you're welcome." Lin Feng also cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Brother Yu." The young man nodded and said, "It's nothing." The young man didn't have any intention of chatting with Lin Feng. He then left with the old servant. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't think. Han Shuo said, embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know how to express himself. He was a very simple and honest person. Lin Feng had a good impression of him. He patted Han Shuo's shoulder and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. There will always be people who look down on others." Han Shuo said, "Brother Lin, it's good that you're not angry. Actually, those people only have bad mouths, but they're actually very kind." Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Han Shuo was really too honest. Those people had ordered him around and reprimanded him, but he still spoke up for them. Unfortunately, who would remember his kindness? Who would appreciate it? Han Shuo scratched his head and said, "Brother Lin, you just arrived in Pingyaro town. You haven't booked a room yet, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since everyone is staying at the Spirit Dragon Inn, I'll stay there as well." Han Shuo said, "The Spirit Dragon Inn's rooms are already full. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, you can stay with me. However, the room I'm staying in is the most ordinary one. I'm a little worried that Brother Lin will feel wronged." "What's there to feel wronged about?" Lin Feng smiled. Han Shuo said happily, "As long as Brother Lin doesn't mind, it's fine." "Then, Brother Lin, come with me to take a look at the rooms." Lin Feng nodded and followed Han Shuo to his room. It was indeed a very ordinary room with simple decorations and old furniture. Han Shuo said embarrassedly, "It's really too simple. Why don't I ask around and see if there are any better rooms?" Lin Feng said, "I think it's pretty good. It's 100 times better than sleeping in the forest." Han Shuo nodded and said, "As long as Brother Lin doesn't mind." Lin Feng looked at Han Shuo curiously and asked, "Brother Han, why are you risking your life to go to Nebula City?" Han Shuo scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I heard that Nebula Pavilion is recruiting students, so I'm hoping to try my luck. If I can become an outer disciple of Nebula Pavilion, that would be great. Even if I can't become an outer disciple, becoming an odd job disciple would be good too. That way, I'll be able to bring honor to my family. My village has only produced one martial king cultivator in several hundred years. I want to become strong and return to my hometown with glory in the future. Hope appeared in Han Shuo's eyes. He was filled with hope. That kind of resolute expression in his eyes made Lin Feng slightly moved. Chapter 479. There were a total of 12 people in the group. After talking with Han Shuo, Lin Feng found out that the young master who had helped them was called Yu Fan. His identity seemed to be quite mysterious. Although he was a man of few words, he had an extraordinary status because he was following an old servant who was at the 10th layer of the martial king realm. The middle-aged cultivator who acted as the mediator was called Zhong Qiong. He was at the 8th layer of the martial king realm and was not weak. The cultivator with the sword on his back was called Ning Tianlu. The charming and enchanting woman was called Ji Yu Xin The seemingly innocent but arrogant girl was called Sun Ya. The white-clothed youth was called Ji Yu Jun. The three of them were at the 4th layer of the martial king realm. To be able to cultivate to the 4th layer of the martial king realm at such a young age, their talents were quite good. There was also a pair of siblings who had always been silent. Lin Feng also had a deep impression of them because the younger sister was very beautiful. She had a pair of exquisite and beautiful face and a delicate and pitiful aura. She was petite and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. The girl was called Lan Qianqian. Her brother was about the same age as Lin Feng and was called Lan Yang. There was also a cultivator around 30 years old called Yang Jijie. Han Shuo said, "The Lan siblings, young master Yu, Ji Yu Xin Sun Ya and Ji Yu Jun, are the same as me. They are all going to Nebula Pavilion and plan to join. They are the children of aristocratic families and have a high chance of joining Nebula Pavilion." "Oh, right, that Ji Yu Jun and Ji Yu Xin are cousins." Lin Feng smiled and said, "No wonder they are so harsh. So they are relatives. If we are not family, we will not enter the same house." Han Shuo could only scratch his head. He could not say anything bad about Ji Yu Jun and Ji Yu Xin Han Shuo's personality had always been like this. He was very honest and kind. Lin Feng looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Are you from the desolate region as well?" Han Shuo nodded and said, "Yes, my home is in the Skycloud mountain range. There are many spirit mines in the Skycloud mountain range, and all the major powers of the wasteland have spirit mines. The villagers will start mining spirit mines for these major powers and receive a certain amount of rewards. However, our village is very small and is always bullied by other villages. We can only mine the most barren spirit mines, so the rewards we receive are very few. The villagers exchange the village's rewards for cultivation resources for me to cultivate. I must join Nebula Pavilion and return home in glory, so that the villagers will no longer be bullied and live a good life." Lin Feng could roughly guess the environment of the Skycloud mountain range. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Han Shuo's village was small and weak and was destined to be bullied by other powerful villages. Fortunately, there was a limit to everything. The other villages wouldn't dare to exterminate Han Shuo's village. Therefore, Han Shuo's village still had some room for survival. Lin Feng could also understand that Han Shuo was shouldering the hopes of the entire village, his family, his clansmen, and his villagers. The next day, the group set off. "We could have taken a spaceship, but it's not safe, especially during this period of time. A beast king in the depths of the mountain range is very violent. We don't know what happened, so it's safest for us to take an ordinary beast carriage," Ning Tianlu said. Naturally, no one had any objections. Everyone bought 2 beast carriages and drove them out of town. The exotic beast pulling the carriages was a type of unicorn. It was fast and had good endurance. The group hurried through the mountain forest. On the 5th day, everyone gathered around the bonfire. The girl called Ji Yu Xin looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Are you also going to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test?" Lin Feng hadn't thought that Ji Yu Xin would take the initiative to talk to him. In fact, in the past few days, apart from Han Shuo and the young man called Lan Yang, Lin Feng basically didn't communicate with anyone else. The others obviously didn't have the interest to chat with a cultivator of the martial general level. However, Since Jiyu Shin-er asked, Lin Feng nodded and said, I heard that Nebula Pavilion is recruiting disciples. I plan to go take a look. I hope I can join. Jiyu Shin-er sneered and said, it's true that Nebula Pavilion is recruiting disciples, but it doesn't recruit just anyone. Jiyu Shin-er's expression had a sense of superiority, which made Lin Feng quite unhappy, but he didn't refute her. Sun Ye said, of course, if someone recommends you, with your strength, you might be able to enter and become an odd job disciple. What's an odd job disciple? Lin Feng asked. Sun Ye said, to put it nicely, it's a disciple. To put it bluntly, it's an odd job disciple. However, even if it's an odd job disciple, not just anyone can become one. Odd job disciples can also cultivate. If their performance is outstanding in the future, there's still hope for them to be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shaking beast roar came from the depths of the mountain range. The ground shook violently. It's a beast king. Jiyu Shin-er and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. Nay nay nay. The two unicorns were so frightened that they went berserk. They immediately broke free from the ropes and rushed into the forest. Our unicorns. Sun Ye and the others' faces were very ugly. The unicorns had run away, so they could only walk for this part of the journey. This made it difficult for them, who had come from extraordinary families. The beast roared 3 times in a row. The mountains shook and the ground cracked. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine what level of Beast King was in the depths of the mountain range. Even Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen the 3 Beast Kings besieging the old Cheongqi. Those 3 Beast Kings were abnormally strong, but they didn't seem to be as strong as this Beast King in the depths of the mountain range. He just didn't know why this Beast King was so restless. Fortunately, the beast roar only lasted for a few times before it disappeared. However, it was clear that today would be a sleepless night for everyone. The next morning, everyone gathered again and hurried on, but they could only choose to walk now because the 2 unicorns had already run away. When they passed through a valley, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet, and he could faintly sense a terrifying qi. Lin Feng's soul strength was equivalent to the 7th heavenly layer of the yin-yang realm. His senses were abnormally strong, so if there was any danger, he would be able to sense it in advance. However, the current situation was that Lin Feng felt oppressed, but he couldn't sense anything. There's something wrong here. Let's hide. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Jiyu Shin-er frowned and said, what's wrong? You're so paranoid. Sun Ye curled her lips and said, the 2 seniors at the 10th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm haven't said anything. You're just a cultivator at the Martial General realm? What are you trying to scare us with? Hihi, maybe it's just some people who want to show off. Jiyu Jun said with a fake smile. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't intend to argue with these people and instead flew into the distance. Han Shoror had a good relationship with Lin Feng, so he followed Lin Feng into the distance and hid behind a rock. Yu Fan whispered something to the old servant and also flew towards Lin Feng and Han Shoror's hiding place. Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, Ning Tianlu, and the others also flew over. Jiyu Shin-er and the other 2's expressions were ugly. They had just mocked Lin Feng, but they didn't expect the others to hide. As disciples of aristocratic families, they didn't understand the mentality of cultivators who had been training outside all year round. These cultivators had to be extra careful in order to survive. Lin Feng said that something was wrong here, so they would rather believe him. Being careful was a law of survival for cultivators. Jiyu Shin-er, Sun Ye, and Jiyu Jun could only fly towards where the others were hiding. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk not long after, there was an earth-shattering sound in the distance. A huge spaceship flew over. Jiyu Shin-er sneered at Lin Feng and said, even a spaceship passed by here, and you said that something was wrong. You made us go through so much trouble. I don't know what you're thinking. Just as Jiyu Shin-er's voice fell, suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura came out of the canyon. Roar. The roar shook the mountains and the earth. A huge claw reached out from the valley. The claw was so big that it covered the sky. Beast King. When they saw the huge claw that blotted out the sky, Everyone's face turned extremely pale. Now, everyone was glad that they didn't enter the canyon. If they really did, they might have died miserably at this moment. It's a beast king. Run. A terrified roar came from the spaceship. The spaceship fled into the distance, but it couldn't escape from the claw. The huge claw that blotted out the sky slammed down fiercely. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the spaceship exploded. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Many cultivators exploded into a bloody mist. Some of the stronger cultivators or those with magic treasures didn't die immediately, but they were seriously injured. They all ran towards the surrounding forest in an attempt to escape. Whoosh! But at this moment, a terrifying suction force came from the canyon, sweeping up everyone who was running away. Then, the wreckage of the spaceship, the cultivators, and everything in the air were quickly sucked into the canyon by the suction force. Dead, they're all dead. Ji Shin screamed in horror. Her face had already turned pale with fright. Sun Yea was also trembling in fear. Ji Jun was so scared that he couldn't move. The others were also very pale. The Beast King was too terrifying. There were probably thousands of cultivators on such a huge spaceship, but they were all killed and devoured by the Beast King in an instant. Roar. The Beast King that was hiding in the depths of the canyon let out an earth-shaking roar. Then, it flew into the distance. The Beast King was too fast. Everyone could only see a shadow. They couldn't see the Beast King's body clearly. The Beast King had disappeared without a trace. Bastard, you're courting death. A furious roar came from the distance. A cultivator with a sword rushed towards the Beast King that was flying into the depths of the canyon. A big shot in the yin-yang realm. Ji Shin shouted excitedly. Chapter 480. That Beast King has finally angered the humans. It's going to be killed. Ji Jun shouted excitedly. Lin Feng was speechless. This pair of siblings really couldn't keep their cool. The yin-yang realm cultivator waved his sword and slashed out 100-meter-long sword light. In the sky, the 100-meter-long sword light cut through the air, emitting a terrifying aura. When the sword slashed down, it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Shattering heaven and earth. The yin-yang realm cultivator roared. The 100-meter-long sword light instantly slashed towards the Beast King shrouded in mist. Roar. The Beast King let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, it waved its beast claw and slammed it down. Bang! The 100-meter-long sword light shattered. The huge claw slammed towards the yin-yang realm cultivator. Oh no! The yin-yang realm cultivator's expression changed. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. The huge beast claw slammed into his body. The yin-yang realm cultivator felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face became very pale. His body almost exploded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ji Shin cried out in disbelief. That was a yin-yang realm cultivator of the human race, a high and mighty expert. He couldn't even block one attack from the Beast King? Ji Shin found it hard to believe. Whoosh! The yin-yang realm cultivator turned and fled. The Beast King roared and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Phew! Seeing the Beast King leave, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He rushed out from his hiding place. He looked as if he had just survived a disaster. He said, "Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have been dead." "Yeah, it's all thanks to Brother Lin this time," Ning Tianlu and the others said hurriedly. After this incident, everyone's opinion of Lin Feng had changed slightly. They felt that Lin Feng might not be as bad as he appeared to be. After all, no one had discovered the danger, but Lin Feng had sensed the danger in advance. This was enough to explain some things. Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite." Ji Jun said in a strange tone, "I was just lucky. What's the big deal?" Lin Feng frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Everyone continued on their way. 3 days later, the Beast King that had disappeared for a few days reappeared. This time, it was extremely irritable. Roar, roar, roar. Roars rang out incessantly. Many people's faces turned pale from the shock of the roars. What happened? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Previously, the Beast King's roar had shaken the forest, but it was not so crazy. But now, this Beast King seemed to have gone completely crazy. Very quickly, something terrifying happened in the latter half of the night. The entire ancient forest shook, and the roars of the beasts could be heard everywhere. Ah! Miserable shrieks came from the distance. Some cultivators were killed by ferocious beasts. Ning Qianlu flew to the top of a mountain and looked around. He saw an endless army of ferocious beasts wreaking havoc in the forest. His face was extremely pale and unsightly. Ning Qianlu hurriedly flew down. "What's going on?" asked Jiyu Xin, her face pale. "Beast chaos," said Ning Qianlu gloomily. "What? Beast chaos?" Everyone's face turned pale. Beast chaos was the most terrifying thing because once it happened, hundreds of thousands or even millions of ferocious beasts would rampage through the forest. That was too terrifying. If they were only dealing with a few ferocious beasts, they might be able to handle it, but when faced with such a large number of ferocious beasts, even a yin-yang cultivator would be drowned. "Are you all wearing Dharma robes?" "Let's fly," said Sun Ya, her face pale. "Don't fly. It's more dangerous in the sky," said Lin Feng. "What do you know?" scolded Jiyu Jun. Sun Ya also looked coldly at Lin Feng. "If you want to die here, you can stay." They wanted to fly away, but a dozen cultivators had already soared into the sky. But soon, they screamed in terror. "Ah! What's that?" The ferocious beasts in the sky flew over, their sharp claws piercing through the cultivators' bodies. A dozen cultivators were killed in an instant. When they saw this, Sun Ya, Jiyu Jun, and the others, who had wanted to fly away, turned pale. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently. Lin Feng said in a low voice, "We can't stay here any longer. The horde of beasts is coming." "But we have nowhere to run," said Ning Qianlu gloomily. Ning Qianlu said with a gloomy look. Now that the jungle was full of ferocious beasts, there was no place to hide. Lin Feng said, "Come with me." "Why should we follow you?" said Jiyu Jun coldly. "Shut up," shouted Ning Qianlu, Lan Yang, and the others coldly. Jiyu Jun, Sun Ya, and Jiyu Xin had been mocking Lin Feng, but the three of them did not have any ability. They were scared out of their wits when they encountered danger. On the other hand, Lin Feng was very calm even in the face of danger. Ning Qianlu and the others were very impressed by his calmness. Lin Feng was not in the mood to pay attention to Jiyu Jun and the others. He said, "Everyone, don't stay here. Let's go. We need to find a place to cover us." Everyone nodded and followed behind Lin Feng. Roar. There was a roar, and a saber-toothed tiger rushed out of the forest at lightning speed, pouncing towards Jiyu Xin. Ah! Jiyu Xin was so scared that she screamed. She was so scared that she stood there and didn't dare to move. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. It was too late to save Jiyu Xin even if they wanted to. They were in a dangerous situation. Who would risk saving Jiyu Xin? The saber-toothed tiger was about to bite Jiyu Xin's head off, but at that moment, a figure appeared in front of Jiyu Xin. Pu. There was a tearing sound, and the saber-toothed tiger's head was cut off. Its corpse fell to the ground. "It's him." Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. It was Lin Feng. He was too fast. So fast that the old servant and Ning Qianlu, who were at the 10th Martial King layer, could not react. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Was he really just a general cultivator? "What are you waiting for? Run," said Lin Feng in a deep voice. He was speechless at Jiyu Xin. She was scared by the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Jiyu Xin came back to her senses and ran forward. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, a dozen saber-toothed tigers rushed out of the forest and pounced towards Lin Feng. "Be careful." The rest of the people were shocked. These saber-toothed tigers were very fast. They had sharp claws and huge fangs. There was no way to avoid them. If one of them got close to you, you would die. Seeing those saber-toothed tigers pouncing towards Lin Feng, everyone's face turned pale. Chapter 481. Roar. Low roars resounded one after another. The dozen saber-toothed tigers exuded a cold and eerie aura. Some of the saber-toothed tigers opened their bloody mouths to bite Lin Feng, while others waved their sharp claws to grab Lin Feng. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the face of these saber-toothed tigers' attacks, Lin Feng looked indifferent. His attack speed was too fast. The black dragon sword in his hand swept out. Puff, sword chi shot out horizontally and horizontally, sweeping out. Puff, puff. A series of tearing sounds were heard. The saber-toothed tigers were instantly pierced through by Lin Feng's sword chi, and their corpses fell to the ground. So strong. Everyone's eyes widened and they were shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to kill more than a dozen saber-toothed tigers in an instant. Then, they thought of the amazing speed Lin Feng had shown before. This shocked and moved many people. Ji Jun and the others had bitter expressions. The person they had always looked down on was so powerful. They thought of their previous ridicule of Lin Feng. Now, it seemed that they had slapped their own faces. Brother Ning, you take the rear. I'll clear the path in front. Brother Yu, the old man next to you is in charge of the left. Brother Zhong, you're in charge of the rear. The rest of you must cooperate. Everyone must be careful. I'm afraid it will be more dangerous next. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. We know. Everyone nodded. At this time of crisis, Lin Feng's leadership temperament appeared again. Everyone seemed to take it for granted when he gave orders. Even the old servant and Ning Tianlu, who were in the martial king realm, nodded. Everyone quickly rushed into the distance. Roar, 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 low growls could be heard coming from all directions of the forest. Following that, huge figures pounced out one after another. Saber-toothed tigers. They were all saber-toothed tigers. Kill. Lin Feng shouted and waved his sword, slashing at the saber-toothed tigers. Puff, puff, one saber-toothed tiger after another was killed by Lin Feng. As for the rest of the people, they worked together to kill these saber-toothed tigers with all their might. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of saber-toothed tigers. There were only about 100 of them. After some of them were killed, the rest of the saber-toothed tigers retreated. These saber-toothed tigers had some intelligence. They realized that this team was too difficult to deal with. The crowd hadn't even heaved a sigh of relief when a dense pack of ferocious birds flew over from above. They were palm-sized birds with blood-red bodies. They had sharp claws and beaks. Bloodthirsty birds. Sun Yea cried out in horror when she saw the blood-red birds. The rest of the people's faces also turned deathly pale. Once a flock of bloodthirsty birds appeared, they would form a dense flock. Their beaks and claws could easily pierce through a human cultivator's body. Then, the flock of bloodthirsty birds would pounce and devour the human's flesh. This was also the type of ferocious beast that cultivators were most unwilling to see. Ferocious beasts that formed a large group of ferocious beasts were often more threatening than those that acted alone but were more powerful. It's over. We're dead. Ji Jun was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Brother. Lan Qianqian's small face was also very pale. Don't worry, I'll protect you, said Lan Yang. From his pale face, one could tell that at that moment, Lan Yang's heart was also filled with fear. In the face of such a dense flock of bloodthirsty birds, there was no way to resist. Screech. The flock of bloodthirsty birds let out ear-piercing screeches and quickly rushed over. Despair began to fill the air. Whoosh. At that moment, flames burned the sky and the earth. The dense flock of bloodthirsty birds was engulfed by the flames. They let out painful screeches as they were burned to death one by one. Flames, you're also an alchemist. Yu Fan looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. What a powerful flame. It can even burn bloodthirsty birds to death. Lan Yang cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. The more they interacted with Lin Feng, the more astonished they were. Let's go, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He took the lead and ran away. The others didn't dare hesitate and followed behind Lin Feng. Countless bloodthirsty birds were burned to death by the flames. The bloodthirsty bird king let out an angry cry. Even though it was unwilling, it could only leave. Otherwise, it would cause even more casualties. There's a valley in front of us. Let's hide there. Sun Ye pointed in front of them. Lin Feng felt that hiding in the valley wasn't a wise choice. If the flock of bloodthirsty beasts came, they would be trapped there. But now, they were all exhausted. If they continued to run outside, it would be even more dangerous. Then let's go to the valley and rest, said Lin Feng. Whoosh, they quickly ran into the valley. Look, there's a cave. Lan Qianqian pointed at a cliff that was more than 10 meters high. Everyone jumped up and entered the cave. Lin Feng used a concealment spell to seal the cave. Brother Lin, you're also an alchemist? Asked Yu Fan in astonishment. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng had used the heavenly fire first, which meant that he was an alchemist. Now that he had used a concealment spell, he was obviously an alchemist. That was incredible. Not only was he an alchemist, but he was also a spiritual deployment caster. Yu Fan and the others could only smile wryly at that moment. In front of Lin Feng, they were all geniuses and felt ashamed. Jiyu Jun, Jiyu Xin and Sun Ye, who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng before, looked even more embarrassed. They had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng before, but now that they thought about it, it felt like they were slapping their own faces. Lin Feng said, I know a thing or two about alchemy. Let's get some rest. We don't know what will happen later. Everyone nodded their heads. Naturally, they were all praying that the night would pass quickly. By tomorrow morning, the beast rampage would have subsided and they would be able to make use of the time to rest. However, when dawn was about to arrive, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The roars of beasts and the roars of human cultivators could be heard coming from outside. Clearly, powerful wild beasts were fighting against powerful human cultivators. Rumble, the cave shook violently, and Lin Feng and the others woke up. Not good, the cave is going to collapse. Hurry up and get out, shouted Lin Feng. He removed the concealment spell and quickly rushed out. The others followed him. In the distance, a powerful cultivator was fighting against a ferocious beast. The cultivator slashed with his blade, and a 1,000-meter-long blade light slashed towards the ferocious beast, but the ferocious beast dodged it. Slash. The terrifying blade split the entire mountain range. This was a battle between a yin-yang cultivator and a beast king. There's more than one beast king here, exclaimed Sun Ye, her face pale. Lin Feng said, the one we saw yesterday was probably a beast emperor, or at least a quasi-beast emperor. We can't stay here any longer. Hurry up and leave. Everyone rushed into the distance, but they could still sense an eerie aura coming from the forest. Awoo, then, a huge wolf that was 5 to 6 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall jumped out. Not good. It's a wolf. A goldback wolf. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. Golden-backed gigantic wolves were known for their golden fur and their sturdy bodies. They were even more terrifying than gigantic wolves of the forest. The most terrifying thing was that they liked to attack in groups. When a gigantic wolf appeared, it wasn't as simple as one or a few gigantic wolves. Awoo, awoo, awoo. After the first howl, more and more howls could be heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After that, more and more golden wolves appeared. The ground shook violently. In the distance, there were so many golden wolves that they couldn't see the end of them. There were at least tens of thousands of them. They surrounded Lin Feng and the others. When the crowd saw that, they were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Chapter 482. Roar, low growls rang out one after another. When the goldback giant wolves appeared here, the other beasts had already run away in fear. No one dared to compete with the wolves for prey. Some of the fleeing cultivators were already pale with fright when they saw the goldback giant wolves. They quickly fled to other places. At a glance, the dense pack of goldback giant wolves had completely surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Roar, a low growl came from the depths of the wolf pack. Wolf King, this is the signal to attack. The old servant said solemnly. Everyone, gather together. Lin Feng shouted. The 12 of them formed a circle, back to back. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the wolf pack began to attack Lin Feng and the others. One by one, The goldback giant wolves pounced on them. The smell of blood rushed to their faces. The goldback giant wolves either opened their bloody mouths or stretched out their sharp claws, attacking Lin Feng and the others. Slash! Lin Feng shouted and swung the black dragon sword, slashing out. Puff! The black dragon sword instantly tore apart the goldback giant wolf's body. The others also swung their weapons and attacked the goldback giant wolves. The first wave of attack ended with all the goldback giant wolves being killed. The smell of blood seemed to have stimulated the remaining goldback giant wolves' ferocity, and they pounced on Lin Feng and the others in a frenzy. Crunch! A goldback giant wolf broke through Jiyu Jun's defense and bit Jiyu Jun's left arm. Jiyu Jun's left arm was bitten off. Ah! Jiyu Jun let out an incomparably shrill scream. Another goldback giant wolf pounced on Jiyu Jun. It opened its bloody mouth, and this time, it directly bit Jiyu Jun's head. Puff! Jiyu Jun was about to be bitten to death by the goldback giant wolf, but at this moment, a dazzling sword light slashed down and beheaded the goldback giant wolf. Stop Jiyu Jun's bleeding quickly, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. With a pale face, Jiyu Xin helped Jiyu Jun into the circle surrounded by everyone. She hurriedly stopped Jiyu Jun's bleeding and bandaged him. While stopping the bleeding, she cried, "What an idiot!" Zhong Qiong could not help but curse in a low voice. Originally, Zhong Qiong thought that Jiyu Jun was a descendant of an aristocratic family and had received extraordinary training since he was young. However, when it came to matters, he was too useless. On the other hand, Lin Feng, who had been mocked by Jiyu Jun several times before, did not reveal his true strength, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Roar! Another roar came from the depths of the wolf pack. Tens of thousands of goldback giant wolves roared. The attacks of the goldback giant wolves at the front were getting fiercer and fiercer. Puff! A goldenback giant wolf clawed and scratched Lin Feng's arm, leaving a bloody mark. Blood immediately flowed out. Lin Feng's strong body was still injured by a goldenback giant wolf. From this, one could see how terrifying the attacks of the goldback giant wolves were. The situation of the others was incomparably worse. Sun Yaya was already seriously injured. Her abdomen had a very deep wound from a goldenback giant wolf's claw. Her whole body was dyed red with blood, and she was so scared that she fainted. Yu Fan, Zhong Qiong, the old servant, Ning Tianlu, Han Shuo, Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, and Yang Jijie all suffered moderate to light injuries. The attacks of the goldback giant wolves were getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Feng and the others were already feeling more and more tired. It was obvious that they could not hold on for much longer. Perhaps in less than an hour, they would all be buried in the belly of the wolves. Han Shuo gritted his teeth and said, "If the Wolf King does not die, we will not be able to break through. Brother Lin, I will go kill the Wolf King. If I die, help me send a message to the village. Tell them that I am unworthy of the village's training." After saying that, Han Shuo was about to rush into the wolf pack. Although Han Shuo's cultivation was not particularly high, at the crucial moment, he dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was brave and fearless. Lin Feng grabbed Han Shuo and said, "Brother, I think you should go home by yourself. You still have to return to your hometown in glory and let your family live a good life. I will go kill the Wolf King. Brother Lin, I will go with you." Ning Tianlu clenched his teeth and said. He originally thought that his hot-bloodedness had already cooled, but now that he saw Lin Feng and Han Shuo's spirit and fearlessness, Ning Tianlu found that his blood was boiling. "No, I will go by myself. Don't worry, I will be fine." When Lin Feng finished talking, he jumped into the air. Swoosh swoosh, unfurling his golden wings, Lin Feng turned into a golden blur and quickly flew into the depths of the wolf pack. So fast. Everyone was shocked. Yu Fan shouted, "Everyone, we can't give up. Hold on a little longer. If Brother Lin is unlucky, we will fight the wolf pack to the death. Even if we die here, we will not be lonely on the road to hell. Ha ha ha, that's right. Kill, kill, kill." Ning Tianlu roared and killed a goldback direwolf with a slash of his sword. But in the next moment, a goldback direwolf rushed in front of Ning Tianlu and viciously clawed at him with its sharp claws. Puff! A large piece of flesh was clawed off Ning Qianlu's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Ning Qianlu roared and kicked the goldback direwolf away. It was not just Ning Qianlu. At this moment, everyone else was in a bad situation. Who wasn't covered in wounds? If it was any other time, they might have already given up and become food in the stomach of the goldback direwolves. But now, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They were waiting for a miracle to appear in the depths of the wolf pack. Even if it seemed completely impossible. But they had to persevere until the very last moment. Howl, one by one, the goldback direwolves pounced on Lin Feng, who was flashing in midair. Puff puff puff. Lin Feng quickly flew through the air, waving the black dragon sword in his hand. One by one, the goldback direwolves were killed. Finally, Lin Feng rushed into the depths of the wolf pack. He saw a wolf king covered in gold standing on top of a huge rock. Unlike the ordinary goldback direwolves, this direwolf king's body was not big. It was only about 1 meter tall and 2 meters long, much smaller than the other goldback direwolves. However, there were thousands of goldback direwolves around the direwolf king. Each of them was 10 meters long and 7 to 8 meters tall. Seeing those huge goldback direwolves, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Those thousands of goldback direwolves were extremely powerful. They should be at the level of the direwolf king's commander. To catch bandits, first catch the king. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. Once the direwolf king is killed, the wolf pack will become a sheet of loose sand and scatter. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly rushed toward the direwolf king. Howl, a 7 to 8 meter tall goldback direwolf leader roared and opened its bloody mouth. Buzz. The goldback direwolf leader condensed an energy ball in its bloody mouth. In the next moment, the destructive energy ball instantly shot out and blasted toward Lin Feng. Not good. These thousands of goldback direwolf leaders know how to use energy to attack from a distance. Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. There were thousands of goldback direwolf leaders who knew how to attack from a distance. It was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to get close to the direwolf king. Now, those goldback direwolf leaders quickly rushed in all directions and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face became extremely ugly. Being surrounded by thousands of goldback direwolf leaders who knew how to use energy to attack was simply a situation of certain death. Chapter 483. The terrifying energy attack swept over and instantly blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged in midair. Bang! The goldback giant wolf commander's energy attack did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, it exploded in midair. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It was too dangerous just now. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough and he managed to dodge the attack in time. In the distance, the goldback giant wolf king looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Its eyes were full of mockery. Seeing the glint in the eyes of the goldback giant wolf king, Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. The goldback giant wolf king already had extremely high intelligence. This was not a good thing for him. Awoo! The goldback giant wolf king let out a low growl. It seemed to be giving some order. Awoo! Immediately after, the thousands of goldback giant wolf commanders roared. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the goldback giant wolf king. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the goldback giant wolf king. However, at this moment, dozens of goldback giant wolf commanders opened their bloody mouths. One by one, balls of energy formed and a terrifying fluctuation swept across the land. Boom boom boom, following the surge of the terrifying energy fluctuation, huge balls of energy formed and blasted towards Lin Feng. This time was different from the previous time. The first attack was only from one goldback giant wolf commander. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to dodge the attack of the goldback giant wolf commander. However, this time, at least 30 goldback giant wolf commanders spat out balls of energy at the same time. There were balls of energy in all directions. Lin Feng had nowhere to hide. Devouring martial spirit. Facing the dense energy attack, Lin Feng frantically activated his devouring martial spirit. All 5 devouring martial spirits were activated. The dense energy attack instantly drowned Lin Feng. The violent energy wanted to tear Lin Feng's body apart. At this moment, the terrifying power of the devouring martial spirit was displayed. The devouring martial spirit emitted an extremely powerful devouring power. The violent energy was rapidly devoured by the devouring martial spirit. A large amount of the violent energy was devoured by the devouring martial spirit. The remaining violent energy bombarded Lin Feng's body but was blocked by Lin Feng's body. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the explosion of light. He pushed his speed to the maximum and flew towards the goldback giant wolf king. Seeing Lin Feng rushing out from the center of the explosion, the goldback giant wolf commander, the goldback giant wolf commander, the giant wolf commander, giant wolf commander. The goldenback giant wolf commanders knew that the wolf king was angry, and they all trembled in fear. After that, the golden wolves looked at Lin Feng with murder in their eyes. It was this human brat. If not for him, why would the wolf king be so angry? The goldback giant wolf commanders opened their bloody mouths and spat out numerous energy balls at Lin Feng. The devouring martial spirit frantically devoured the violent energy. However, the devouring martial spirit could not devour limitlessly. After devouring a large amount of energy balls, Lin Feng felt that the devouring martial spirit was gradually reaching saturation. The terrifying energy balls bombarded Lin Feng's body. Whoa! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack, crack. His bones emitted violent grinding sounds. His bones seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Thousands of goldback giant wolf commanders were attacking. Even a yin-yang realm expert would be in danger if he fell into such a dangerous situation. Fortunately, Lin Feng's body was strong. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the goldback giant wolf commanders. What should I do? Am I really going to die at the hands of these goldback giant wolf commanders? Lin Feng's expression was very grave. The surroundings were filled with exploding energy balls. The attacks of the goldback giant wolf commanders were unceasing. One energy ball after another was spat out. Lin Feng's body was covered in blood. Lin Feng felt that he could not hold on any longer. Right, the black dragon sword. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the strange black dragon sword. The fire Chelin had said that the black dragon sword was sealed. It needed to absorb a large amount of energy to display the black dragon sword's power. For example, Lin Feng had burned his blood essence in exchange for a large amount of energy to activate the black dragon sword. Now, wasn't this dense energy ball attack the purest form of energy? Lin Feng had thought that he was going to die, but now, he was pleasantly surprised. Black dragon sword, come out! Lin Feng shouted. With a flash of light, the black dragon sword immediately flew out and landed in Lin Feng's hand. Blood essence as a guide, divine sword awakens. Lin Feng directly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence instantly burned, and a large amount of energy poured into the black dragon sword. The numerous runes on the black dragon sword started to distort. Ah, the mighty spirit of the black dragon. A deep roar came out of the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword's spirit, a powerful black dragon, opened its eyes. Its power was slowly recovering. But soon, because of the lack of energy, the black dragon sword seemed to be about to fall into a deep sleep again. Black dragon, hurry up and devour the energy. Once again, display the black dragon sword's supreme power, Lin Feng shouted. The black dragon sword has been silent for too long. It's time to awaken. The black dragon sword let out a deep roar. The black dragon sword opened its bloody mouth and suddenly sucked in the energy like a whale sucking in an ox. The violent energy began to rush towards the black dragon sword and was completely devoured by the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy came, it would be devoured by the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword exuded an ancient aura that resembled the primordial times. The black dragon sword was a peerless divine weapon created in the immemorial era. Now, after devouring the energy balls of the 1,000 golden-back giant wolves, the black dragon sword had finally recovered some of its ancient power. Even if it was just a little bit of its ancient power, it was enough to destroy the world. Lin Feng raised the black dragon sword and rushed towards the golden-back giant wolf king. The golden-back giant wolf king's cold and sinister eyes were filled with disbelief. It had thought that Lin Feng would be killed. After all, that was the combined attack of over 1,000 golden-back giant wolves. Even a yin-yang cultivator would be seriously injured, if not killed. As for that brat, he was just an ant in the martial general realm. Why? Why wasn't he killed? Why? Why did the energy balls disappear? Suddenly, the golden-back giant wolf king looked at the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand. The gigantic golden-backed wolf king sensed the danger and roared furiously. The other gigantic golden-backed wolf commanders threw themselves at Lin Feng. The gigantic golden-backed wolf king gave the order to attack Lin Feng. "All of you, die!" Lin Feng roared. He stood in the air, holding the black dragon sword with both hands, and slashed out. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the world. After the dragon's roar, a huge black dragon appeared in the air. Dragons might spread out. Tens of thousands of golden-back giant wolves let out terrified cries. They directly lay on the ground, trembling. The army of beasts in the distance also screamed in fear and fled towards the depths of the forest. Heavens, that's Yu Fan, Ning Qianlu, and the others looked at Lin Feng and the black dragon floating above Lin Feng's head in shock. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Feng's sword condensed into a 1,000-foot-long sword ray. It seemed to tear the world apart as it blasted towards the golden-back giant wolf king. Awoo! The golden-back giant wolf king let out a terrified cry. It fled into the distance, but it couldn't avoid Lin Feng's sword. Pu! The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. The golden-back giant wolf king was directly hit by the 1,000-foot-long sword ray. Its golden body was torn in half, and blood spurted out. The wolf king's blood dyed the sky red. Chapter 484. Aoo. When the wolf king was beheaded, the densely packed goldback giant wolf commanders all let out terrified cries. The goldenback giant wolf commanders fled into the distance. When they saw the wolves running away, the wolves stopped attacking Yu Fan and the others. Rumble. One by one, the giant wolves fled into the distance, causing the earth to shake violently. A few miles away, on a mountain peak, when the 10 black-robed men saw this, their expressions turned gloomy. Damn it, the Wolf King was killed. What kind of weapon is that? It's quite powerful. The leader of the black-clothed men had an extremely gloomy expression. There were 2 leaders in that group. The other one said, "It's a powerful treasure. It absorbed the energy of the wolves to release such a terrifying attack. It must be a sealed treasure. I think it's a sealed treasure. If it's a sealed treasure, its value will be greatly reduced. It won't be easy to activate it. There are many restrictions, and it'll consume a lot of energy." The first leader of the black-clothed men said. "Since the wolves couldn't kill our target, it's our turn to attack," said the second leader. The second leader of the men in black said, "Let's do it." The first black-robed man nodded and took the lead to rush out. The rest of the black-robed men quickly followed suit. From the words of these people, it seemed that the golden-back giant wolves were most likely attracted by these mysterious black-clothed men. After the black dragon sword's terrifying attack, everything returned to normal. Lin Feng was speechless. That enormous amount of energy had only been enough to activate the black dragon sword once. However, when he thought about how the black dragon sword had recovered a trace of the primordial divine sword's divine might, the attack it had unleashed was truly terrifying. But it was too difficult to activate that kind of attack. Even though Lin Feng could normally activate the black dragon sword to attack, it could only be considered an ordinary attack. The attack just then had been activated using the black dragon sword's ancient strength. The difference between the two of them was unimaginable. Lin Feng moved towards Yu Fan, Ning Qianlu, and the others. At this moment, the few of them had yet to recover from the deep shock. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng's voice pulled them back to reality from their stupor. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Han Shuo grinned. "I didn't think that we would still be alive. It's all thanks to Brother Lin. Otherwise, we would have been dead." "That's right. I really have to thank Brother Lin for saving my life." Ning Qianlu also said with a smile. Yu Fan said, "Brother Lin, you've saved us time and time again. We'll remember your kindness forever. Lin Feng smiled and said, since we're all together, we're all comrades. We'll live and die together, so there's no need to thank me. Lin Feng then looked at Jiyu Jun, Sun Ya, and Jiyu Xin and asked, are you all alright? The three people's faces were pale as they shook their heads and said, we're fine. However, from their pale faces, it could be seen that the three of them had yet to recover from their shock. Jiyu Jun's left arm had been bitten off. He seemed to feel that his future was bleak, and his face was ashen. Lin Feng was not in the mood to pay attention to them. He said, we can't stay here for long. Let's go. Everyone nodded and was about to leave. Screech, at that moment, a long cry came from the distance. It was a rather strange sound. It sounded like a beast's cry, but it also sounded like a human mimicking a beast's cry. Lin Feng's perception was very strong, so he noticed the strangeness of the cry. He couldn't help but frown, but he didn't think too much about it. However, at that moment, Lin Feng saw Yang Jijie rush towards Yu Fan. A dagger appeared in Yang Jijie's hand, and he stabbed towards Yu Fan. Not good, that cry was a code word. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had been on guard the whole time, so when Yang Jijie attacked, Lin Feng reacted. He kicked Yang Jijie. Bang! The kick landed on Yang Jijie's wrist. Crack! Yang Jijie's wrist was broken by Lin Feng's kick. Yang Jijie let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed, and they didn't know what had happened. At that moment, Yu Fan came back to his senses. He looked at Lin Feng gratefully and said, Brother Lin, you saved my life again. Lin Feng said, I don't know why this person attacked you. Yu Fan's expression was uncertain. He seemed to have some suspicions, or perhaps he had some ideas. Elder Li, Yu Fan looked at the old servant beside him. The old servant nodded and walked towards Yang Jijie. The old servant said gloomily, tell me the mastermind behind this, or you'll die. Yang Jijie sneered. In the next moment, black blood flowed out of the corner of Yang Jijie's mouth. He fell to the ground, dead. The old servant examined him and said, young master, this person hid poison in his teeth. After he was exposed, he bit open the poison sac and killed himself. Lin Feng thought to himself. It seemed that Yu Fan's identity wasn't simple. Someone had been lurking around him, trying to assassinate him. Lin Feng thought about the whistling sound, and his expression changed. Yang Jijie probably had accomplices nearby. He said in a low voice, let's go, it's dangerous here. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. They believed Lin Feng's words without a doubt. But even if Lin Feng and the others wanted to leave, it was too late. Silhouettes were coming from the distance. 10 black-clothed people flew over and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Who are you? Jiyu Xin asked with a pale face. She could feel a dense killing intent from these people. That killing intent made her feel like her soul was trembling. These black-clothed people were definitely a group of people who killed without batting an eyelid. Men of sacrifice. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He could sense that these black-clothed people weren't afraid of death. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to complete a mission. Our target is him. If you want to live, piss off, said the leader of the black-clothed people coldly. Everybody looked at the leader of the black-clothed people. It was Yu Fan. I knew he wouldn't let me go so easily, said Yu Fan. Yu Fan's expression was extremely gloomy. Those two are yin-yang men of sacrifice. Lin Feng pulled a long face. He wouldn't have thought that 2 yin and yang cultivators would be sent to kill Yu Fan. That was too much. Brother Yu, it's not that we don't want to help you, but they're too strong. If we stay, we'll die. Zhong Qiong bowed hand over fist and ran away. Let's go. Jiyu Jun, Sun Ya, and Jiyu Xin also ran away. Brother Yu, we're really sorry. Lan Yang and Lan Qianqian also ran away. Only Lin Feng, Han Shuo, and Ning Tianlu were left behind. What? Do the 3 of you want to die here? Said the leader of the black-clothed people, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 485. Ning Tianlu's expression was also uncertain. Ning Tianlu was quite forthright, but in the face of such a situation, staying was no different from courting death. Ning Qianlu was already very loyal to his friends by staying until now. Brother Ning, Brother Lin, Brother Han, please leave quickly. Don't lose your life because of me. Yu Fan cupped his fist and said. His face was very calm, as if he knew that he couldn't escape death and stopped struggling. However, Lin Feng could still see a deep sense of unwillingness in Yu Fan's eyes. Ning Qianlu clenched his teeth and said, Brother Yu, I'm really sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why aren't you two leaving? The leader of the black-clothed men looked coldly at Lin Feng and Han Shuo. Brother Lin, Brother Han, leave quickly, Yu Fan urged. Han Shuo's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. Lin Feng said, abandoning your companions in the face of danger. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I can't do that either. Han Shuo said. Brother Lin, Brother Han. Yu Fan looked at Lin Feng and Han Shuo. He was touched. He had the urge to give his heart to them. However, Yu Fan knew that they were already in a situation where death was inevitable. He couldn't implicate Lin Feng and Han Shuo and die in the hands of these people. Yu Fan knew how terrifying these black-clothed men were. Seeing that Yu Fan was about to say something, Lin Feng interrupted him and said, Brother Yu, don't say anything for now. The words that Yu Fan wanted to blurt out were temporarily swallowed back into his stomach. Lin Feng walked towards Yu Fan step by step. At the same time, he looked at the black-clothed men cautiously. Lin Feng said, that long howl just now was from you, right? You must have contacted young Jijie and ordered him to attack Yu Fan. Is that what you did? Kid, you're smart, but smart people don't live long. The leader of the black-clothed men sneered. I'm guessing that the wolves were attracted by you. Lin Feng said indifferently. The two black-clothed men's leaders were astonished. This matter was done very cleverly. Even the spies in Lin Feng's group didn't know about it. We want to, but unfortunately, we don't have the ability. The second leader of the men in black said. Lin Feng smiled. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, but I know something very important. What is it? The leader of the black-robed men asked. He couldn't help but frown. He always felt that this kid in front of him was a little strange. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, and he was a small fry that he could easily kill with a flick of his hand. But for some reason, when he saw this kid, he always had a strange feeling. As for what that feeling was, he couldn't put his finger on it. That is. Lin Feng deliberately paused for a moment. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly burst into action. He condensed the Sky Tyrant Thunder art and ruthlessly attacked the old servant beside Yu Fan. Brat, how dare you? The old servant roared angrily, but it was too late for him to dodge. Bang! Lin Feng's attack instantly landed on the old servant's body. Even though the old servant was at the 10th celestial layer of Martial King, he was caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden sneak attack. Even the old servant would not be able to withstand this attack. Crack, crack. The old servant's chest bones exploded. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. His whole body twitched. It seemed that he wouldn't survive. Yu Fan was shocked and furious at the same time. He shouted angrily, Brother Lin, what are you doing? This person is a spy. He deserves to die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. What? You're saying that Elder Li is a spy? No, that's impossible. Elder Li has been with me for 10 years. He's been with me since I was 6 years old. How could he be a spy? Yu Fan couldn't believe it. When young Jijie attacked you, this old servant was right next to you. With his cultivation, how could he not have reacted? When I tried to stop young Jijie, this old thing didn't react at all. If I hadn't done anything, you would have been killed by young Jijie and this old servant of yours would have watched you die miserably. Lin Feng looked coldly at Yu Fan. This was a huge blow to Yu Fan. After all, the old servant had been with him for 10 years. The person who had been with him day and night was actually the person who wanted to kill him. To anyone, this was a heavy blow. Yu Fan's performance was much better than Lin Feng had expected. At that moment, he seemed to believe Lin Feng's words. He looked at the old servant and asked bitterly, "Why? Elder Li, I've never treated you as a servant. I even treated you like my grandfather. Why do you want to harm me?" The old servant smiled miserably and said, "A servant doesn't serve two masters. A servant doesn't serve two masters. You and Yu Fan have been master and servant for 10 years. Yu Fan has always treated you like family. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Yu Fan treated you like his grandfather, but you still want to kill him. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Lin Feng looked coldly at the old servant. "Little bastard, you've ruined my plans. I'll kill you." The old servant roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Pu. A flying sword slashed out and pierced through the old servant's chest. "Prince, you want to kill me?" The old servant looked at Yu Fan in disbelief. Yu Fan's eyes were filled with tears. "Elder Li, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I can't watch you kill my friend. I really can't. I can only kill you. Ha ha ha." The old servant looked up to the sky and laughed, then fell to the ground, dead. "Little brat, you're as smart as a demon. But today, you'll all die." The two black-clothed men's faces were filled with killing intent. They were about to attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of jade talismans were thrown out by Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The jade talismans exploded one after another, and the surroundings were immediately filled with fog. These were some illusory formations that Lin Feng had drawn himself. He had used all of them to temporarily trap the black-clothed men. "Let's go," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He then turned around and ran away. There were two yin-yang realm experts on the other side. He, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo were like ants in front of them. Yu Fan and Han Shuo were shocked. They turned around and ran away. "Talismans! Damn it! We were tricked by that little brat. Little bastard, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces." The two black-clothed men's furious roars came from the illusory formation. Bang! 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 Violent waves of energy surged out from the formation. Although the talismans that Lin Feng had thrown out had all turned into illusory formations, they were all simple. Unfortunately, these illusory formations were all simple formations that couldn't trap a yin-yang realm expert. In just a few dozen breaths, the illusory formations were torn apart. 10 black-clothed men rushed out. The two black-robed men's eyes were extremely gloomy and their expressions were savage. They were yin-yang realm experts, yet they had been schemed against by a general realm cultivator. This made them very depressed. "Chase! Capture them! Burn their bones and scatter their ashes," the two black-clothed men's leaders said with hatred. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 486. The Beast Rampage is over. If there's another Beast Rampage, we can use it to stop those guys. Lin Feng frowned. He had a bad feeling because they would catch up to them sooner or later. "Why don't we split up? Even if they catch up, they'll chase after me. You'll be safe," Yu Fan said. "How can we do that?" Han Shuo was an honest man. He didn't know how to refute. It was just a few simple words. However, he could see Han Shuo's character and knew that he was someone worth befriending. Lin Feng said, "Brother Yu, don't think that way. Do you think we'll be safe if we split up?" "That's just wishful thinking. The two black-clothed men were completely enraged and won't let any of us go. If we split up, we'll be safe. If we split up, we'll die a horrible death." Yu Fan nodded and said, "I didn't think it through." 15 minutes later, a terrifying aura came from the distance. 10 black-clothed men had caught up to them. "You can't escape." An eerie voice sounded as the 10 black-clothed men emitted a cold aura. They were like death gods that had walked out of hell. "They've caught up." Han Shuo's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Escaping from 2 yin-yang realm experts and 8 10th-level martial kings was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng naturally understood this. He had to think of a way to get rid of them because running aimlessly like this would only lead to death. One of the black-clothed men said sinisterly, "It's useless. In this dense forest, only death awaits you. Fifth Prince, do you still want to run?" "Don't run, You're fated to die at our hands. The second black-clothed man laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Fifth Prince. It seemed that Yu Fan's identity wasn't simple. Could it be that he was being chased because of the fight for the throne? That was very likely. Lin Feng knew that there was no such thing as affection in the imperial family. For the throne, brothers would turn against each other. Killing one's father or brother wasn't uncommon. The men of sacrifice chasing after them might have been sent by Yu Fan's brother. However, there were 2 Yin-Yang realm experts among these men of sacrifice. From this, it could be seen that the power behind Yu Fan was definitely not simple. It might be some ancient power like the ancient Celestial dynasty. Although some ancient immortal dynasties were not as powerful as the 4 ancient dynasties, they had a long history and were filled with experts. Yu Fan's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. Both sides were running and chasing, but the distance between them was constantly closing. Obviously, it wouldn't be long before they were caught up. Lin Feng said in a low voice, "No, if this goes on, those people will catch up to us very soon. Let's go to the Beast Emperor's territory, and if we're lucky, we might be able to use the Beast Emperor's might to shake off these people." Yu Fan and Lin Feng nodded and followed him into the depths of the forest. The other black-clothed men were in hot pursuit. They seemed to have guessed Lin Feng's plan. Their expressions darkened as they sped up. Lin Feng and the other 2 also desperately pushed their speed to the limit. Roar! When they reached the depths of the forest, an earth-shaking roar resounded through the clouds. A ferocious beast shrouded in mist collided violently with a human expert in the void. The beast's roar shook the mountains and rivers, causing the earth to shake. It opened its mouth and spat out endless black mist. The black mist transformed into a dense pack of fierce beasts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the human expert. Heavens, what kind of ability is this? Lin Feng and the others were shocked. The existence shrouded in mist was the powerful Beast Emperor that had started the Beast Rampage. Beast Emperor Xingzun, you started the Beast Rampage and killed countless innocent people. Today, Nebula Pavilion only sent me here to ask you to stop. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, Nebula Pavilion will have no choice but to eliminate you. The human race expert roared and waved his hand. A star river world appeared and countless stars came crashing down. The attacks of both sides collided and both sides were annihilated. It's an almighty expert. Lin Feng was shocked. This was an expert who had surpassed the Yin-Yang realm. Only experts who had surpassed the Yin-Yang realm could be called almighty. The expert from Nebula Pavilion in front of them was such an almighty expert. He looked down on the experts of the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. You despicable humans. You stole a Beast Emperor's egg. I'll kill you all. The Beast Emperor roared furiously. It once again charged towards the human expert. No wonder the Beast Emperor started the Beast Rampage. It's because the Beast Emperor's egg was stolen. Yu Fan was shocked. It was very difficult for Beast Emperors to lay eggs. 4 fierce beasts, the stronger they were, the harder it was for them to give birth. It was normal for the Beast Emperor to be furious when the Beast Emperor's egg was stolen. No one knew who did it, but this incident had implicated many innocent people and caused them to die tragically. The experts of Nebula Pavilion and the Beast Emperor once again engaged in a fierce battle, and it was hard to tell who was winning. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion shouted, "Nebula Pavilion will help you investigate this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Han Shoror said, "Why is Nebula Pavilion so tolerant of the Beast Emperor? Even if the Beast Emperor is comparable to an almighty existence, this is Nebula Pavilion's territory." Yu Fan said, "These Beast Emperors aren't simple either. Some of them have complicated forces behind them. If the demon race is involved, even Nebula Pavilion will have to be wary." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Many things aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. This Beast Emperor might have some kind of beneficial relationship with Nebula Pavilion. Alright, I will give you 3 months. If you can't find anything, I will activate the Beast Emperor's egg and attack Nebula City." The Beast Emperor's cold voice rang out. It then flew into the distance and disappeared into the depths of the forest. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion stood in the air and frowned slightly. Brat, you can't escape. In the distance, 10 black-clothed men were chasing after them. They looked at Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo with sinister smiles. Seeing these people chasing after them, Lin Feng and the other two's expressions changed greatly. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion also saw the situation here. He obviously had no intention of paying attention and turned to leave. Senior, we are all disciples of aristocratic families who came to join Nebula Pavilion. I don't know how we offended these villains, but they actually chased after us. Please save us, Lin Feng shouted loudly. Disciples who want to join Nebula Pavilion? The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng and the other two suspiciously. These three were actually being chased by yin-yang cultivators, which made him suspicious. Lin Feng said, "We obtained some opportunities, which caused these people to spy on us. We would rather give them to you." "Oh, what opportunities?" The Almighty's eyes lit up slightly. "We obtained a secret soul technique, which is why we were chased." Lin Feng said. "Secret soul technique? Great, quickly give it to me." The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion was delighted. Nebula Pavilion was most proficient in secret soul techniques, and the upper echelons of Nebula Pavilion were constantly collecting secret soul techniques to expand the inheritance in Nebula Pavilion's Divine Ability Hall. Lin Feng gave Yu Fan and Han Shuo a look, and the three of them quickly flew toward the Almighty from Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng handed over the secret technique Sword of the Soul. He now cultivated the more powerful secret soul technique Small Soul Man Hugs the Sword, so he no longer needed the Sword of the Soul. Giving it to the Almighty from Nebula Pavilion wasn't a big deal. As long as it could get them out of this danger, everything was worth it. Sword of the Soul. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion flipped through a few pages and smiled. Not a bad secret technique. You guys are quite thoughtful. Senior, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. A black-clothed leader said in a gloomy voice. How do I do things? Do I need you to point fingers at me? These three people may very well become disciples of my Nebula Pavilion in the near future. You dare to even chase after my Nebula Pavilion disciples? You really don't know what's good for you. Get the hell away from me, or else I'll make sure you die a horrible death today. The Almighty from Nebula Pavilion said coldly. The black-clothed men felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't bear the anger of an Almighty. The two black-clothed leaders looked at each other, their expressions extremely gloomy. However, they didn't dare to stay and led the rest of their people away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 487. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I will definitely remember your kindness after entering Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng cupped his fists gratefully. That's right, that's right. Han Shuo nodded vigorously. I also have a treasure to give to Senior. I obtained it by chance and have no use for it. I hope Senior can kindly accept it. Yu Fan took out a jade box as he spoke. The Almighty opened the jade box and saw a thumb-sized silver white ore inside. He saw that there were spots in the silver white ore that looked like tears. Immortal Cheline Iron. The Almighty's expression changed. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this immortal Cheline Iron before. It was rumored to be an unparalleled divine stone that could be forged into powerful Dao weapons. Although it was only the size of a thumb, it was still priceless. Lin Feng sighed. This Yu Fan was indeed from an ancient immortal dynasty. He was actually able to take out such a treasure to show respect to this Almighty. Lin Feng knew that entering a sect was bound to be difficult. If he could build a good relationship with the upper echelons of the sect, then he would have a meteoric rise in the sect in the future. Lin Feng had first offered the secret technique Sword of Souls, which made the Almighty have a good impression of him. Now that Yu Fan had offered this immortal Cheline Iron, the Almighty's impression of the three of them improved greatly. I hope this item will be of use to Senior. Yu Fan said respectfully. The Almighty put away the item without leaving a trace and said with a smile, You are all considerate. You came to Nebula Pavilion together to participate in the test. Are you friends? Yes. The three of us have experienced many life and death situations together. We are friends who can entrust our lives to each other. Yufan said. The almighty expert nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. The factions in the sect are complicated. It's best to have a few trustworthy friends. Did you bring a letter of recommendation when you came to the sect to take the test?" The sect's test clearly wasn't something that just anyone could participate in. Yufan said, "I did." Han Shuo nodded and said, "Yes, I do." As he spoke, he was about to take it out, but the expert could tell that Han Shuo was rather slow. He waved his hand and said, "You don't need to show it to me." Lin Feng didn't have any recommendation letter. He thought that the sect's test was open, so who knew that they would need a recommendation letter? He made up a small lie and said, "In the previous battle, one of my storage bags was stolen by those thieves, and my letter of introduction was also stolen." The almighty being replied, "If that's the case, then it's fine." As he spoke, he took out a talisman. The almighty imprinted a few runes on the talisman, and the talisman became a formation talisman. He handed the formation talisman to Lin Feng and said, "When the time comes, just give the formation talisman to the attendant. You guys take the test well. I believe that with your abilities, joining Nebula Pavilion won't be a problem, but as for whether you can achieve anything in the future, that will depend on your own efforts." This almighty was talking nonsense. First of all, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the Marshal General realm. It shouldn't be easy for him to join Nebula Pavilion. Of course, that was for normal Marshal Generals. Joining might not be easy, but for Lin Feng, it definitely wouldn't be a problem. However, others didn't know Lin Feng's true situation, and this almighty from Nebula Pavilion obviously didn't know either. As for Han Shuo, he was stupid, so it probably wouldn't be easy for him to pass the test properly. However, this almighty being in front of them actually said, "With your abilities, joining Nebula Pavilion won't be a problem." What did this mean? This meant that when the time for the test came, this almighty being would definitely inform the elders in charge of the assessment beforehand and allow Lin Feng, Yufan, and Han Shuo to automatically pass the sect's test. Perhaps this was what it meant to be benevolent to others. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." The almighty being waved his hand and swept Lin Feng and the other two into the distance. In the forest a few miles away, a group of black-clothed men had extremely ugly expressions. How despicable. "It's all because of that little bastard. He's too cunning," a black-clothed leader said fiercely, wishing that he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Looks like we'll have to lay low for a while. I don't believe that the fifth prince won't come out. We'll kill him when he leaves the city," the second black-clothed leader said. The first black-clothed leader laughed sinisterly. "And that little bastard. If it wasn't for him, we would have already completed our mission." The second black-clothed leader nodded and said, "When the time comes, we'll definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he cursed in his heart. Was some bastard scheming against him? "What's wrong?" Yufan asked softly. Lin Feng shook his head. This almighty being from Nebula Pavilion was too fast. He brought Lin Feng and the other two to Nebula City in 6 hours. "The test will be in 10 days. Find a place to rest in Nebula City first. After 10 days, bring your recommendation letter or token to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test." The almighty being said meaningfully. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly said, "Yes." The almighty being nodded and left. "Looks like it won't be a problem for us to join Nebula Pavilion." Yufan let out a long breath. Han Shuo said doubtfully, Won't be a problem. We haven't participated in the test yet." Lin Feng and Yufan looked at each other and smiled. Han Shuo's blockhead really made them want to laugh. Lin Feng and the other two entered Nebula City. This city was grand and magnificent, like an ancient giant beast living on the ground. It gave people a heavy feeling of oppression. It was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 great ancient cities of the desolate region. Nebula City was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the street near Nebula Pavilion. This was the most bustling place because every year, many cultivators would come to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test. Everyone would choose to live near Nebula Pavilion. At the center of Nebula City, there was an endless stretch of palaces. That was the encampment of Nebula Pavilion. Countless people were looking inside Nebula Pavilion. They were very curious about this ancient power, but no one dared to barge into Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng and the other two found an inn to stay in. Is this where Nebula Pavilion's encampment is? Cultivating here is a blissful thing. Han Shoror said excitedly as he stood in the pavilion on the top floor of the inn and looked at Nebula Pavilion's encampment. At this time, a laugh sounded. Everyone has just arrived at Nebula City, right? It was a young master. Lin Feng and the others nodded. The Nebula Pavilion in Nebula City is only the outer court of Nebula Pavilion. The outer court disciples and outer court disciples cultivate in the outer court, while the inner court of Nebula Pavilion is in a mysterious place surrounded by dragon veins. It is a holy land for cultivation, and also the ancestral land of Nebula Pavilion. It is not within Nebula City. The inner court disciples and core disciples will enter the ancestral land of Nebula Pavilion to cultivate. Although they are both places where Nebula Pavilion cultivates its disciples, the difference in the world's spirit energy between these two places is at least 10 times. What? 10 times difference in the world's spirit energy? Doesn't this mean that the cultivation speed is also 10 times different? Lin Feng and the others were shocked. As expected, the competition between these large sects was extremely cruel. It was obvious that the proportion of disciples who could cultivate in Nebula Pavilion's ancestral land was extremely small. Chapter 488. The young master smiled and said, I'm Mo Shaoxie. How should I address you? Lin Feng. Yu Fan. Han Shuo. So it's Brother Lin, Brother Yu, and Brother Han. Seeing that you're here to observe Nebula Pavilion, I presume that you're also here to cultivate? Mo Shaoxie asked with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's indeed the case. Haha, me too. It's fate that we met. In a bit, there will be a few friends coming to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test as well. Do you want to come with me to meet them? If they see everyone, they will definitely be very happy. Mo Shaoxie smiled. Mo Shaoxie's character was not bad, so Lin Feng and the others could not refuse. They nodded and said, thank you for your recommendation. Brother Mo Shaoxie smiled and said, you're all too courteous. Once we become disciples of Nebula Pavilion, we'll be fellow disciples, and we'll have to interact more. Lin Feng and the others replied, yes. There were even more rules in a large sect. Moreover, this was a place where strength mattered. Only those who were strong and talented would have the sect spend effort to nurture them. If you didn't have talent, the sect would naturally give up on you. Moreover, in a sect like this, scheming against each other was commonplace. Thus, they needed to be united. Only by being united would they not be bullied by others. Many of the new disciples would form groups. At night, under Mo Shaoxie's recommendation, Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shoror met the friends that Mo Shaoxie had mentioned. There were 6 of them in total. It was obvious that they were all disciples of aristocratic families. Of the 6, 4 were males and 2 were females. The white-clothed youth was called Wu Yang. He was very handsome and had the aura of a young master from the secular world. The blue-clothed youth had a medium build and a somewhat cold expression. He didn't seem easy to get along with. He was called Xue Zun. The one dressed in martial arts clothes was a youth who looked about 15 or 16 years old. He was called Yang Yu. The 4th youth was dressed in a loose robe and looked very refined. He was called Song Caijie. Of the 2 females, the pretty girl in a light yellow dress was called Mo Miaoling. Sitting beside Mo Miaoling was a woman wearing a long red dress. She had a voluptuous figure, and her entire body exuded a seductive aura. She was called Xue Xinqi. These 6 people stood up when they saw Lin Feng, Yu Fan, Han Shoror, and Mo Shaoxie. Mo Shaoxie smiled and said, this is Brother Lin Feng, this is Brother Yu Fan, and this is Brother Han Shoror. Mo Shaoxie then introduced his 6 companions to Lin Feng's group. Everyone greeted each other and sat down. Brother Lin, you're a general. I'm afraid you won't even be able to pass the first round. Xue Zun said indifferently. When he saw that Lin Feng was only a martial general, he could not help but look down on him. Mo Xiaozong's expression did not look too good. He felt that Xue Zun should not have said such things, so he tried to smooth things over. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. In the past, some cultivators at the martial general realm also passed the test. Xue Zun nodded and did not say anything else. Mo Xiaozong was a very lively person. With him around, the gathering went quite smoothly. Everyone talked about their experiences, but it was obvious that many people were bragging. For example, the young man called Wu Yang said that he had obtained a powerful treasure from a cave and had been chased by a yin-yang realm expert for half a month. In the end, he had escaped from the yin-yang realm cultivator. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was completely unreliable. Wu Yang was a 5th heavenly layer martial king, which was quite powerful. However, with his cultivation, escaping from a yin-yang realm expert was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It would be good if he could last for 3 days, but he had actually lasted for half a month. Of course, Lin Feng did not expose Wu Yang, because the others, including Mo Xiaozong, were all talking about their own amazing experiences and fortuitous encounters. The woman called Shui Xinqi looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Lin, did you have any fortuitous encounters or experiences? Why don't you tell us about it?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm usually cultivating, so I don't go out much. That's why I don't have any special experiences." Everybody looked at Lin Feng as if it were a matter of course. They all thought that Lin Feng had been lucky or had seen something extraordinary. Wu Yang smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you should go out more often. You should go to more dangerous places to gain experience. For example, if you train in the wild forest for half a year, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. If you just cultivate, your progress will be slow. Thank you for your advice, Brother Wu. I'll pay more attention in the future," Lin Feng said. Wu Yang felt that Lin Feng was very tactful, so he was flattered. Wu Yang was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. When he heard Lin Feng's flattery, he smiled and said, "You're quite talented. Listen to me and you'll definitely break through to the martial king realm in the future." After the banquet, everyone returned to their rooms and stayed in the same inn. Thump, thump, thump. Before going to bed, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng said, "Come in," and Yu Fan pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Feng poured a cup of tea for Yu Fan and smiled, "Brother Yu, do you have something to say to me?" Yu Fan closed the door and said, "Brother Lin, aren't you curious about the people who tried to kill me?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I don't care about that. It's enough for me to know that you're my friend." A hint of warmth appeared in Yu Fan's eyes. He said, "Actually, I'm the 5th prince of the Ashcloud ancient celestial dynasty in the Nethercloud prefecture." Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just listened carefully. Yu Fan said, "My father was injured while exploring a secret realm and had to go into seclusion for 1,000 years. No one knew whether he could recover or not. After he went into seclusion, he asked my eldest brother to temporarily take over the government. Who would have thought that 3 years ago, my eldest brother would be assassinated while he was out? After that, my second brother took over, but a year ago, my second brother's cultivation went berserk and he became insane. Thus, my third brother took over the reins of power." Yu Fan's eyes turned cold. He continued, "After my third brother took over the reins of power, a few of my brothers met with mishaps. They either had problems with their cultivation or ran into trouble outside. My mother was worried about my safety, so she secretly sent me out of the palace. I crossed many prefectures and came to the wasteland to cultivate." Lin Feng said, "But even though you came to the wasteland, the third prince didn't want to let you go. I'm guessing that the third prince is a very suspicious person. If he wants to take over the reins of power, he wants to get rid of all the people who can threaten him." Yu Fan nodded. His eyes were filled with hatred. "After the third prince found out that my mother had sent me out, he poisoned her and chased me all the way. I thought I would die in the forest, but I didn't expect that Brother Lin would save me." Lin Feng noticed that Yu Fan's fists were clenched. His fingernails had already pierced his skin and blood was flowing out. His mother had sent him out of the palace, but when he found out that she had died, he couldn't take revenge. The enemy who had killed his mother was his half-brother. Lin Feng could understand the hatred in Yu Fan's heart. He patted Yu Fan and said, "Live well. No matter what you want to do in the future, I will support you. However, you have to wait until you have the strength to do what you want to do." "All right." Yu Fan nodded. His eyes were filled with determination. Although he was only 16 years old, Yu Fan had experienced a lot. He had grown up a lot and had become stronger. Yu Fan knew that he had to be strong, especially when he was in a sect. No matter how hard it was, no matter how tired he had to persevere. He still hoped that one day, he would be able to go back to his homeland to pay his respects to his mother. He wanted to make those who had harmed his mother pay. The child wanted to raise his parents, but the parents were gone. Perhaps that was the greatest sorrow in life. Chapter 489. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed as he circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Streams of Archean dragonesque elephant energy flowed through his body, nourishing it. Lin Feng had set up a spiritual array in the room, and a large number of high-grade spirit stones were piled up. The entire room was filled with dense spirit energy. Waves of spirit energy flowed into Lin Feng's body and were absorbed by Lin Feng. While Lin Feng was absorbing the spirit energy in the room, the heavenly star soul jade on Lin Feng's waist also emitted pure energy. It flowed into Lin Feng's body and was absorbed by Lin Feng's soul. The heavenly star soul jade could absorb the essence of the moon that cultivators could not. The essence of the moon was the best nourishment for the soul, and it could greatly increase the power of the soul. As Lin Feng's soul absorbed the essence of the moon from the heavenly star soul jade, his soul's power of the soul quickly increased. Lin Feng had been wearing the heavenly star soul jade for a long time. The heavenly star soul jade contained an extremely shocking amount of moon essence. Every day, Lin Feng would absorb the moon essence from the heavenly star soul jade. His soul's power had greatly increased. Boom, Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he had the feeling that his soul had become stronger. A powerful soul's power surged out of his mind. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. His soul's level had finally broken through again, reaching the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng began to slowly familiarize himself with the powerful soul's power. The importance of soul's power to Lin Feng was self-evident. Firstly, Lin Feng was a spiritual array master and an alchemist. If he wanted to become a powerful spiritual array master or alchemist, he had to have a powerful soul's power that far exceeded the soul's power of other cultivators of the same level. This was the prerequisite to becoming a spiritual array master or alchemist. Secondly, Lin Feng had cultivated the soul killer move, small soul holding out sword. This secret soul technique could even split open the protective aura of a martial king. From this, one could tell how powerful it was. The stronger one's soul power was, the more powerful the soul miniature sword-wielding secret technique would be. Finally, the soul was the place where a person's thoughts were generated. Some people were as intelligent as demons. They could understand many complicated things in an instant. Or they could comprehend secret manuals that others could not comprehend after reading them once. Why was that? This was closely related to the strength of the soul. The stronger one's soul was, the more profound one's wisdom would be. When one understood things clearly, they would often be able to see suspicious points that others could not see. Time passed slowly. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Feng felt that his true qi had begun to become tyrannical. Maijin qi is about to transform. Lin Feng revealed a joyful expression. During this period of time, Lin Feng experienced one life and death battle after another. His cultivation was already on the verge of another breakthrough. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi, Lin Feng's strength finally broke through again. Boom, waves of tyrannical true qi surged in his body, as if it was about to turn into a river of true qi, surging endlessly. Lin Feng's true qi was constantly condensing and condensing. The power contained in each strand of true qi was even more powerful. The river of true qi surged in his body and flowed into every meridian. Finally, all the true qi gathered in his dantian. Lin Feng's cultivation completed the transformation in an instant. A tyrannical force exploded in his body. Lin Feng's strength increased from 15,625 dragon elephant strength to 78,125 dragon elephant strength. The strength of one dragon elephant was equivalent to the strength of 10 dragons. Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 781,250 dragons. With the 5 devouring martial spirits operating, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 396,250 dragons. This time, after breaking through to the 8th layer of the martial general realm, it could be said that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly improved. The most important thing was still the improvement of his soul. The small soul person hugged the sword and came out. This secret technique was difficult for even a 10th layer martial king realm expert to resist. After staying in Nebula Pavilion for a few days, Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo bought some necessities for entering Nebula Pavilion. When the three returned to the inn, they saw Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, Jiyu Jun, Jiyu Xin and Sun Ya. "You guys actually came back alive." Sun Ya cried out in disbelief, but then seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I'm really happy to see you guys here." Lin Feng didn't have any bad feelings towards these people. Of course, he didn't have any good feelings towards them. He didn't have any bad feelings because it was reasonable for them to choose to leave to save their lives. After all, they weren't familiar with Yu Fan, so there was no need to lose their lives for someone they had just met. He didn't have any good feelings because they were teammates at that time. Leaving so decisively was really a bit hurtful. Lin Feng only felt that these people shouldn't be too close. Lan Yang and Lan Qianqian looked awkwardly at Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo. Lan Yang said, "Seeing that you guys were able to safely reach Nebula City, I'm really happy for you guys." Lan Qianqian said, "I'm really sorry about what happened back then." Yu Fan smiled and said magnanimously, "It's okay, it's all in the past." "Yu Fan, you're really magnanimous. How did you guys safely reach Nebula City?" Jiyu Xin asked curiously. Only Jiyu Jun's expression was gloomy and he didn't say anything. One of his arms had been bitten off by the goldback giant wolf, so he only had one arm left. His entire person seemed extremely depressed and cold. Lin Feng said, "We were lucky and met a senior from Nebula Pavilion. That senior heard that we were cultivators who were going to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the test, so he made a move and chased those black-clothed people away. So that's how it was. You guys are really lucky. We originally thought that you guys were going to die at the hands of those black-clothed people, so we were considering whether or not we should burn some paper money for you guys." Jiyu Jun said with a strange tone, causing Lin Feng and the others to frown slightly. Lan Yang smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Brother Lin, Brother Yu, and Brother Han, where are you guys staying? We just arrived at Nebula City, so everything here is still very unfamiliar to us. If we all stay together, we can take care of each other." Lin Feng smiled faintly. He didn't want to get close to these people, but he also didn't want to alienate them. After all, when they joined Nebula Pavilion in the future, they would all be fellow disciples, so they would often bump into each other. He scratched his head and looked at Lin Feng and Yu Fan. Although he was slow-witted, he didn't have a good impression of these people in his heart. Moreover, he had always followed Lin Feng and Yu Fan's opinions. Lin Feng didn't say anything, obviously waiting for Yu Fan to express his opinion. After all, when these people left, Yu Fan must have felt a little sad in his heart. Yu Fan's reaction surprised Lin Feng. He smiled and said, "We're staying in the Azure Dragon Inn not far from here. When we left this morning, we saw a few guests checking out. I don't know if they've already booked a room. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 490. After a short wait, Nebula Pavilion's entrance examination finally began. Lin Feng, Yu Fan, Han Shuo, Mo Shaoxie, Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, and a dozen others headed towards Nebula Pavilion. The road was bustling with people coming and going. Every year, when Nebula Pavilion recruited new disciples, it was the most lively event. Along the way, Wu Yang, Shuezun, Yang Yu, and the others were excitedly discussing the Nebula Pavilion entrance examination that was about to begin. They had high hopes for this examination and hoped to successfully join Nebula Pavilion. Only by joining a top force like Nebula Pavilion could they have a meteoric rise in the future and become a true expert. Nebula Pavilion was usually not open to the public, but today it was open to the public. Upon entering Nebula Pavilion, one could see layers upon layers of courtyards and enormous halls in the distance. They were built magnificently and filled with dignity. Moreover, the spirit energy within Nebula Pavilion was abundant. The density of the spirit energy here was at least 2 to 3 times that of the outside world. Song Tsaijie said, "I heard that Nebula Pavilion's outer courtyard also has a powerful spirit formation master who set up a spirit gathering formation. The density of the spirit energy here is about 3 times that of the outside world. This is really the best place to cultivate." Sun Yea said excitedly. Mo Xiaozong smiled and said, "Sister Ya, this is only the outer courtyard. If we can become inner disciples, then core disciples can enter Nebula Pavilion's ancestral grounds to cultivate. That place is protected by the dragon veins and is truly a cultivation holy land. The density of the spirit energy there is at least 10 times or even dozens of times that of the outside world." Everyone immediately revealed looks of envy and yearning. After entering Nebula Pavilion, someone led everyone to a large courtyard to register. The registration process was also divided into different situations. For example, there was a registration area where there were very few people. They were all disciples of large aristocratic families, and there were at least yin-yang realm experts in their families. Disciples of small families, wandering cultivators, and some disciples of miners under Nebula Pavilion all registered separately. Currently, Lin Feng and Yu Fan were wandering cultivators. Han Shuo was a miner's child. In order to encourage the miners who worked for them, basically, all villages worked for Nebula Pavilion's mines. Nebula Pavilion would reward these mining villages with a chance to participate in Nebula Pavilion's disciple examination every once in a while. The larger the population, the stronger the village was, the shorter the time limit of the quota. Some of the smaller villages might only be able to obtain one such quota every many years. Han Shuo's village had been mining for Nebula Pavilion's spirit mine and had been rewarded with a test quota. Han Shuo had obtained such a quota. "Are you all rogue cultivators? And the son of a miner?" Sun Yea looked at Lin Feng and Yu Fan in astonishment, then glanced at Han Shuo in the distance. She couldn't help but curl her lips, a trace of disdain appearing on the corner of her mouth. Although her family was only a small one, there were a few 10th-layer martial king experts in her family. Perhaps one day, one of their elders would break through to the yin-yang realm, and their family would be promoted to a quasi-aristocratic family. Shuezun said with a fake smile, "Brother Mo, it seems like you don't have a good eye for people. The identities of the people you found, TSK, there was a hint of mockery in his words. Seeing that Lin Feng and Yu Fan were rogue cultivators, Wu Yang and the others clearly distanced themselves from them. Yu Fan shook his head slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't accept this kind of thing. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. When everyone's strength wasn't strong enough, it was a competition of family background. Birds of a feather flock together. This was the logic behind it. Although Wu Yang and the others weren't disciples of any large forces, they still had a family behind them. These people also thought that they were many times more honorable than rogue cultivators, and disdained to make friends with rogue cultivators or miners' sons. Previously, when they saw that Lin Feng and the other two were recommended by Mo Xiaoxie, they thought that Lin Feng and the other two also had a powerful family behind them. But now that they knew that wasn't the case, their attitude was completely different from before. Mo Xiaoxie was slightly embarrassed, and could only laugh bitterly. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and waited for the people in front of him to sign up. There was no lack of snobs everywhere, especially in the world of cultivators. It was cruel to begin with. After seeing so much, one wouldn't care about the opinions and gazes of those people. In the line, Han Shuo tightly grasped the recommendation letter in his hand. His heart was excited and nervous. He was excited because he had finally arrived at Nebula Pavilion, and nervous because his future was uncertain. This recommendation letter carried the hopes of the entire village. Han Shuo told himself that he must stay in Nebula Pavilion and become a powerful cultivator. Only by becoming a powerful cultivator would he be able to protect his family and the villagers, and prevent the villagers from being bullied. Han Shoror would never forget that because his village was weak, the ores they dug out were stolen by those powerful villages time and time again. Sometimes, the uncles in the village would even be beaten up because they resisted. Strength, strength. Han Shoror tightly bit his lips. Next. An impatient voice sounded. Brother, it's your turn. A youth behind him reminded him. Only then did Han Shoror come back to his senses and hurriedly thank him. Han Shoror walked to the table and handed over the recommendation letter. The person in charge of recording it was a youth who looked to be in his 20s. He was obviously a disciple of Nebula Pavilion. Han Shoror, it's you. When the youth saw Han Shoror, his eyebrows slightly raised. Wei Yantao. When he saw this youth, Han Shoror's expression changed slightly. This Wei Yantao was a disciple of the largest village within 100 miles of Han Shoror's village, the Wei family village. 10 years ago, the people of the Wei family village robbed the ores dug out by the Han family village. The people of the Han family village resisted, and many people were injured. Han Shoror's father also had one of his legs broken at that time, and was permanently disabled. At that time, Han Shoror was only 11 years old. When he saw that his father was injured, he pounced on a youth from the Wei family village. However, how could Han Shoror be a match for that youth? After being pressed to the ground and beaten up, Han Shoror grabbed a rock and fiercely smashed it on the youth's forehead, disfiguring him on the spot. And that youth from that time was Wei Yantao. Wei Yantao had joined Nebula Pavilion for 8 years and had made some achievements. Although he hadn't seen Han Shoror for many years, he could still recognize him at a glance. Wei Yantao had never forgotten how Han Shoror had smashed his head in. Although Wei Yantao had almost beaten Han Shoror to death afterwards, he had never forgotten the hatred he felt for Han Shoror. Now that he saw Han Shoror, the corners of Wei Yantao's mouth curved into a sneer. Looks like you've received quite a lot of spirit stones as a reward over the years. You're actually able to cultivate to the martial king realm. Wei Yantao said with a fake smile. The Han family village had accumulated more than 10 years of savings to cultivate Han Shoror. Han Shoror didn't say anything. He didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing that Han Shoror was as stupid as always, Wei Yantao sneered. He took out a piece of white paper, opened the recommendation letter, and silently replaced it with a piece of white paper. Wei Yantao sneered, "Good for you, Han Shoror. You actually dared to use a piece of white paper to fool Nebula Pavilion. Who gave you the guts?" A piece of white paper? Han Shoror's expression changed greatly. How could it be a piece of white paper? He would read it a few times every day, and then carefully keep it close to his chest. Han Shoror shouted, "You're lying. That's a recommendation letter written by mine master Zhuge. It can't be a piece of white paper. I'm lying. I'm a dignified inner disciple of Nebula Pavilion. Do I need to slander the son of a crippled miner? Look, isn't this a piece of white paper?" As he spoke, Wei Yantao fiercely slapped the piece of white paper on the table. Many people looked over and saw that it was indeed a piece of white paper. "No, it can't be. There must be a mistake. You must have swapped it. You must have swapped it." Han Shoror roared in disbelief. That recommendation letter was the hope of their entire village. Han Shoror pounced forward, wanting to get his recommendation letter back from Wei Yantao. Wei Yantao sneered, "This is Nebula Pavilion. You used a piece of white paper to fool Nebula Pavilion, and you still dare to cause trouble in Nebula Pavilion. You're simply courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yantao struck out with his palm. With a loud bang, Wei Yantao's palm ruthlessly smashed into Han Shoror's chest. Wah! Han Shoror was immediately sent flying more than 10 meters away by Wei Yantao. He spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground, his entire body twitching violently. Chapter 491. That guy must have had some grudges with Wei Yantao before, which was why Wei Yantao took care of him. That's right, that must be it. I don't believe that someone would dare to cause trouble in Nebula Pavilion with a blank piece of paper, unless they're tired of living. Maybe Wei Yantao really did swap it. Then he can only blame it on his bad luck. Wei Yantao is now a fifth-layer martial king and became an inner disciple a month ago. His status is high and mighty, so what if he slandered that kid? He's just a miner's son. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Obviously, Wei Yantao's clumsy methods couldn't really convince them. But even if they knew that Wei Yantao was deliberately slandering, what could they do about him? This world was just so cruel. You were clearly being oppressed, slandered, and framed, but if you didn't have the strength, you could only bear it all. Give me back my recommendation letter. Han Shuo climbed up like a madman and pounced towards Wei Yantao. That was the hope of the entire village. The entire village had worked diligently and earnestly for more than 10 years just for that one recommendation letter. That was the goal that he had fought for and worked hard for. Han Shuo only wanted his recommendation letter back. Are you courting death? Wei Yantao sneered and kicked out with his foot. Bang! This powerful kick landed heavily on Han Shuo's abdomen, sending him flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He wanted to climb up, but Wei Yantao stepped on him. Grandson, who do you think you are to cause trouble in Nebula Pavilion? Brother Feng, Han Shuo is in trouble. After hearing the conflict in the distance, Yu Fan ran over and squeezed through the crowd, shouting loudly. Your minor friend is in trouble, but you must know your place and not get involved. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to protect yourselves. Wu Yang said in a strange tone. Shut up. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Wu Yang. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze, Wu Yang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Xuezun and the others initially wanted to make fun of Lin Feng, but at that moment, they had no choice but to shut their mouths. They could sense that Lin Feng was looking at them in an ice-cold way, which made their hair stand on end. Bastard, let go of Han Shuo. Yu Fan roared and pounced towards Wei Yantao. Brat, do you want to die too? Wei Yantao's expression suddenly sank. He raised his right hand and slashed at Yu Fan. Everyone felt that Wei Yantao seemed to have turned into a huge axe. That axe chopped down forcefully. It's called the axe cleave, a powerful secret technique. It's said that after successfully cultivating it, one can easily cleave a 10,000-meter tall mountain in half. Someone cried out in alarm. The power of this axe chop was quite terrifying. Bang! Yu Fan and Wei Yantao fiercely collided, and was immediately sent flying by Wei Yantao's axe chop. Get out of my way. Lin Feng squeezed through the crowd and saw the trembling Yu Fan. He asked, Fan, are you alright? I'm fine. Yu Fan shook his head. Lin Feng's gaze then turned towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was lying on the ground, his whole body twitching. His face was pale as Wei Yantao stepped on him. Anger. Lin Feng only felt a monstrous anger burning in his chest. Fuck off from Nebula Pavilion. You've angered me, I don't care what sect or power you're from. Let him go. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded. Wei Yantao saw Lin Feng's disdainful expression. A martial general kid dared to jump around in front of him? He really didn't know what was good for him. Wei Yantao sneered and said, Is Han Shuo your friend? This guy actually used a piece of paper as a recommendation letter to trick Nebula Pavilion. He'll be sent to Nebula Pavilion's prison for trial. However, if you kneel on the ground and kowtow in his place, I'll let him go. How about it? Many of the onlookers' expressions suddenly changed. This Wei Yantao wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. That kid actually stood up for a miner's son. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Trash cultivation at the martial general realm. Even we can easily crush him to death, let alone an inner disciple of Nebula Pavilion. I wonder if this guy will really kneel on the ground and kowtow in apology. It's time to test our friendship, TSK. Wu Yang, Xuezun, Song Caijie, and the others all looked at Lin Feng with ridicule. Mo Xiaoxie frowned slightly and said, No matter what, we've drunk at the same table before and have some friendship. Everyone has done this before. Hearing that Mo Xiaoxie was a little unhappy, Wu Yang and the others coldly snorted but didn't say anything else. Good, very good. Lin Feng's gaze was extremely gloomy as he walked towards Wei Yantao step by step. This kid can't be thinking of fighting Wei Yantao, right? He dares to fight with a martial general cultivation? He's simply courting death. Many people cried out in alarm and shook their heads. Even though they admired Lin Feng's courage to stand up for his friend, they also felt that Lin Feng was too irrational. Wei Yantao was a martial king of the 5th celestial layer. He's really courting death. Wu Yang, Xuezun, and the others couldn't help but sneer. This guy's cultivation is too low, but his character is not bad. The flirtatious Shui Xinqi couldn't help but mutter. Little brat, since you're courting death, I don't mind crushing you like an ant. Wei Yantao's mouth was filled with a cold smile. When Lin Feng walked over, Wei Yantao's axe chopped down again. A terrifying qi filled the air. Axe chop, not good, that kid is only a martial general, he can't possibly withstand Wei Yantao's axe chop. Yeah, Wei Yantao's axe chop. I'm afraid that kid will die. Many people cried out in alarm. In the distance, some Nebula Pavilion disciples and deacons coldly looked at the conflict with indifferent expressions. They didn't intend to interfere or uphold justice. On the contrary, they looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Wei Yantao's axe chop seemed to be able to split Mount Hua as it fiercely chopped down at Lin Feng. A terrifying qi filled the air. The terrifying fluctuations made many of the onlookers feel oppressed. Many people couldn't withstand the terrifying qi brought by the attack. Their faces turned pale as they continuously retreated. At that moment, everyone saw that Lin Feng had moved. Facing Wei Yantao's axe chop, Lin Feng punched out. A deafening boom rang out. Everyone saw that Lin Feng's punch had shattered Wei Yantao's axe chop. Then, the heavy punch and Wei Yantao's fist fiercely collided. Crack! The sound of bones cracking resounded. Wei Yantao's and Lin Feng's arms were directly broken. Even the bones were exposed. Ah! An incomparably mournful scream rang out, and Wei Yantao fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. However, the young master who had attacked had already arrived in front of Wei Yantao, and his demon-like voice suddenly resounded throughout the audience. If you dare to touch my brother, I'll make you pay 1,000 times. Everyone saw that young man raise his right foot and stomp towards Wei Yantao's right leg. Crack! Wei Yantao's right leg was directly broken. Chapter 492. Ah! Everybody came back to their senses when they heard that horrible shriek. They were all looking at Lin Feng, astonished. How is this possible? Wei Yantao is a 5th firmament martial king. How could he not even receive a single blow? Isn't that guy at the martial general realm? How could he beat Wei Yantao half to death with a single blow? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. He. Wu Yang, Xuezun, and the others were pale. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so terrifying. Thinking back to how they had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng, their expressions turned ugly. Second brother, where did you find such a pervert? How is he so strong? Mo Miaoling asked in shock. Mo Shaoxie smiled bitterly. I also didn't know Lin Feng was so strong. Shui Xinqi's eyes suddenly lit up. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a different kind of light. Brat, you're dead. Let me tell you, your fate will be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than mine. Wei Yantao looked at Lin Feng with hatred. You still dare to threaten me? Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right foot and was about to kick Wei Yantao's other leg. Lin Feng was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend. But he showed no mercy to his enemies. This was Lin Feng's way of doing things. Brat, let's see if you dare. A cold shout rang out as a few Nebula Pavilion disciples swiftly rushed over. The leader of the Nebula Pavilion disciples coldly shouted. Why wouldn't I dare? Facing the Nebula Pavilion disciple, Lin Feng sneered and kicked Wei Yantao's other leg. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard as the foot stomped down. Wei Yantao's second leg was also broken by Lin Feng. Ah! Wei Yantao let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted completely. He's really decisive, but he's also caused a huge disaster. Many shook their heads. From their point of view, although Lin Feng had helped Han Shuo get revenge, he had caused even greater trouble. Because what he was facing was the colossus that was Nebula Pavilion. How was this going to end? Brat, how dare you commit murder in Nebula Pavilion? You're courting death. The expression of the Nebula Pavilion disciple who had shouted coldly just now was extremely dark. That's Ju Yu, a martial king of the 7th celestial layer. What? Is that powerful? I wonder if that brat is a match for Ju Yu. I'm afraid he's not Ju Yu's match at all. This Ju Yu isn't someone ordinary people can deal with. He's in big trouble now. Some people recognized Ju Yu's identity and immediately started discussing. Their gazes towards Lin Feng were already filled with pity. Although Wei Yantao was a martial king of the 5th celestial layer, compared to a martial king of the 7th celestial layer, the difference was too great. Wanting to defeat Ju Yu, that was too difficult. Hehe, look at what this is. Lin Feng found Han Shuo's recommendation letter on Wei Yantao's body and threw it to Ju Yu. Ju Yu sneered and said, "What is this?" Lin Feng said coldly, "Wei Yantao, this person, swapped my brother's recommendation letter, and instead slandered my brother for using a blank piece of paper to play tricks on Nebula Pavilion. This person's intentions are not righteous, and he publicly slandered a cultivator who came to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the exam. Shouldn't Nebula Pavilion severely punish such an evil disciple?" Ju Yu didn't even look at the recommendation letter. Instead, he directly tore it to shreds. He sneered and looked towards Lin Feng. "Brat, you want to disturb people's hearts. Your crime is punishable by death." After seeing Ju Yu tear the recommendation letter to shreds, Lin Feng took out another recommendation letter and said with a smile, "I already expected that you would refuse to admit your guilt and even destroy the evidence. That's why I only gave you a piece of paper with a list of herbs written on it. The real recommendation letter is here." As Lin Feng spoke, he waved the recommendation letter in his hand at Ju Yu. Many people suddenly laughed. Obviously, everyone knew that Ju Yu had just been toyed with. "You dare to lie to me." Ju Yu's fists were tightly clenched together. He looked at Lin Feng with an incomparably cold expression. He. Lie to you? If you were fair and just, would you be deceived? Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're just jackals of the same tribe as that Wei Yantao. Brat, I'll take your dog life." After being toyed with by Lin Feng, Ju Yu felt that his face had been damaged. He immediately roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Ju Yu's cultivation was at the 7th celestial layer of the martial king realm. He was much stronger than Wei Yantao. His fist contained an extremely terrifying power. There were even waves of deafening sonic booms in the void. Ju Yu's body also erupted with a suffocating aura. If it was before Lin Feng had broken through, it would have been very difficult for him to deal with a cultivator at Ju Yu's level. However, after breaking through, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively. Even for Ju Yu, it wasn't difficult. Facing Ju Yu's attack, Lin Feng directly rushed out. The power of thunder lingered on his right hand. Lin Feng used the tyrannical thunder technique. He condensed the power of the tyrannical thunder technique on his fist and punched towards Ju Yu. Bang! Following the sound of the collision, Lin Feng and Ju Yu fiercely collided. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Ju Yu flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It can't be. Heavens, even Ju Yu was pushed back. Ju Yu's cultivation is at the 7th celestial layer of the martial king realm, but he was pushed back in one move. Strong, too strong. This guy must have practiced a secret technique to hide his cultivation. With his age and battle strength, he can directly become a core disciple and be heavily nurtured. He. But now, it's impossible. He's causing trouble in Nebula Pavilion, and he wants to become a disciple of Nebula Pavilion? He's simply daydreaming. Someone sneered. It wasn't clear whether he was gloating or feeling sorry for Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng jumped up and arrived in front of Ju Yu in a flash. He threw a punch towards Ju Yu. "Lord Deacon, save me." Ju Yu was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge. He seemed to be imprisoned in the air by a terrifying power. Seeing that the palm was about to hit him, Ju Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy. Someone actually dares to behave atrociously in my Nebula Pavilion. Die. A cold voice suddenly rang out. A figure rushed over from the distance and appeared behind Lin Feng in a few leaps. He threw a punch towards Lin Feng. That attack contained a terrifying destructive power. The fluctuations of that power caused many people to turn pale. Someone shouted in horror. That brat is done for. It's the Deacon of Nebula Pavilion, a 10th Celestial Layer Martial King expert. Chapter 493. 10th Heavens of the Martial King Realm. A cultivator of this level could indeed pose a threat to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had cultivated the powerful secret art of small soul holding sword out. If he truly fought with his life on the line, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. This Nebula Pavilion Deacon's attack was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Lin Feng. His palm brazenly smashed downwards. It's about to end. I'm afraid that brat will be killed by this palm. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Many people began to shout loudly. This was an attack from a 10th Heavens Martial King Realm expert. How difficult would it be to dodge it? Just as the attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Swoosh. However, everyone saw an afterimage flash through the air and disappear without a trace. Lin Feng had disappeared. Such fast speed. Many people cried out in surprise. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. When danger approached, he actually managed to dodge the opponent's attack in an instant. This ability was truly shocking. After all, Lin Feng's opponent was a 10th Heavens Martial King Realm expert. Bang! The Nebula Pavilion Deacon's attack did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, it exploded in midair. His expression suddenly darkened. Swoosh! In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared above him. His right leg suddenly swung, and a leg whip violently lashed out at the 10th Heavens Martial King Realm Deacon. Lin Feng's waist bent into the shape of a shrimp. Then, he abruptly exerted strength from his waist. With the strength from his waist, he exploded with the most shocking attack. A strong wind whistled. Feeling the terror of this attack, the Nebula Pavilion Deacon's expression abruptly changed. He raised his hand to block. A powerful aura surged out and wrapped around his arm. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's attack ruthlessly smashed into the opponent's arm. The Nebula Pavilion Deacon's body was sent flying. However, this person was very terrifying. He easily dissolved the power of Lin Feng's leg whip. He landed on the ground, but his face was extremely gloomy. As a deacon of Nebula Pavilion, he was actually at a disadvantage in a duel with a young man. This made the deacon of Nebula Pavilion feel that he had lost face. It's LV Shahai. He's one of the deacons in charge of registering disciples. Someone recognized the deacon's identity after seeing him clearly. The attacker looked to be in his 50s. He was skinny and had a sinister look in his eyes. Ju Yu was lucky enough to avoid Lin Feng's attack because of LV Shahai. However, at this moment, his face was still very pale, and he still hadn't recovered from the lingering fear. What? Are the deacons of Nebula Pavilion also unable to distinguish right from wrong? Lin Feng stared coldly at LV Shahai. Brat, you came to my Nebula Pavilion to cause trouble, and you dare to talk about this deacon? LV Shahai sneered. Lin Feng looked coldly at LV Shahai. Haha, how laughable. Don't say that you just came here. Since you are the deacon in charge of registering information here, then let me ask you, where were you when my brother was being slandered by Wei Yantao? Where were you when my brother was being humiliated by Wei Yantao? Then where were you when Wei Yantao wanted to attack me? Where were you when Ju Yu attacked? Do you dare to say that you didn't see it? Now that you see that Ju Yu isn't my match, you run out and question me? I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Many people looked at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would dare to use the word shameless to describe LV Shahai. This guy's guts were too big, right? Didn't he know that this would completely offend LV Shahai? Brat, you're courting death. LV Shahai roared, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng said disdainfully. What? Did I poke your sore spot? You're so flustered and exasperated. Good, good, good. What a sharp-tongued brat. I see that your way of doing things is incomparably ruthless. Today, I'll capture you and throw you into Nebula Pavilion's prison to investigate whether or not you're a spy sent by the demonic path. LV Shahai sneered and was about to rush towards Lin Feng. Old dog. Slandering me as a demonic path spy? I see that an old dog like you can't tell right from wrong. You're the demonic path spy. Lin Feng sneered. Facing the charging LV Shahai, he wasn't afraid at all. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. It was an aura of bravery and never retreating. When the aura spread out, many of the cultivators who were close to it instantly turned pale. Aura. It's actually aura. How is this possible? How can that brat condense aura? Even a yin-yang realm expert might not be able to condense aura. No, I've heard that some geniuses can condense aura when their cultivation is relatively low. That brat is too terrifying. He actually condensed aura so early on. His talent must be heaven-defying. I can't take it anymore. Retreat quickly. His aura is too terrifying. If we hold on a little longer, we'll all be shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Many people cried out in fear and retreated in an extremely sorry state. Wu Yang, Xuezun, and the others all paled from the pressure of Lin Feng's aura. It wasn't until now that they realized that the Lin Feng they'd looked down on before was actually this terrifying. It was so terrifying that they could only look up to him. You actually condensed aura. LV Shahai's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly felt terrified. This brat in front of him was too terrifying. Now that they'd already offended each other, if he didn't kill this brat, would he seek revenge in the future? When he thought about that, LV Shahai's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to condense his battle strength and kill Lin Feng, but LV Shahai was astonished to find out that under the pressure of force, his own strength was being suppressed by Lin Feng's force. Then I'll use a secret soul technique and directly destroy this brat's soul. LV Shahai's face was filled with a ferocious smile. Nebula Pavilion specialized in soul techniques, so it was normal for LV Shahai to know them. This guy wants to kill me. It seems like he wants to scheme against me. Is he going to use a secret soul technique? Lin Feng's heart jumped, and he couldn't help but sneer. Competing in soul techniques? He believed that LV Shahai's secret soul technique wouldn't be able to block his attack. Lin Feng also started using a secret soul technique. Boom. The two of them attacked at the same time, using their secret soul techniques. Their secret soul techniques fiercely collided. Chapter 494. Am I seeing things? No. This can't be real. How could that guy defeat a 10th layer martial king? Many people were scared to death when they saw LV Shahai lying on the ground, clutching his head as he screamed. It was too hard to believe. This. Mo Xiaoxie and the others stared at the scene before them in shock. This guy is actually so strong. Mo Miaoling looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. Shui Xinqi stared at Lin Feng without blinking. The conflict had long attracted the attention of many onlookers. Even quite a few deacons had come to witness the duel. What a powerful kid. Many deacons who were watching the show were also secretly shocked, because among the deacons in the 10th heaven of the martial king realm, LV Shahai's cultivation was enough to rank in the front, but now he was defeated. That kid must have cultivated some kind of powerful soul secret technique, whispered one of the attendants. Nebula Pavilion specialized in soul attacks, but these attendants didn't know the best soul secret techniques. Elder Xingxian is here. Make way. A shout came from afar. When they heard that Elder Xingxian had arrived, many people quickly made way. Elder Xingxian was one of the 5 elders in charge of the outer courtyard. He was in the yin-yang realm and had an extraordinary status in the entire Nebula Pavilion. Soon, Elder Xingxian walked over. Elder Xingxian looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in a green robe and looked rather scholarly. Seeing the situation, Elder Xingxian asked, "What's going on?" A deacon hurriedly stepped forward and told Elder Xian everything he knew. This deacon did not favor any side and spoke very impartially. Elder Xingxian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Were you the one who injured LV Shahai?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right, it was me." Heroes really come from the young. This LV Shahai can't tell right from wrong and has ruined Nebula Pavilion's reputation. He's really despicable. Men, take LV Shahai, Ju Yu, and Wei Yantao away, Elder Xingxian shouted in a deep voice. This Xingxuan elder's actions immediately attracted a wave of cheers. It was clear who was right and who was wrong. If Nebula Pavilion were to blindly shield him, it would instead damage their reputation. Elder Xingxian's actions were indeed deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. How should I address you, little friend? Elder Xingxian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Junior is Lin Feng. Have you come to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the disciple test? Elder Xingxuan asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Do you have any recommendation letters? Elder Xingxian continued asking. This is my friend's recommendation letter, and this talisman was given to me by a senior in Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng handed Han Shuo's recommendation letter and talisman to Elder Xian. Elder Xingxian glanced at Han Shuo's recommendation letter, then looked at the talisman. He carefully sensed it, and his expression suddenly changed. Elder Xingxian looked at Lin Feng and asked, You know Lord Zongyun? Lin Feng guessed that the Lord Zongyun that Elder Xingxian spoke of should be the Almighty from Nebula Pavilion. Lin Feng briefly explained what had happened. So the three brats that Lord Zongyun was talking about are you. There are no problems with your identities. In a while, someone will arrange for you to stay in Nebula Pavilion, and then someone will send the stargazing chart to your residences. Nebula Pavilion will give you 10 days to observe the stargazing chart. After 10 days, you must draw out how many variations of the stargazing chart you have observed. This is the first test, and only after the first test is completed will the second test begin. Elder Xingxian said. Yes. Lin Feng replied. Deacon Dao Shi, take the three of them to rest. These three will be temporarily under your name. Elder Xingxian waved his hand. Yes. A beautiful woman walked out. She looked to be around 30 years old. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin was tender, her face was beautiful, and her eyes were charming. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, Call your two friends and leave with me. Thank you very much, Elder, said Lin Feng, bowing to Elder Xingxian. Yu Fan and Han Shuo hurriedly bowed as well, and the three of them left with Dao Shi. The others looked at Lin Feng and the other two enviously. Dao Shi swayed her slender waist, her voluptuous but swaying back and forth, full of temptation. She turned to Lin Feng and said with a charming smile, Little brother, you're really lucky to have made friends with Lord Zongyun. Lord Zongyun asked us to take good care of you three. Of course, even though we have Lord Zongyun's instructions, you still need to pass the test. If you can't pass the test, it'll be used against you. We understand. Lin Feng and the other two hurriedly nodded. Hehe, don't be so reserved. I'm not that much older than you, so you can call me Big Sister Shi. The beautiful woman said with a charming smile. Her eyes were watery, and her breath smelled like orchids. Lin Feng felt that the beautiful woman seemed to be looking at him, intentionally or otherwise. Soon, Dao Shui brought Lin Feng and the other two to an elegant courtyard area. There were many two-story courtyards here, and each courtyard had 49 rooms. These were the courtyards for Nebula Pavilion's outer disciples, and everyone was given a room. This is a star chart. Study it carefully during this time. Nebula Pavilion attaches great importance to soul energy. The stronger your soul energy, the more changes you can see. Dao Shui handed 3 star charts to Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo. Han Shuo scratched his head and asked, How many star charts do we have to observe to pass the test? Dao Shi smiled and said, This star chart is a treasure that Nebula Pavilion's founding ancestor, Supreme Nebula, found by chance. The ancestor later copied it into a star chart. The star chart is ever-changing, and if you want to pass the first test, you need to observe 9 different star charts and draw them. Lin Feng asked, How many star charts does this star chart contain? I'm not sure about that either. It said that Supreme Nebula God Ancestor had observed 38,000 star maps, but he said that he had only observed a portion of them. Thus, even our Nebula Pavilion doesn't know how many star maps there are in the star map. This star chart is actually so extraordinary. Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo were all shocked. Dao Shi said, "Of course. The star chart was passed down by a supreme expert in the Primordial era, and it said that it contains the most powerful soul tempering technique. You should know that the soul can be cultivated as well. There are two types of secret soul tempering techniques. The first is the more common attack technique, which uses soul energy to condense a soul attack. However, this attack technique can't raise the level of the soul. The second is the soul tempering technique, which doesn't have any attack power, but can greatly increase one's soul energy. In the world of cultivators, soul tempering techniques are extremely rare, and even Nebula Pavilion has yet to discover the mysterious soul tempering technique hidden in the star chart." Yu Fan asked, "How powerful is the soul tempering technique in the star chart?" Dao Shi said, "In the Primordial era, when experts were fighting for supremacy, the archaic dragonesque elephant art was known as the #1 forbidden divine art of the Primordial era. However, that's not right. The archaic dragonesque elephant art is the #1 forbidden divine art for tempering the body and condensing magical energy, but it's not the #1 forbidden divine art for cultivating the soul. The #1 forbidden divine art for cultivating the soul in the Primordial era was called the archaic stargazing art, and it's said that it's hidden in the star chart." Chapter 495. Inside the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and looked at the stargazing chart in front of him. Since this stargazing chart was taken out by Nebula Pavilion to test the talent of its disciples, it had probably been spread around for a long time. However, no one was able to comprehend the so-called immemorial star-gazing art from it. Lin Feng felt that the rumors might not be true. If the immemorial star-gazing art really existed in the stargazing chart, why was no one able to comprehend its profundity? After all, over the years, who knew how many proud sons of heaven and supreme experts had seen the stargazing chart? Lin Feng carefully looked at the stargazing chart. His vision suddenly became blurry, and stargazing chart after stargazing chart appeared in his mind. It was like a stargazing chart was made up of 7 stars, and it was shaped like a spoon. One of the stars was a brown bear. One of the stars was a half-man, half-horse strange beast. One of the stargazing chart was a huge dragon. Stargazing chart after stargazing chart appeared in Lin Feng's mind. In the end, more than 700 stargazing chart appeared in Lin Feng's mind. After looking at more than 700 stargazing chart, Lin Feng felt that his mind was somewhat exhausted. Supreme God Nebula was able to observe 38,000 stargazing chart, but I only observed 739 stargazing chart. Divine Spirit Realm cultivators are indeed powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and absorbed a portion of the moon essence from the Heaven Star Soul Jade. His soul energy quickly recovered, and he became full of energy again. Then, Lin Feng observed the stargazing chart for the second time. This time, he only exhausted his mental energy after seeing 745 stargazing chart. This stargazing chart is really mysterious. I can clearly feel that when my mental energy is completely exhausted, I will absorb the moon essence from the Heaven Star Soul Jade, and my soul energy will greatly increase. This is only the stargazing chart and not the immemorial stargazing art. If I can obtain the immemorial stargazing art, my soul energy should increase at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. He gazed at the stars twice that night, and it was almost dawn. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The room was filled with high-grade spirit stones, and large amounts of spiritual qi flowed into Lin Feng's body, being absorbed by him. When the sun was high in the sky, Lin Feng stopped cultivating. He sensed the condensed real qi in his body. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. If everything went well, he should be able to advance to the 9th heavenly layer in 3 months. I wonder when my undying bloodline will awaken? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He was a bit expectant. From his father's jade tube, he learned that the immortal bloodline should be a very powerful bloodline. As for its specific uses, Lin Feng still didn't know. In fact, Lin Feng could use pills to awaken his immortal bloodline, but using pills to awaken his own bloodline had side effects. Pills contained pill toxins that would fuse with the bloodline as it awakened, causing the power of the awakened bloodline to weaken. Back then, he'd used the archaic blood demon pill to awaken Zi Yuan's bloodline because her talent was simply too poor. Furthermore, Zi Yuan had been in a very depressed state at the time. Furthermore, Lin Feng had felt that Zi Yuan's bloodline wasn't very strong, so he'd given her the archaic blood demon pill to awaken her bloodline. He hadn't expected that she would awaken the sacred ancestor bloodline, a powerful bloodline that only appeared in legends. Lin Feng's situation was different from Zi Yuan's. Even if Lin Feng didn't awaken his immortal bloodline, his talent was already strong enough, so there was no need for him to use pills to awaken his immortal bloodline. Natural awakening. Only by awakening his bloodline would he be able to reach the level of the strongest bloodline. Over the next few days, more and more people came to stay. They were all new people who were going to participate in the exam. Lan Yang, Lan Qianqian, Sun Ye, and Jiyu Shen were also in the courtyard where Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo were staying. They greeted each other, but Lin Feng wasn't very close to them. Little brother Lin Feng, what do you think of the stargazing map? Dao Shi asked with a smile as she entered Lin Feng's room. In a room diagonally opposite, Sun Ye, Jiyu Shen and Lan Qianqian were discussing their gains from the stargazing map. When they saw Dao Shi enter Lin Feng's room, the door closed. Jiyu Shen said in a strange tone, I didn't think that Lin Feng would actually like someone like Dao Shi. Lan Qianqian frowned slightly. She didn't like discussing other people in private. Lan Qianqian said, Dao Shi is our teacher. If we speak ill of her behind her back and she hears about it, we won't have a good time. What teacher? She's just temporarily assigned to watch over us. This Dao Shi is very famous. It's said that she has affairs with many men, including elders and deacons. She even has affairs with many disciples. It seems that Dao Shi has hooked up with Lin Feng. How could there be such a fickle woman? Lan Qianqian couldn't help but look disgusted. When she thought about how Lin Feng was with a woman like Dao Shi, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. However, Lan Qianqian didn't care too much about these things. After all, she wasn't familiar with Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, not bad. I got a dozen or so maps. Dao Shi said, although a dozen isn't outstanding, it's enough to pass. After saying that, Dao Shi pressed her body against Lin Feng's, and Lin Feng could smell a faint fragrance coming from her body. Ahem, big sister Shi, you're pressing against me, Lin Feng said awkwardly. Dao Shi seemed to be as fickle as the rumors said. Not only did she not dodge, but she also sat on Lin Feng's lap. She gently stroked Lin Feng's chest and said, when I saw your might that day, I felt wet. Do you want to have a taste? Dao Shi's words were extremely provocative. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had heard some things about Dao Shi in the past 2 days, but Lin Feng didn't know if those rumors were true. However, he didn't care. Big sister Shi, are you serious? Aren't you afraid of being overheard in broad daylight? Lin Feng looked at Dao Shi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Dao Shi's lustful eyes returned to normal. She stood up and said with a charming smile, let's do it tonight then. She giggled, and her pair of big white rabbits bounced back and forth. It was very alluring, but Lin Feng didn't look at Dao Shi. Dao Shi couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had seduced him like this, but why didn't he have any evil thoughts? Dao Shi couldn't understand Lin Feng's thoughts, so she quickly ran away from Lin Feng. Chapter 496. Dao Shi didn't come that night, and Lin Feng didn't even see her for the next few days. After waiting for a few days, the first test finally began. The cultivators who came to take the test were divided into batches and entered the testing hall. A stone platform was placed in the middle of the testing hall, and on the stone platform, there were runes imprinted. The cultivator who wanted to take the test came before the stone platform and placed his hand on it. A star chart would appear. Then, the disciple taking the test had to draw the star chart they saw. Nebula Pavilion wasn't afraid of disciples cheating, because the testing elders of Nebula Pavilion all had a very special martial soul. They could sense whether someone was lying or not. If one were to talk about the star chart they used to communicate with others, it would definitely cause some subtle changes in the body due to lying. For example, the heart would beat faster, the pupils would contract slightly, the change in mood, and so on. These were all methods used by the Nebula Pavilion elders to determine whether a cultivator was lying or not. The accuracy of these very experienced elders was almost 100%. One cultivator after another went to take the test. The elimination rate of the first test was extremely high, reaching 50%. Most of the cultivators who passed were only able to see a dozen or so star charts. At this time, a young man around 20 years old went up. This person was called Liu Ming, and he actually saw 72 star charts, causing a commotion. He was immediately listed as a key observation target by the testing elders, causing many people to be envious. The most shocking thing was still Lan Qianqian, who actually observed 149 star charts, causing the elder in charge of the test to be incomparably happy. This Lan Qianqian's talent is astonishing, Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Yu Fan, on the other hand, had observed 52 star charts and was ranked third. Han Shuo observed 9 stargazing charts and barely passed. But at least he had passed the first test. Lin Feng wasn't ostentatious. If he were to say that he saw more than 700 star charts, he would probably be immediately imprisoned by Nebula Pavilion for research. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. After joining a large sect, one had to be careful and hide one's strength. Keeping secrets and making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. Lin Feng had drawn 50 stargazing maps. It wasn't considered ostentatious, but even with 50 stargazing maps, he was still ranked in the top 10. After the test, Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo left the testing hall. Mo Shaoxie and the rest completed their test in another hall. Looking at their happy faces, they should have passed the first test. After seeing Lin Feng, Yu Fan, Mo Shaoxie and the rest hurried over to greet them. Lin Feng chatted with them briefly before leaving with Yu Fan and Han Shuo. Mo Shaoxie sighed. He could feel that Lin Feng was estranged from them. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disgust towards Wu Yang and the others. If it weren't for Wu Yang, Xue Zun, and the others mocking and ridiculing, their relationship wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. Lin Feng might have become a powerful expert in the future, but now, he was estranged from Lin Feng. He was filled with regret. Young master, look, isn't that Lin Feng? Right now, the Eastern Divine Prefecture's Ao Tian ancient capital is looking for this brat. No wonder we couldn't find him, he ran to the desolate region. A cultivator in the distance pointed at Lin Feng who was walking away. It really is that brat. Shen Yuyang looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Shen Yuyang was the young master of the Heavenly Dragon Merchant Guild. In the past, he had evil intentions towards Shangguan Feia. After a conflict with Lin Feng, he had spent a huge sum of money to hire assassins from the assassin dynasty to assassinate Lin Feng. However, the assassins were killed by Lin Feng instead. Later on, Shen Yuyang disappeared from the true martial empire's imperial capital without a trace. He probably knew that the matter had been exposed, so he left the true martial empire. This guy actually appeared in the desolate region. Shen Yuyang sneered, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. That brat is unlucky to have met me here. He waved his hand and left with his followers. Shen Yuyang entered a courtyard in the depths of Nebula Pavilion. This was where Elder Xingxian rested. After Elder Xingxian saw Shen Yuyang, he was extremely happy. Elder Xingxian's cousin was Shen Yuyang's mother. In fact, even Shen Yuyang didn't know that his real father was Elder Xingxian. Back then, Elder Xingxian's identity was just an ordinary deacon of Nebula Pavilion. Shen Yuyang's mother was a disciple of Nebula Pavilion. At that time, Shen Yuyang's mother was already engaged to the founder of the Heavenly Dragon Merchant Guild, who was also Shen Yuyang's nominal father, Shen Tianlong. After getting pregnant, Shen Tianyu's mother left Nebula Pavilion and married Shen Tianlong, giving birth to Shen Yuyang. Only Elder Xingxian and Shen Yuyang's mother knew about this. No one else knew, so Elder Xingxian treated Shen Yuyang very well. "How's your mother?" Elder Xingxian asked. "Mother is fine," Shen Yuyang said. After a pause, Shen Yuyang hesitated. "You seem to have something to say. Why are you hemming and hawing?" Shen Yuyang said, "Uncle, it's like this. When I was in the Eastern Divine Province, I was almost killed by a brat. I just saw him at Nebula Pavilion. Hearing that Shen Yuyang had almost been killed by someone, Elder Xingxian's expression suddenly sank. Elder Xingxian asked, "Who was it?" "It was a brat called Lin Feng. He's a demonic spy and is unpardonably evil. He's currently wanted by Ao Tian Ancient Capital. I don't know how he came to the wasteland, but it seems like he's participating in Nebula Pavilion's test." As Shen Yuyang spoke, he naturally wanted to viciously slander Lin Feng. "It's him." Elder Xingxian frowned slightly. "Uncle, do you know him?" Shen Yuyang asked. "This brat once contributed a treasure to an almighty from Nebula Pavilion. That almighty asked Nebula Pavilion to take care of him," Elder Xingxian said with a frown. As for Shen Yuyang's claim that Lin Feng was a demonic spy, Elder Xingxian didn't believe it. How could Almighty Zhong Yu not be able to tell if Lin Feng was a demonic spy? "Uncle, back then, I almost died at that brat's hands. If I hadn't escaped quickly enough, we would have been separated by life and death." Shen Yuyang continued to add oil to the fire. He knew that this uncle of his seemed to have an extraordinary love for him. The more miserable he made himself sound, the angrier his uncle would be. Shen Yuyang secretly glanced at his uncle. Seeing the gloomy expression on his uncle's face, Shen Yuyang felt happy in his heart. He continued to speak, "Uncle, think about it. Why would a powerhouse pay attention to a little cultivator? Even if he died, it could be said that he died while gaining experience. Those powerhouses would also not investigate the truth for a little cultivator, right? Moreover, almighties often go into seclusion for years or even decades. By the time they come out, they'll have long forgotten about a brat they've only met once." Elder Xingxian nodded. "Even if you really want to get rid of that brat, you have to do it cleanly. How about this? I'll send someone to help you get rid of him." Elder Xingxian summoned a servant and had LV Shahai released. When LV Shahai saw Elder Xingxian, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Elder Xingxian said, "LV Shahai, I'll give you a chance to atone for your crimes. Help my nephew kill someone, and once you're done, I'll restore your position. Shahai is willing to do anything for you. May I know who you want me to kill, sir?" "Lin Feng." Elder Xingxian sneered. When he heard that the person he wanted to kill was Lin Feng, LV Shahai was so excited that his whole body trembled. He said, "Even if you don't tell me, I can't wait to cut that brat into pieces." "All right, I'm not worried about you. However, that brat seems to know soul techniques. You don't have to compete with him in soul techniques. Just use your soul to protect your own soul, then use your cultivation to crush him. You can easily take his life," Elder Xingxian said. Elder Xingxuan said, "I understand. I'll definitely kill that brat," said Lin Feng. LV Shahai said fiercely, "All right, you may leave." Elder Xingxian waved his hand. LV Shahai retreated. Shen Yuyang said, "Uncle, this LV Shahai, once we're done, he can't be left alive." Elder Xingxian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 497. Within his room, Lin Feng was comprehending the star charts. He could now comprehend 872 star charts. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been comprehending the star charts every day. When his soul energy was exhausted, he would immediately absorb the moon essence from the heaven astral soul jade to recover. Once his soul energy recovered, he could feel that his soul energy had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Lin Feng had discovered a very important problem. The more star charts he comprehended, the more his soul energy would increase after he recovered. If he could only comprehend 100 star charts, the increase in his soul energy would be extremely limited. However, if he could comprehend 700 star charts or more, the effects would be very obvious. Lin Feng was extremely happy. Even though he hadn't been able to find any clues about the ancient stargazing technique, he could still use it to improve his soul strength. "Brother Lin, someone's looking for you." Han Shuo's voice came from outside. Lin Feng opened the door and asked curiously, "Who's looking for me?" "It's an outer courtyard disciple. He's waiting outside." Han Shuo scratched his head. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll go take a look." When he arrived outside, The outer courtyard disciple looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You must be Brother Lin, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. May I know why you're looking for me?" "I'm not looking for Brother Lin. I'm just here to deliver a letter." The outer courtyard disciple handed a letter to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng opened the letter and saw that it said, "Brother Lin, please come to the northwest bamboo forest for a meeting with an old friend." There was no name on the letter. An old friend? Who could it be? How strange. It's so secretive. I don't know many people in the desolate region. Could it be someone from the eastern province? Lin Feng frowned. Although he didn't know who the other party was. What was it about? In the end, Lin Feng still decided to take a look. He only informed Yu Fan and Han Shuo before leaving his residence and heading towards the northwest bamboo forest of Nebula Pavilion. This was a large bamboo forest. Very few people came here, and it was very quiet. Now that the sky was gradually darkening, walking in the bamboo forest, one could even hear their own footsteps and heartbeats. "Who invited me here? Why don't you come out and meet me?" Lin Feng looked around, but there was not a single figure. At the top of a bamboo tree not far from Lin Feng, a pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Feng. Whoosh! This person rushed towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning, and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng's back. "Chimph, I've been guarding against you." Lin Feng sneered. Since this letter was so strange, Lin Feng was naturally very careful. His divine sense was constantly scanning the surroundings. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. He bounced up and instantly flew more than 20 meters away, dodging the opponent's fatal attack. The person who had attacked Lin Feng by surprise had struck the air. "LV Shahai. Why is it you?" Seeing the person who attacked, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Wasn't LV Shahai imprisoned? Why was he released? It must have been Elder Xingxian. Even if Elder Xingxian released LV Shahai, he should have warned LV Shahai not to provoke him. If LV Shahai dared to kill a disciple who came to Nebula Pavilion for the assessment, he would definitely not be able to escape punishment. LV Shahai definitely wouldn't have such guts. Someone was conniving with LV Shahai. Thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He instantly thought of many things, and finally, he thought of Elder Xingxian. If someone was conniving with LV Shahai to kill him, then it must be Elder Xingxian. However, he had no enmity with Elder Xingxian, so why would he want to kill him? "Brat, you didn't expect me to come out so quickly, did you?" LV Shahai looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze and said sinisterly, "Look, the place I chose for you to be buried isn't bad, right?" LV Shahai looked as if he was certain that he could defeat Lin Feng. In LV Shahai's opinion, as long as Lin Feng didn't launch a sneak attack on his soul, then Lin Feng would definitely die. "Elder Xingxian purposely let you go so that you could kill me." Lin Feng took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression. LV Shahai was slightly stunned, but then he sneered and said, "You're really smart. You even guessed that. Why does he want to kill me?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice. "It's not Elder Xingxian who wants to kill you. It's one of his juniors who wants to kill you. That brat seems to be called Shen Yuyang." LV Shahai sneered. Shen Yuyang. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. So it was him. Back then, Shen Yuyang had spent a lot of money to hire an assassin to kill him, but he had killed that assassin. After that, Shen Yuyang had disappeared from the imperial capital. Lin Feng hadn't thought that he would meet Shen Yuyang here. His face immediately became filled with killing intent. "Brat, prepare to die." When he saw that Lin Feng was stunned, LV Shahai laughed evilly and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. This time, LV Shahai wasn't as careless as before. He seemed to know that Lin Feng's secret soul technique was very powerful, so before he attacked, he released a strong qi to protect his body before using a soul technique to defend himself. After doing that, he relaxed. It had to be said that LV Shahai was very cautious. If Lin Feng hadn't cultivated the miniature soul technique, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to LV Shahai. But now, Lin Feng had cultivated the miniature soul technique. It was too powerful. A yin-yang cultivator could block Lin Feng's miniature soul technique, but it was too difficult for LV Shahai to block it. Buzz. With a single thought, the tiny soul cultivator hugged his sword and rushed towards LV Shahai. Slash. The sword slashed down, instantly tearing apart LV Shahai's protective chi. Then, the miniature soul attacked LV Shahai's soul. What kind of secret soul technique is this? How can it be so powerful? LV Shahai was astonished. He hadn't thought that his protective chi would be torn apart so easily. But when he remembered that he had already used a soul technique, LV Shahai heaved a sigh of relief. A golden bell appeared in LV Shahai's mind, protecting his soul. Spiritual man hugs the sword. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden bell and directly slashed at it. LV Shahai sneered. It's useless. You can't break through my golden bell's defense unless your soul power is at least at the 7th layer of the yin-yang realm. Slash. In the next moment, the miniature soul's sword shattered the golden bell. What's going on? LV Shahai cried out in horror. Lin Feng sneered. My soul is already at the 8th layer of the yin-yang realm. As soon as he said that, the miniature soul slashed at LV Shahai's soul. Ah! LV Shahai screamed miserably as he clutched his head. Because of the intense pain, his face was distorted. Die! Lin Feng rushed forward and smashed LV Shahai's head with a bang. Rumble. In the sky, thunder and lightning intersected. Dark clouds rolled, and rain poured down. It's raining. Lin Feng muttered. In the rain, he walked into the distance. Chapter 498. It wasn't the first time Shen Yuyang had come to Nebula Pavilion. It was normal for him to have more than one lover in Nebula Pavilion. After all, Shen Yuyang's uncle was one of the 5 great elders of Nebula Pavilion's outer court. With such an identity, many ordinary female disciples of Nebula Pavilion wanted to climb up the big tree that was Shen Yuyang. Damn, this damned weather. Shen Yuyang walked out of Elder Xing Xian's courtyard. A servant followed behind him, holding an umbrella for him. But even with the umbrella, his clothes were still drenched by the rain. Young master, which beauty are you planning to visit? The servant beside him couldn't help but ask enviously. He had followed Shen Yuyang for many years and naturally knew what kind of person Shen Yuyang was. He was definitely going out to meet his lovers, and this Shen Yuyang had 7 or 8 lovers in Nebula Pavilion. Just thinking about it made people envious and jealous. The servant couldn't help but curse in his heart, isn't it just that my background can't compare to this grandson's? My talent is much better than his. But it was this background that destined Shen Yuyang to be the master and himself to be the servant. Sometimes, when he thought about it, it was really depressing. While Shen Yuyang was playing with women in the room, he could only keep watch outside. To that slut Li Ruoyu's residence. Thinking about Li Ruoyu's flirtatious behavior in bed, Shen Yuyang felt his mouth go dry and a ball of evil fire burn in his lower abdomen. His footsteps couldn't help but quicken. In this downpour, there was basically no one walking around in Nebula Pavilion. To reach Li Ruoyu's residence, one had to pass through 3 courtyards and a willow forest to reach the female disciple's residence. Young master, look, there's someone in front. The servant pointed at the person standing in the middle of the forest with his back facing them. It was faintly possible to see that it was a man, but the sky was dark, so it wasn't particularly clear. Shen Yuyang cursed in a low voice, is this person sick? Drenched in the rain in the middle of the night. Who knows, maybe he's an unlucky guy who was dumped by a female disciple and wants to hang himself here. The manservant replied. How unlucky. Shen Yuyang curled his lips. Soon, Shen Yuyang arrived beside the unlucky guy. Suddenly, the unlucky guy turned around. Rumble. First, there was the sound of thunder, followed by a flash of lightning across the sky. Shen Yuyang looked at the unlucky guy who turned around to look at him. But when Shen Yuyang saw that face, his face turned pale with fright. Are you a human or a ghost? Shen Yuyang was so scared that he fell to the ground. This Shen Yuyang was just a good-for-nothing. He did not have much cultivation. Ah! The manservant's face was also pale with fright. He turned around and ran. Whoosh! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a cold light flashed. In an instant, a sharp cold light shot out and tore the escaping manservant into 2 halves. Are you calling me a human or a ghost? Lin Feng looked at Shun Yuyang coldly. Shun Yuyang's face paled as he cried out, "It wasn't me who killed you, it was LV Shahai. Don't worry, my uncle will secretly get rid of LV Shahai tomorrow to avenge you. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. If you have any enmity or hatred, hurry up and find LV Shahai. You really are a piece of trash." Lin Feng looked coldly at Shun Yuyang. Lin Feng was afraid of dirtying his hands by killing such a piece of trash. "You're a human." Shun Yuyang finally came back to his senses. His heart was filled with shock, he had countless doubts. LV Shahai was a 10th layer martial king, why hadn't he killed this brat? Could it be that LV Shahai had escaped? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. But now, Shun Yuyang knew that it was not the time to fuss over such things. He had to think about how to escape from Lin Feng's clutches. As long as he did not die today, then, this brat would die soon. At that time, he would beg his uncle to personally take action and capture this brat. At that time, he would cut this brat into 1,000 pieces and torture him to death. Thinking of this, he could endure all the begging and all the humiliation for the time being. Shun Yuyang knelt on the ground and begged loudly, "Spare me, my life is worthless. I can give you a lot of money, I can even ask my uncle to train you. My uncle is Elder Xing Xian, as long as he focuses on training you, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. You will definitely achieve meteoric success." As soon as Shun Yuyang finished speaking, he heard a pu sound. Then, Shun Yuyang felt pain in his right leg. He turned his head and saw that his entire right leg had been cut off at some point. Blood was gushing out, mixing with the rain. "Ah!" Shun Yuyang let out an incomparably mournful scream. His whole body fell to the ground, twitching violently. "No, don't kill me, if you kill me, my uncle won't let you go." Shun Yuyang looked at Lin Feng in horror. Shun Yuyang really did not want to die. Pu. But Lin Feng's response was a gentle slash of blade qi from his right hand. His left leg was cut off in an instant. Because his leg was separated from his body too quickly, Shun Yuyang did not even feel any pain. But soon, endless pain engulfed his whole body. "Ah, how can this be? Save me! Save me!" Shun Yuyang wailed loudly, hoping that someone would come and save him. But it was a rainy night, and there was no one around. Only he and Lin Feng were here. "It's no use, even if someone came, they wouldn't be able to save you. I've set up an illusion formation here." Lin Feng finally opened his mouth. His voice was surprisingly calm. It was very pleasant to hear and it was also very attractive, but when Shun Yuyang heard it, he only felt an endless amount of fear. "As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to any of your conditions." Shun Yuyang looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. "The conflict between you and me was not a serious one, but you wanted to kill me. You crossed my bottom line, I won't let someone who wants to kill me live." Lin Feng waved his right hand. Pu. Pu. Two ripping sounds were heard, and Shun Yuyang's arms were cut off. He couldn't even twitch. Blood kept flowing out of his wounds. Shun Yuyang let out a terrified and mournful scream. Lin Feng walked away. Thunder rumbled through the sky, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. Shun Yuyang looked at the heavy rain in the sky. He felt that his blood was flowing out little by little, and he felt that his consciousness was gradually dissipating. He realized that he could no longer feel pain. Why did I provoke him? That was the last thought that flashed through Shun Yuyang's mind. Endless darkness swallowed him. Chapter 499. Lin Feng stood in the rain and looked at the courtyard in the distance. He couldn't go back, and he couldn't say goodbye to Yu Fan and Han Shuo. Only by leaving quietly could Yu Fan and Han Shuo be safe. He believed that Elder Xing Xian wouldn't be stupid enough to punish Yu Fan and Han Shuo. Secretly killing him had already offended Almighty Zhong Yun. If he killed Yu Fan and Han Shuo as well, wouldn't that be slapping Lord Zhong Yun's face? He was just a yin-yang realm cultivator, so he didn't dare to do such a thing. "Perhaps we'll meet again one day. I'm leaving." Lin Feng flew out of Nebula Pavilion. Nebula Pavilion was surrounded by a huge formation, so it was forbidden to fly here. Lin Feng could only leave through the main entrance. He was stopped by the guards. Don't you know that Nebula Pavilion is forbidden to enter at night? The guard's voice was cold. There were more than 20 guards here, and they were all very strong. Moreover, the formation had been activated, so it was impossible to force his way out. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that things were very troublesome. If he couldn't leave now, it would be very difficult to do so in the future. This was because Elder Xingxian might realize that something was wrong soon. Even if he couldn't discover Shen Yuyang's death, LV Shahai, who had been ordered to kill him, still hadn't given him a reply. Just this point alone was enough to arouse suspicion. At this moment, a woman walked over from afar. It was Dao Shi. She was wrapped in black clothes and came in front of Lin Feng. She whispered, "Grab my waist, I'll take you out." Lin Feng revealed a grateful expression. He hugged Dao Shi's willow snake demon. "Oh, isn't this Deacon Dao? What are you doing in the middle of the night?" The guard commander looked at Dao Shi's hot body with a perverted smile. Dao Shi snorted and said flirtatiously, "You damn ghost, can't you tell what I'm doing? You really don't know how to handle things properly. You actually made me come out personally before you let me in. TSK, I was wondering why this brat wanted to go out in the middle of the night. It turns out that he's going to meet a beautiful woman. Deacon Dao, it's not that I can't let you out, but when are you going to let me kiss you? I've been waiting for a long time. I've been wanting to let you see how strong I am." That guard commander was full of obscene words. The rest of the guards also laughed loudly and jeered. Pairs of wolf-like eyes stared at Dao Shi's hot and tender body, wishing that they could immediately strip Dao Shi naked. Dao Shi smiled and said, "Sure, let's find a time to spar. I'm afraid that your body won't last more than 10 minutes. Haha, Deacon Dao, even if our captain can't hold on, there's still us. We can line up and guarantee that you'll ascend to the heavens," the guard said with a lewd smile. "Scram, I'm very strong." That guard commander happily opened the restriction and personally sent Dao Shi and Lin Feng off. Looking at Lin Feng's back, he couldn't help but curse, "This brat will be served by Dao Shi tonight. He'll definitely die from pleasure." Thinking that he would also have a chance to kiss her, his mood improved greatly. "What the hell is going on? Why are you in such a hurry to leave Nebula Pavilion?" Dao Shi asked. At this moment, Dao Shi no longer had her flirtatious attitude. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't see through this woman. Was she really like the rumors in Nebula Pavilion? Was she really a promiscuous and fickle woman? Lin Feng said, "You'll know tomorrow. Please tell my 2 brothers to be on guard against Elder Xingxian." "I will," Dao Shi said. Lin Feng turned to leave, but Dao Shi said with a trembling voice, "Can you hug me?" Lin Feng turned to look at Dao Shi. She was standing in the darkness, trembling. He didn't know if it was because of the cold or because she was nervous after making such a request. This woman probably had a lot of stories. Lin Feng reached out and hugged Dao Shi's soft body. Dao Shi tightly hugged Lin Feng's waist and gently kissed Lin Feng's ear. She suddenly realized that this young man's embrace was really warm. Perhaps only someone like this could disregard their own safety for a friend. Unfortunately, he had to leave now. Perhaps they would never meet again in this lifetime. 1 month later. 10,000 Dharma Sect's Recruitment Hall. Name. The deacon in charge of recording the name asked. Lin Feng. Letter of recommendation. I don't have a letter of recommendation, but my background is clean. I can accept the sect's investigation, said Lin Feng. TMPH, who knows if you can fake your identity? If you don't have a letter of recommendation, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. I'm the only one who's easy to talk to. If the elders find out, you'll suffer. The deacon groaned coldly. What's going on? A middle-aged cultivator walked over. Elder Luo Sen is here. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Luo Sen was one of the 3 elders in charge of the recruitment. He was at the yin-yang layer. This little boy doesn't have a letter of recommendation, said the deacon. You want to join the 10,000 Dharma sect without a letter of recommendation? You think you can just join the 10,000 Dharma sect? Piss off. Luo Sen waved his hand and Lin Feng was thrown out of the hall. What a 10,000 Dharma sect. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He didn't stop and left the 10,000 Dharma sect. 2 months later. Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Deity Sword Mountain Villa isn't a place that just anyone can join. The elder of Deity Sword Mountain Villa, Fu Ju, smiled coldly and threw Lin Feng out of the mountain gate. Said Lin Feng sighing. Those 4 influential groups were the most powerful groups in Huangyu. Therefore, many people wanted to join them. They were also very strict in selecting disciples. Without a letter of recommendation, one couldn't even register. When I become successful, you'll regret it, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng spat at the gate of Deity Sword Mountain Villa. He left Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Lin Feng planned to go to the 4th strongest sect, the Blue Cloud sect, to try his luck. Even though the Blue Cloud sect had lost their precious technique, the patching heaven technique, their strength had decreased a lot. But as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Blue Cloud sect was still a monstrous existence, it couldn't be compared to the ancient groups. The Blue Cloud sect was located in the northwest of Huangyu, in a mountain range. After 3 months, Lin Feng finally arrived in a small town not far from the Blue Cloud sect. It was called Ice Flame Town. It was said that a strong cultivator from the Blue Cloud sect named Xia Bingyang had built it. Ice Flame Town was very lively. People were coming and going. Lin Feng found an inn and took a bath. He put on some clean clothes and went to the Qing Feng restaurant across the street. He ordered some good food and wine and started eating alone. After a short time, there was a commotion outside. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man in white clothes riding a raging flame beast. That young man in white clothes was extremely handsome and had attracted many people's attention. That's the son of the first wife of the ancient Yu clan. He's 20 this year and has already cultivated to the 8th layer of the martial king realm. He's really a rising star. Sooner or later, he'll enter the yin-yang realm and become a big shot. So he's the genius from Yu clan. I think he's called Yu Zij. Why did he come to the Blue Cloud sect? Isn't it because he heard that the Blue Cloud sect has the patching heaven technique? Is he here to learn the patching heaven technique? Rumor has it that the patching heaven technique wasn't lost. It was just hidden in a corner of the Blue Cloud sect by an ancestor. A few geniuses joined the Blue Cloud sect for the patching heaven technique. Many people were discussing. Yu Zij was extraordinarily handsome and in high spirits, causing many female cultivators to scream. Yu Zij smiled and waved at a beautiful female cultivator. At this moment, a figure leaped out of the void and kicked towards Yu Zij. Bang! This kick landed on Yu Zij's face and sent Yu Zij flying. What the hell? What's going on? Many people stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Chapter 500. The attacker was also very young, about 20 years old. He was slightly plump, and his eyes were darting around. Damn it, he actually beat Yu Zij up like this. Many female cultivators saw Yu Zij's swollen face, and their murderous gazes turned towards the cultivator who ambushed Yu Zij. Tian Zhongdao, I'll kill you. Yu Zij roared angrily. Just a moment ago, he was the center of attention, a dragon among men. Now, he was kicked in the face. Yu Zij was very depressed. Who's afraid of who? The man who was called Tian Zhongdao by Yu Zij stuttered. Whoosh. Yu Zij took out a battle spear, and that battle spear spewed out cold light. As for Tian Zhongdao, he took out a kitchen knife. Damn. Many people rolled their eyes when they saw Tian Zhongdao's weapon. This guy's weapon was too strange. What kind of power could a rusty kitchen knife have? Tian Zhongdao muttered, You guys, don't understand. This is my father, before he died, left to me. After Tian Zhongdao finished speaking, he finally let out a long breath. Many people were speechless. Leaving a kitchen knife for his son before he died. This damn father was also a weirdo. Boom. Yu Zij's body emitted a terrifying aura. His hands trembled slightly, and his spear emitted a cold light. Yu Zij jumped up and attacked Tian Zhongdao. Old man, I'm afraid of you. Tian Zhongdao stuttered as he shouted. Wielding the kitchen knife, He charged towards Yu Zij without fear. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. The law enforcement team is here. The law enforcement team is here. We can't watch the show anymore, someone muttered. In the distance, there were more than 20 cultivators riding on black flame beasts. These cultivators were very young, they were all in their 20s or 30s, but no one dared to underestimate them, because these people were the Blue Cloud sect's law enforcement team. Seeing the arrival of the law enforcement team, Yu Zij's expression became gloomy. He put away his spear. Ice Flame Town forbids private fights. If you fight privately, you'll be expelled. If you want to go to the Blue Cloud sect to participate in the exam, you'll be disqualified. The leading disciple said coldly. Misunderstanding. Tian Zhongdao stuttered, we were just messing around. Tian Zhongdao quickly put away his kitchen knife and stuttered. The leading disciple rolled his eyes. It was really hard to listen to this kid talk. He replied, that's for the best. Don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Tian Zhongdao, and Tian Zhongdao Yu Zij glared at Tian Zhongdao and said coldly, Tian Zhongdao, just you wait. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness for what happened today. Repent, your offs, Tian. Tian Zhongdao spat on the ground. Yu Zij sneered. He rode on the black flame beast and quickly flew away. He didn't have the face to stay in this place. Ah, my handsome face, I wonder if it's disfigured. Yu Zij just wanted to find a place to check his face. Tian Zhongdao looked around and saw a restaurant nearby. He went to the second floor and said, come, let's have a bowl of noodles. Sir, you only want a bowl of noodles? The waiter curled his lips and asked. To be able to open a restaurant in the Ice Flame Town, it was obvious that there was an extraordinary power behind this restaurant. Even the waiter's nose could be raised to the sky. What? You're not selling? Asked Tian Zhongdao. Of course, 1 bowl of noodles for 1 gold coin. Said the waiter. You want to rob? Tian Zhongdao almost jumped up. Our noodles are different. You'll know after you eat it. If you don't even have enough money, then get lost. Said the waiter. Tian Zhongdao angrily said, it's really a dragon, swimming, being toyed with by prawns, tiger, falling, flat, being bullied by dogs. What are you talking about? The waiter's eyes widened. Tian Zhongdao snorted coldly, got up and walked outside. Brother, if you don't mind, you can come over and have a seat. Lin Feng said with a smile. Thank you. Tian Zhongdao was delighted and cupped his fists at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave the waiter a gold coin as a tip, and the waiter left. I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you, brother? Tian Zhongdao. After the two of them got to know each other, they sat down and chatted while eating. Lin Feng said, brother, your cultivation isn't ordinary. You shouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? Tian Zhongdao said fiercely, yes, I was tricked by that Yu Zij. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Feng asked. I met that grandson said, there's a way to help me get a letter of introduction, and then I believed his nonsense, and went with him to a small town, a courtyard, but I didn't think that someone knocked me out from behind, all that's left of me is this ancestral kitchen knife. Tian Zhongdao said fiercely. Lin Feng said, looks like Yu Zij found out about brother Tian's treasures. A treasure, precious jade, bloodstone jade. Tian Zhongdao said fiercely. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. The bloodstone jade was a precious treasure, and it could slowly improve a cultivator's bloodline. Don't be anxious. Evil people have their retribution. We'll get it back sooner or later. Lin Feng advised. That's right. Tian Zhongdao nodded. The two of them were getting along better and better, and it was as if they regretted not having met earlier. Brother, do you also want to participate in the exam? Tian Zhongdao asked. Lin Feng nodded. He sighed and said, it's troublesome to not have a letter of recommendation. Simple, let's go deep into the mountains and hunt beasts, sell them, good price, go to the black market, we can spend a lot of money, buy recommendation letters, money, can make even ghosts push the millstone. Tian Zhongdao chuckled. Oh, there's such a thing. Lin Feng was shocked. I originally didn't know that this matter was very, very secretive. This was all told to me by Yu Zij, that grandson. Tian Zhongdao said. Suddenly, Tian Zhongdao's eyes flashed coldly as he stared outside. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Tian Zhongdao pointed at a person and said, that guy, turned into ashes, I know him. It's him. I saw that grandson in that courtyard. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Zhongdao rushed out of the restaurant. Lin Feng threw down a few gold coins and chased after him. Chapter 501. The cultivator was very alert. When he saw Tian Zhongdao rushing over, he quickly ran in that direction. Bastard, you won't be able to escape. Tian Zhongdao shouted loudly. Hey, brother Tian, you're not stuttering anymore? Lin Feng was surprised. Tian Zhongdao replied, I don't stutter when I'm especially excited. Lin Feng was speechless. Stuttering had something to do with one's emotions. The two of them quickly chased after the cultivator in front of them. Brother Tian, didn't you go back to that courtyard to take a look? Lin Feng asked. I did. It was just a rundown courtyard. Everyone had already left. But heaven never bars one's way. I actually met this bastard. Even though I only saw his side profile, as long as I look at him, even if it's just his back, the next time I see him, I'll be able to recognize if he's someone I've met before. And I've never been wrong. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Tian Zhongdao's distinguishing ability was very strong. Perhaps it was an ability unique to Tian Zhongdao, or perhaps it was related to his martial soul. Either way, it was extraordinary. Swoosh, 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 one of them fled. Two of them chased after him. Soon, they left the town and entered the forest. Brother, someone's chasing me, the cultivator shouted after entering the forest. Who's tired of living? Cold laughter rang out from the forest. Following that, more than a dozen silhouettes flew out. The one in the lead was a bare-chested man with a huge centipede tattoo on his body, which made him look ferocious and terrifying. So it's you, brat. You actually dared to look for trouble with me? Do you have a death wish? The centipede man sneered at Tian Zhongdao. Where's my bloodstone jade? Tian Zhongdao said fiercely. One of the cultivators sneered. Yo, why aren't you stuttering today? Tian Zhongdao was furious. He hated it when people called him a stutterer. This was also human nature. No one would want others to use their shortcomings to mock them. Lin Feng said, Brothers, you don't seem to be ordinary people. Brother Tian and I will soon become disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. You will have to stay in the Ice Flame Town in the future. One day, Brother Tian and I may receive orders from the sect to become members of the law enforcement team of the Ice Flame Town. Why make things so unpleasant? That bloodstone jade is my brother's family heirloom. Return it to my brother, and we won't get to know each other without fighting. How about it? Return? Brat, are you stupid? Just the two of you want to join the Blue Cloud sect. What a joke. A stutterer and a rookie actually dare to daydream? Another cultivator curled his lips and said disdainfully. In other words, you insist on taking my brother's things? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. F***ck, so what if it's dark? Do you know who we are? We are the Blue Cloud sect. If you offend us, you will die without a grave. The centipede man sneered, his tone full of threat. Brother, what are you waiting for? Kill these bastards. Lin Feng shouted coldly. I can't wait any longer. Tian Zhongdao was obviously not someone to be trifled with. He leaped out and pounced. Go, break these two brats' legs. The centipede man waved his hand. Brat, die. A group of more than 10 people rushed towards Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, violent collisions were heard, followed by shrill screams. The dozen people were all beaten to the ground by Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, wailing in pain. Whoosh. The centipede man turned and ran. Whoosh. Lin Feng disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of the centipede man. Brat, get out of my way. The centipede man shouted and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang. Lin Feng punched the man with the centipede and sent him flying. He didn't even have time to stand up. Before he could get up, Tian Zhongdao had already arrived in front of the centipede man and kicked him. Crack. The centipede man's right leg was broken. The centipede man let out a shrill scream. Tian Zhongdao pulled out his kitchen knife and said sinisterly, "Should I chop you all up?" "No, don't. We're young Master Xiao's men. If you kill us, he won't let you off." The centipede man shouted. "Who's young Master Xiao?" Lin Feng asked. "He's the grandson of Misty Sky Peak's third elder." The centipede man shouted. "So he's a disciple of the sect's upper echelon." Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao frowned slightly. There was indeed something fishy about this. The centipede man and the others dared to act so recklessly because they had someone backing them. "What's your relationship with Yu Zij?" Tian Zhongdao asked. "Master Yu's grandfather and young Master Xiao's grandfather are friends, so they know each other." The centipede man said. "Where's my bloodstone jade?" Tian Zhongdao asked. I already gave it to young Master Xiao," said Lin Feng. The centipede man said weakly. "Fuck." Tian Zhongdao cursed and kicked out again, breaking the centipede man's other leg. He naturally knew that the bloodstone jade had fallen into the hands of that so-called young Master Xiao. It would be too difficult for him to get it back. "Don't be angry, brother Tian. As long as you can join the Blue Cloud sect, you'll have plenty of chances to get your bloodstone jade back," Lin Feng said. Tian Zhongdao's eyes lit up. He and Lin Feng looted the storage rings of these people. He had plundered several thousand high-grade spirit stones from these people, as well as a prized flying sword, a prized magic robe, dozens of spirit magic robes, and so on. "Looks like these bastards have done a lot of bad things," Tian Zhongdao cursed. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao split the loot and returned to Iceflame Town. The black market was in the southwest corner of Iceflame Town and would only open at night. Inside a small shop in the black market, the skinny old man looked at Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, who were sitting in front of him, and asked, "Are you the ones who want the recommendation letters?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. "One recommendation letter costs 100 high-grade spirit stones." The old man said. "Damn, why don't you just rob someone?" Tian Zhongdao shouted. One high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, so 100 high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. That was definitely a sky-high price. Many yin-yang realm cultivators would feel the pinch if they had to fork out 100 high-grade spirit stones. Hee hee. The old man laughed. The old man strangely laughed and said, "You should know that we're taking a great risk by opening recommendation letters." "All right, we'll pay. Here are 200 high-grade spirit stones." Lin Feng took out the spirit stones and gave them to the old man. "Just wait," the old man said. He turned around and entered the room. It was obvious that the old man wasn't the one who had opened the recommendation letters. Those who could open recommendation letters were at least elders at the Yin-Yang realm or those who were on good terms with the Blue Cloud sect. An hour later, the old man came out with the recommendation letters. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao glanced at the letters and felt that there were no problems, so they put them away and left. Lin Feng said, "The Blue Cloud sect's higher-ups are thinking of all sorts of ways to secretly amass wealth. The sect's decline isn't without reason." Tian Zhongdao nodded and sighed. "That's right. Although the sect's secret technique disappeared, it shouldn't have declined so quickly. It's mainly because the higher-ups want to amass wealth, so it's natural for the sect to decline. However, even though the sect has declined, it's still one of the four great powers of the desolate region. Moreover, it's said that the heaven-mending technique is still hidden somewhere in the sect. Tian Zhongdao's eyes lit up when he mentioned the technique. Chapter 502. What's so special about the heaven-patching technique? Lin Feng asked. I'm not sure, but I heard that it's very heaven-defying. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded. The heaven-patching technique had been lost for too many years. The terrifying heaven-patching technique of the past had now become a secret technique of legends. Therefore, it was normal that Tian Zhongdao didn't know what kind of secret technique it was. However, just by hearing the name, it was obvious that the heaven-patching technique was unimaginably terrifying. We can't stay in Iceflame Town for long. Let's go to the Blue Cloud sect to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng said. No problem. Tian Zhongdao nodded. On the way to the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao met many people. They were obviously going to the Blue Cloud sect to participate in the exam. Many people stopped by a small stream. Everyone was resting, drinking water, and eating to replenish their energy. Old man, you're already so old, and you're still sending your family's children to the Blue Cloud sect to participate in the exam? A middle-aged cultivator smiled and looked at an old man resting next to him. The old man was stooped and looked to be in his 70s or 80s. He looked very old. However, when the old man heard the middle-aged cultivator's words, his eyes suddenly widened. Are you blind? I'm still very young, okay? And I'm not even married yet. Where did this young man come from? I'm here to participate in the Blue Cloud sect's exam. Phut! Many people who were drinking water immediately spat it out. The old man curled his lips and said, What's the fuss about? Did the Blue Cloud sect say that I can't participate in the exam? Old man, how old are you? Someone asked in a low voice. Who are you calling old man? Are you blind? I'm only 18. The old man said fiercely. Damn, this old man is really shameless. He's already half a foot in the grave and he's still saying that he's 18. Many people muttered to themselves. Soon, the group moved forward. Everyone gathered together to head to the Blue Cloud sect, mainly because they were worried that powerful beasts would appear in the forest. Brother, do you want to come and sit in our beast carriage? Rest your feet. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the shameless old man. Before he and Tian Zhongdao set off, they had rented a beast carriage. It was fast, and they could get a good rest. The old man was satisfied when Lin Feng called him brother. He nodded and said, You have good taste. Thank you very much for inviting me, brother, said Lin Feng. The old man jumped onto the carriage and asked, How should I address you, brothers? Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were speechless. This old man was really going too far. He was already so old, yet he was still pretending to be young. Tian Zhongdao. The old man immediately said, That's great. I'll follow you from now on. In the future, we'll be the handsome second young masters of the Blue Cloud sect. We'll beat up the rich and chase after the goddess. We'll become the new disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. We'll be the idols of the sect. Damn. Many people were disgusted by the old man. He was already so old, yet he wanted to chase after the goddess of the Blue Cloud sect. And he wanted to become an idol? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Oh my God, please strike this guy with lightning and kill him. That's right. We are new. ID Tian Zhongdao nodded in agreement. It's really the best meeting the best. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Brother, how should I address you? The old man looked at Lin Feng. I'm Lin Feng. Haha, you can call me Zhu Xiaoshui. The old man said. Zhu Xiaoshui? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. The old man nodded and said, Brother, do you also think that my name matches your image very well? As he spoke, he had a smug look on his face. Some of the people in the surroundings immediately walked away, afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would be struck to death by the old man's lightning. 3 days later, they arrived at the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect was located deep in the mountains. 12 towering peaks towered into the clouds. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He could feel that this place was extraordinary. There were dragon veins underground. In the forest, spiritual chi was rising, and purple clouds lingered. This was indeed a holy place for cultivation. The 12 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect. Each peak represents a type of inheritance. The 12 peaks are the Supreme Peak, Executioner Peak, Wu Dufeng, Divine Sword Peak, Five Elements Peak, Four Extremes Peak, Godly Soul Peak, Yarrow Peak, Lingzhen Peak, Zhiyang Peak, Shuyu Peak, and Biyu Tian Peak. The 12 peaks all have their own inheritances. Originally, the strongest peak was the Biyu Tian Peak, but because of the loss of the Mending Heaven technique, the Biyu Tian Peak has completely declined. It is said that the number of geniuses has withered. The other peaks have tens of thousands of disciples, but the Biyu Tian Peak only has a few hundred disciples. Every year, when the Biyu Tian Peak selects the remaining disciples, the Biyu Tian Peak selects the remaining disciples. Naturally, there are only a few disciples with average talent left. However, even those disciples with average talent would rather leave the Blue Cloud sect than join the Biyu Tian Peak. From this, one can see how weak the Biyu Tian Peak is right now. Everyone, pray that you will be chosen by the other peaks. If you are chosen by the Biyu Tian Peak, then you are done for. You might as well join an ancient sect. The Biyu Tian technique was a peerless divine technique that swept through the 3,000 provinces in the past. The Biyu Tian Peak has actually declined. Some people sighed. In the past, the Biyu Tian Peak was the main peak of the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect's leader had always been the leader of the Biyu Tian Peak. But after the Biyu Tian technique was lost, the Biyu Tian Peak had declined and its status had plummeted. Not only had it lost its position as the leader of the Blue Cloud sect, but it also received the least amount of cultivation resources. It could only choose disciples from the other peaks. Rumor has it that the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect are discussing whether to destroy the heaven-repairing peak and build a new peak to form the new 12 sects of the Blue Cloud sect. Said a cultivator. The leader of the Biyu Tian Peak is called Rong Biyu Tian, right? I heard that he used to be a genius and was the hope of the Biyu Tian Peak's revival. He became the leader of the Biyu Tian Peak at such a young age. But 10 years ago, something happened to him and his body was severely injured. It's said that he's in danger of dying. Said another cultivator. When Rong Biyu Tian dies, the Biyu Tian Peak will probably be removed from the Blue Cloud sect. Some people sighed. The Blue Cloud sect's Biyu Tian Peak had created countless glorious achievements in the past, but now it had come to such a sad end. The world was really unpredictable. Chapter 503. People came and went in front of the Blue Cloud sect's entrance, and it was bustling with activity. There was a registration area here, and many people were lining up. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were in the middle of the line. The Blue Cloud sect was not like Nebula Pavilion, which separated the cultivators in the queue very carefully. The way Nebula Pavilion divided the cultivators into different grades, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Ahem, old man, how old are you? And you still want to register at my Blue Cloud sect? The deacon in charge of counting the names looked at the old man in front of him, speechless. 18. The old man boasted shamelessly. Many people rolled their eyes. The old man said shamelessly, "Your Blue Cloud sect doesn't have an age limit, right?" That. The deacon in charge of counting the names of the Blue Cloud sect was in a difficult position. The Blue Cloud sect did not have an age limit. But even if there was no age limit, most people knew their own limits. If they were too old, they would not register at the Blue Cloud sect. There was a 70% to 80% chance that they would be kicked out. But this old man was already so old, and half his body was about to be buried, yet he still shamelessly came to register. It really made people speechless. The deacon asked helplessly, "Age, Zhu Xiaoshui." The old man said. Hearing this name, the deacon's mouth twitched again. He said, "I asked for your age, not your name. Answer me honestly." 18. Zhu Xiaoshui said. Okay. 18 it is. Where's the letter of recommendation? The deacon asked. Here. The old man handed the letter of recommendation to the deacon. The deacon glanced at it, nodded, and said, "Okay, go rest over there first." Someone will bring you to rest later. The old man staggered to the side. It really made people wonder if he would be blown to the ground by a gust of wind. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao also reported their greetings smoothly. Yes, it's that bastard. When Tian Zhongdao saw Yu Zij, he gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to pounce on Yu Zij, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. This is not a place to cause trouble. If you cause trouble, you'll be disqualified, Lin Feng said. Tian Zhongdao nodded. In the distance, Yu Zij also saw Tanaka Dao. He walked over and sneered at Tanaka Dao. Stutterer, you also want to join the Blue Cloud sect? If I were you, I'd run as far away as possible. If you join the Blue Cloud sect, I have 100 ways to play you to death. Who's afraid of who? Tian Zhongdao sneered as he looked at Yu Zij. Yu Zij spat on the ground and glanced at Lin Feng, saying, Boy, I advise you to stay away from this guy. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble. Some people aren't people you can afford to provoke. Lin Feng said indifferently, Don't worry about it. I think the sect should be a peaceful place. No one should come looking for trouble, right? Only death awaits you if you're stubborn. Yu Zij sneered and walked away arrogantly. He was different from Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. He had a backer in the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were assigned to the same place. They were waiting for the registration to end. Brothers, do you want to come to my place and drink some wine? The old man came to Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao's place. Here, Tian Zhongdao said. At this moment, he was feeling depressed and wanted to drink some wine to get rid of his worries. That's good. The old man seemed very excited. The three of them drank until late at night. Lin Feng was already drunk to the point of unconsciousness. The old man and Tian Zhongdao leaned against each other, each holding a jug of wine and gulping it down. Not long after, Tian Zhongdao also died. The old man shouted, His alcohol tolerance is too low. The old man drank 10 more jugs of wine by himself. He was definitely an old drunkard. Only then did he collapse on the ground and fall asleep. 10 days later, the registration ended. In the afternoon, the Blue Cloud sect gathered all the cultivators who had come to register in a plaza. There were at least 100,000 people there. More than 10 cultivators flew out from the mountains and landed on the plaza's arena. The leader was an old man. He was obviously a yin-yang realm cultivator. The old man said, Ladies and gentlemen, I am the great elder of the Blue Cloud sect's examination hall, Nai Dao. I will be in charge of the examination this time. You are all from the various factions that the Blue Cloud sect is on good terms with. You should know that it is not easy to join the Blue Cloud sect. This time, the Blue Cloud sect will be recruiting 1,000 people. Boom. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire plaza exploded. More than 100,000 cultivators had come to take the examination, but only 1,000 people were recruited. The probability was too low. Many people became worried. It was not easy to stand out among more than 100,000 people. Silence. Nai Dao's voice rang out, and the plaza, which had been filled with noise, instantly quieted down. Tomorrow, someone will take you to the exam field. The exam will last for 10 days. There are 1,000 exam badges buried in the field. If you can get a badge and bring it out after the exam, you'll pass the exam, said Lin Feng. Nai Dao said. It's too cruel. 10, more than 100,000 people will fight for 1,000 spots. Will, Tian Zhongzhong said. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded. However, it was not easy to join a large sect. There was nothing wrong with the Blue Cloud sect's actions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's disperse. Before noon tomorrow, gather here again. Then, the Blue Cloud sect's deacon will take you to the examination field. Nai Dao and the others left. The crowd of cultivators also dispersed. The next day, the cultivators participating in the examination came to the plaza again. A deacon of the Blue Cloud sect led everyone to the forest in the northwest of the Blue Cloud sect. There were mountains surrounded by a huge array. Activate the array. A deep roar resounded. A spirit array master activated the array. Buzz, a huge golden energy shield appeared, enveloping the huge mountain range. You can go in now. A deacon shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, many disciples rushed toward the array. Their bodies were instantly swallowed by the golden light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao looked at each other and rushed toward the golden light shield. When Lin Feng's body came into contact with the golden light shield, he felt a powerful force wrap around him and pull him into another world. He disappeared from the forest in an instant. Chapter 504. Lin Feng was speechless as he looked at the huge creature blocking his way. It was a 10-meter-tall giant eagle with 9 heads. Its cold eyes were staring at him. 9-headed Thunderhawk was a ferocious bird that could easily pierce a cultivator's body with its claws. Most importantly, 9-headed Thunderhawk was proficient in lightning attacks. Its 9 heads could spit out lightning attacks. Lin Feng had read about the 9-headed Thunderhawk in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It was the first time he had seen a real 9-headed Thunderhawk. Even yin-yang experts wouldn't want to fight such a ferocious bird. 9-headed Thunderhawk wasn't just ferocious in its attacks, it was also extremely fast. It could even dodge the attacks of yin-yang cultivators. *CK your sister, I'm actually teleported to the nest of 9-headed Thunderhawk. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he be so unlucky? After the golden light wrapped around Lin Feng, it instantly teleported him to the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng's teleportation location was too deceptive. The nest of 9-headed Thunderhawk was not far away. Lin Feng even saw a few newly hatched 9-headed Thunderhawks. But before he could react, he was attacked by 9-headed Thunderhawk's lightning attacks. If Lin Feng's body wasn't strong enough, he would have died. Lin Feng originally wanted to escape, but 9-headed Thunderhawk was too fast. Lin Feng had no choice but to hide in the cave. Screech! 9-headed Thunderhawk let out a sharp screech, its cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng from time to time. It wanted to rush into the cave, but its body was too big, so it was blocked. Not far away was the 9-headed Thunder Eagle's nest, so it didn't want to destroy its nest, so it didn't destroy the mountain. Two cultivators flew over from afar. Look, that's 9-headed Thunderhawk's nest. It doesn't seem to be here. Heavens, it actually hatched young eagles. Let's go catch 2. If we can raise them, they'll be terrifying in the future. One of the cultivators said. Let's forget about it. We'll only be able to leave in 10 days, and we still have to find the test token. We don't have time to take care of the young eagles. They might die in 10 days. The other cultivator said. What if they don't die? The first cultivator said. He was obviously very tempted and wanted to take one of the young eagles. All right then. The second cultivator nodded, and the 2 of them quickly arrived at the nest. The nest was huge, and there were more than 10 young eagles chirping. The 2 cultivators quickly caught one each. Screech! But at that moment, an angry roar came from the distance. Com Shua, the 9-headed Thunder Eagle soared into the sky and stared coldly at the 2 human cultivators who were stealing the young eagles. Endless killing intent burst out from the 9-headed Thunder Eagle's eyes. 9-headed Thunderhawk, run! The 2 cultivators were scared out of their wits. They turned around and rushed into the forest. 9-headed Thunderhawk quickly chased after them. Damn! What a bunch of scum. They can't even raise the young eagles after stealing them. Why did they steal them? Now they're in trouble, aren't they? Lin Feng ran out of the cave. But he was very grateful to those 2 scum. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The 2 of them rushed into the forest, wanting to use the trees as cover to avoid 9-headed Thunderhawk's pursuit. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and flew into the distance. When he passed by 9-headed Thunderhawk's nest, Lin Feng looked around. Under a few unhatched eggs, he saw a jade token. Could it be the test token? Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly descended and picked up the jade token. The words test token were written on it. Lin Feng was delighted. As expected, it was a test token. But then, he cursed in a low voice, Which immoral bastard put the test token here? Who would dare to come to this damned place to look for a test token? Although there were 1,000 exam tokens, Lin Feng felt that it would be quite good if 700 or 800 exam tokens were found in the end, because according to the style of the Blue Cloud sect, some exam tokens were placed in extremely dangerous places. It was too difficult to get an exam token. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. In the forest not far away, Nine-Headed Thunderhawk was furious. It spat out a sky full of lightning attacks, instantly killing the 2 cultivators who had stolen the young eagles. How terrifying! Lin Feng muttered and quickly left. 2 hours later, in another part of the forest, many cultivators were rushing towards the depths of the forest. What's going on? Why are so many cultivators rushing over? Lin Feng stopped a cultivator and asked. The cultivator said impatiently, more than 20 test tokens appeared in the depths of the valley. After saying that, he also rushed into the valley. Exam medallion? That's a good thing. Even though I only need one, if I sell it, Lin Feng muttered and flew into the distance. This was a chance to make a fortune. He felt that he could collect more test tokens. Hundreds of cultivators rushed over from all directions and fought with the fierce beasts guarding the valley. A sea of fire covered the sky. Upon closer inspection, the sea of fire in the sky was actually made of small insects. Fire ants. This was an extremely terrifying insect. Its appearance was similar to an ant, and its body was roughly the size of a thumb. It had 4 pairs of wings and sharp fangs. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about it was that these fire ants lived in groups and could spit out flames to attack. The fire ant bug's fangs were extremely poisonous. Once bitten by the fire ant bug, the body would quickly lose all feeling. The sea of fire that covered the sky was spat out by the fire ants. Many cultivators fought with the fire ants. They took out their flying swords and attacked the dense swarm of fire ants. However, there were too many fire ants. It was impossible to kill all of them. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. Some cultivators were bitten by fire ants and found that they couldn't move. In the next moment, they were surrounded by a dense swarm of fire ants. In less than 1 minute, the fire ants flew towards the next cultivator. As for the cultivator who had been enveloped by the fire ants, all that was left of him was a skeleton with streaks of blood. His flesh and blood had been completely devoured by the fire ants. Heavens, these fire ants are too scary. Retreat, retreat quickly. Many cultivators retreated with pale faces. A chance. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He wrapped his body in heavenly fire and rushed into the valley. Someone rushed into the valley. Many people cried out in surprise and looked into the valley. Is that kid courting death? Some cultivators muttered. A dense swarm of fire ants rushed over. Lin Feng took out his heavenly fire, purple earthcore fire, and burned a large number of fire ants to death. The heavenly fire's suppression of fire creatures was too strong. The rest of the fire ants let out terrified cries and scattered in all directions. Lin Feng rushed into the fire ant's beast nest and put away the 20 or so examination tokens. He then rushed out of the valley and rushed into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. Brother, you can't use so many examination tokens alone. Why don't you share them with us? A cultivator with a sword on his back said. This cultivator was a martial king. When he saw that Lin Feng was only a martial general, he showed disdain. The corners of his mouth curled into an indifferent smile, and he spoke in a commanding tone. He wanted to force Lin Feng to give him the examination tokens. Chapter 505. It's Lei Yuan and the others. Let's wait a little longer. Many cultivators in the surroundings were eager to make a move, but when they saw who was attacking, their expressions changed slightly. The cultivator with the sword on his back was very famous. His name was Lei Yuan, and he came from an ancient aristocratic family. His strength had reached the 8th layer of the martial king realm. His cultivation was definitely outstanding among the younger generation. Lei Yuan was obviously not alone. He had already formed an alliance with others. Including Lei Yuan, There were a total of 17 cultivators surrounding Lin Feng. They were all Martial King experts. An ordinary cultivators alliance would find it difficult to contend against Lei Yuan and the others. You want my test tokens? Sure, I'll sell them to you at a cheap price. One token costs 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng said indifferently. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Even if these ancient aristocratic family disciples were heavily nurtured by their families, it would not be easy for them to take out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Brat, it seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A cultivator at the second layer of the Martial King realm had an indifferent expression. His eyes were cold. At that moment, Lei Yuan said, "You have more than 20 tokens on you, and there are only 15 of us. Even if you give each of us one token, you still have more than 10 tokens on you. You should know how to weigh the pros and cons, right? If we attack, I'm afraid you won't have a single token left." Many people hoped that Lin Feng would yield. If Lin Feng yielded, he would at most give Lei Yuan and the others 15 tokens. Then, there would be more than 10 tokens left. At that time, everyone would be able to snatch them. However, if Lin Feng chose to fight against Lei Yuan and the others, Lei Yuan and the others would definitely be enraged. They would not have a chance to snatch the tokens from Lei Yuan and the others. After all, they could not snatch the tokens from Lei Yuan and the others, right? No one wanted to be enemies with Lei Yuan and the others. Scram. Facing Lei Yuan, Lin Feng softly spat out a word. The forest, which was originally filled with people's anger, instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. What did that brat say? Many people asked in disbelief. A companion said, He told Lei Yuan to scram. Is this brat crazy? He's courting death. Lei Yuan is going to be furious. Lei Yuan and the others are going to snatch the exam order away. Many people shook their heads. Lei Yuan's expression became extremely gloomy. A kid in the martial general realm was surrounded by so many of them. He had given him a chance, but he actually dared to ask him to scram? Brother Lei, this brat is so shameless. I'll go teach him a lesson. The third heaven martial king cultivator from before said. Lei Yuan nodded with a dark expression. Whoosh. The third heaven martial king cultivator jumped out and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He said coldly, Brat, I've seen many people like you. You won't give up until you see the coffin. If the Blue Cloud Sect's exam didn't prohibit killing, you would be a dead man today. However, the Blue Cloud Sect's exam didn't prohibit fighting. We won't kill you, but we'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. As soon as he finished speaking, the third heaven martial king cultivator had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. He stretched out his right hand like an eagle's claw and grabbed Lin Feng's neck. Shit, that brat didn't react at all. What kind of reaction do you think a trash of the 8th heaven martial general realm can have? Many people said disdainfully. When the cultivator of the third Tian of the Qi layer was about to grab Lin Feng's neck, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. What? The third heaven martial king cultivator was astonished. It's an after-image. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. Look, behind him. Many people were shouting because Lin Feng had already appeared behind the cultivator of the third Tian of the Qi layer without making a sound. He raised his right hand and struck with his palm. With a loud bang, the blow landed on the neck of the third firmament martial king realm cultivator. The third firmament martial king realm cultivator immediately fainted and his body fell into the forest. With a crash, he fell to the ground. That's a one-hit kill. Isn't that brat a martial general realm cultivator? How can he be so powerful? Many people shouted in disbelief. Someone said, that brat must be hiding his cultivation level. Otherwise, how could a martial general realm cultivator be so strong? Many people thought so. Although a secret technique to hide one's cultivation level was very rare, it wasn't impossible. Damn it. Lei Yuan couldn't help but curse when he saw that. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, No wonder you're so arrogant. You were hiding your cultivation level. But do you think you can defeat so many of us by yourself? I'm arrogant, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. You came here to take the exam token that I risked my life to obtain, and you say I'm arrogant. What a ridiculous statement. Those who don't know what's good for them usually end up in a miserable state. Some people are like that. Since it's that way, brothers, we don't need to give him any face. Just attack him as long as you don't kill him, said Lei Yuan with a cold smile. I've been wanting to attack him for a long time. Haha, let's attack together and teach this shameless bastard a lesson. The 14 cultivators, including Lei Yuan, all rushed towards Lin Feng. They wanted to attack together and kill Lin Feng as quickly as possible. That boy is done for. Many people shook their heads. Lin Feng had displayed extraordinary fighting strength, but Lin Feng was facing 14 martial kings at the same time. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. How could he fight so many people? Boom. At that moment, a terrifying qi emerged from Lin Feng's body. When they felt that aura, many people's faces were filled with horror. Force. It's force. That boy can condense force. Many people couldn't believe their eyes. Force was something that many yin-yang cultivators couldn't comprehend. To comprehend force, one didn't just rely on cultivation level or talent. One also needed luck. Sometimes, one had to experience something special to be able to comprehend force. For example, Lin Feng's force was something he had learned when he had led an army of 1,000 against an army of hundreds of thousands of beast men. He had killed them 9 times and defeated them 9 times. Force. How is that possible? The martial kings who were rushing towards Lin Feng were shocked. They felt that they couldn't move under the pressure of Lin Feng's force. Whoosh. Lin Feng rushed forward. Bang. Bang. Muffled sounds of collisions were heard, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The bodies of the 14 martial king realm cultivators were all sent flying. Many people were horrified. Those people's bones had probably been broken. For them, this assessment was already over. Everyone looked at the handsome young man standing in the air. They were secretly glad that they hadn't attacked him earlier. Lin Feng glanced at the pale-faced cultivators indifferently, then flew into the distance. Chapter 506. Raw. Lin Feng and a scarlet-eyed ferocious boar were fighting against each other. In the scarlet-eyed ferocious boar's nest, there was an exam talisman. The scarlet-eyed demonic pig had thick skin and could spit fire attacks. It was very difficult to deal with. Lin Feng and the scarlet-eyed demonic pig fought for more than an hour before the scarlet-eyed demonic pig escaped with injuries. The 72nd exam token. Lin Feng smiled. He took out the exam token and left quickly. In the past few days, Lin Feng had been looking for exam tokens in the depths of the forest. He had already found a pattern. Wherever there were strong ferocious beasts, exam tokens would be there. Most of the exam tokens were in the nests of ferocious beasts. If one wanted to get an exam token, they had to fight ferocious beasts. However, many ferocious beasts were very strong, and many of them lived in groups. Therefore, it was very difficult to get an exam token. Lin Feng saw many groups of cultivators fighting against ferocious beasts, but many of them were wiped out. In a valley, Lin Feng saw 3 cultivators fighting against a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders. One of the 3 cultivators was a woman who was about 20 years old. The other 2 were twins. One of them was using lightning attacks, while the other was using lightning attacks. Many cultivators were watching them. Are they the 3 siblings of the Shui clan? Someone asked in a low voice. Yes, they are the 3 siblings of the Shui clan. They are famous geniuses. I didn't think that they would join the Blue Cloud sect. A cultivator whispered. Are these 3 very famous? Lin Feng asked. Said a cultivator. Of course they're famous. The Shui siblings have been extremely talented since they were little. The elder sister Shui Lanxian has an ice spirit. The 2 younger brothers Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie have a thunderbolt spirit and a lightning spirit respectively. Those 3 spirits have terrifying attacking power. Look. The 3 of them fought against a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders and they even gained the upper hand. You can see how terrifying the 3 of them are. Wait until the end of the exam, the 12 summits of the Qingyun sect are going to choose their disciples and they're going to fight fiercely over them. Lin Feng nodded. The 8-armed demonic spiders were indeed terrifying. The 3 siblings were able to suppress a dozen 8-armed demonic spiders. They were very strong. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that their cultivation levels were not very high. Shui Lanxian was only at the 2nd celestial layer. As for Shui Wentao and Shui Wenjie, they were only at the 1st celestial layer. Geniuses who can challenge people above their cultivation levels. Lin Feng sighed. There were many geniuses in the world. Lin Feng could defeat cultivators of a higher cultivation level than him, but other geniuses could do the same, just like the 3 siblings of the Shui clan. He didn't stop with his footsteps. In a mountain, Lin Feng saw a young cultivator defeat a ferocious beast and obtain an exam talisman. A dozen cultivators surrounded him and tried to steal the exam talisman, but the young cultivator was ruthless. He crippled the cultivator's cultivation and then left. Zhong. He's a ruthless person. A bunch of idiots who don't even know him are courting death by charging at him. Someone murmured. Lin Feng frowned. Zhong Xinru was a strong cultivator. Just like him, they were geniuses who could challenge people above their cultivation levels. The Blue Cloud sect is indeed a big sect. Every year, they can attract so many geniuses. Lin Feng thought. He flew away. But when Lin Feng was passing through a forest, he was attacked by a group of people as fast as lightning. A young cultivator wearing silver clothes appeared and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng with one attack. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and that person's palms collided. A terrifying strength rushed towards Lin Feng and pushed him back a few steps. The young cultivator frowned. He thought that he could defeat Lin Feng with a sneak attack. Whoosh! He quickly left. He didn't want to fight. He's so strong. Lin Feng muttered and shook his arm. His arm was numb. One day later, Lin Feng saw the cultivator in silver clothes again. He had attacked 3 extremely strong cultivators by surprise. One of them fainted and the second one was injured. Sikong Mo, how dare you attack us? The other 2 cultivators roared angrily. The young man named Sikong Mo sneered. He didn't say anything and continued to attack the other 2. Soon, he finished off the injured cultivator. Then, he fought with the 3rd cultivator for more than 20 rounds and defeated him as well. Just you wait, we won't let you go. The 3rd cultivator looked at Sikong Mo fiercely. You don't even have the chance to join the Blue Cloud sect. Why won't you let me go? Go back and rest for a few months. Sikong Mo sneered and broke the cultivator's right leg. This guy is really ruthless. Lin Feng muttered. Sikong Mo took the 3 people's storage rings and took out the exam tokens. There were 7 of them in total. As expected, I should rob strong cultivators. They usually have more than 1 exam token. Sikong Mo took the exam tokens and left quickly. Days passed. On the 9th day, Lin Feng fought against an evil flood dragon. After defeating it, Lin Feng obtained 3 exam badges from the flood dragon's cave. Haha, 135 exam tokens. Lin Feng laughed. He calculated the time. It was time to go back. Lin Feng flew out of the forest. There was a big fight in the forest not far away. 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground. There were 2 cultivators fighting. Sikong Mo again. Lin Feng murmured. Sikong Mo was really powerful. He even knocked out the last cultivator who was struggling to hold on with 1 palm strike. He took away the 12 assessment tokens from these people. It's about time, I should find a place to rest. Sikong Mo took a deep breath. He was exhausted from the continuous battles. Suddenly, Sikong Mo heard a faint sound. Who's there? Sikong Mo's expression changed. Someone was sneaking up on him. He turned around. Bang! A second later, a black fist hit Sikong Mo's head. Sikong Mo gave a horrible shriek. He only had one thought in his mind. Who attacked me by surprise? Then, he fainted. Lin Feng squatted down and took Sikong Mo's ring. He checked it with his godly awareness and found that Sikong Mo had 97 exam tokens. You've been robbing a lot of people lately. Lin Feng took all the exam tokens and threw the ring next to Sikong Mo. This kick is for the sneak attack you made on me before, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his foot on Sai Kong Mo's face and left a big footprint on it. Then he left, satisfied. Chapter 507. It was almost time for the examination. Many people were walking out from the depths of the forest. There were more than 100,000 people, but there were only 1,000 examination tokens. There were also many examination tokens that had been placed in the lairs of powerful beasts or hidden in very hidden places. The total number of examination tokens that had been found was estimated to be around 700 to 800. One could imagine how many people hadn't obtained an exam token. Many people walked out dejectedly, hoping that they could pass the examination next year and forget about it this year. "Look, isn't that Sai Kong Mo?" whispered many people, pointing at Sai Kong Mo Fut. "Really? Is that really Sai Kong Mo?" Someone laughed. There was a big bump on Sai Kong Mo's forehead and a footprint on his face. It was obvious that he had been beaten up and was in an extremely sorry state. Sai Kong Mo looked extremely gloomy. It was very difficult for him to steal other people's exam tokens. The ones who had gotten the exam tokens had probably left already. When Sai Kong Mo thought about how his 97 exam tokens had been stolen, he felt like killing someone. Who had attacked him? "Brother Sai Kong, look at your face." Someone reminded Sai Kong Mo. Sai Kong Mo hastily took out a bronze mirror and looked at it. "Ah!" Sai Kong Mo roared furiously. "Brat, I will find you. When the time comes, I will trample you to death like a bug." Sai Kong Mo had never been so flustered and exasperated. He didn't even know who had attacked him. Sai Kong Mo wasn't afraid of anyone. At that moment, someone shouted in front of them. "Everybody, someone is selling exam tokens. Let's go and have a look." "What? Selling exam tokens? No way. Who doesn't want to become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect?" Many people were astonished. But then, a large number of cultivators ran towards the place where the exam tokens were sold. When they arrived, they realized that the place was already surrounded by a sea of people. "Everyone, we're selling quality, we're selling security, and we're selling benefits. The exam tokens are selling for 2,000 high-grade spirit stones each. Hurry up and buy. First come, first served. Late arrivals will be out of stock." A cultivator in black clothes with a mask on his face was holding a dozen exam tokens and shouting loudly. He was obviously Lin Feng. The appalling thing of selling the assessment order naturally had to be done covertly. If it was known by the Blue Cloud sect, the Blue Cloud sect would not only take back all the spirit stones sold, but he would also be expelled from the Blue Cloud sect. "I want it. I want it." Many people squeezed their way over. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask for 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, he realized that there were more than 100,000 people here, and there were definitely many people from powerful groups. Although 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones was a sky-high price, some people would grit their teeth and buy it. Even if they didn't have enough spiritual stones, they could borrow from others. Lin Feng hadn't expected that he would completely underestimate these cultivators' enthusiasm. "Get out of the way," shouted a tall and sturdy young man coldly. He squeezed through the crowd and walked towards Lin Feng. "It's Zhong Bao." Many people cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. The newcomer was terrifying. He was a powerful cultivator at the 7th celestial layer. "Boy, give me one." Zhong Bao looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Okay, 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. I'm not cheating anyone," said Lin Feng. "Are you blind? You dare ask your grandpa Zhong Bao for spiritual stones?" sneered Zhong Bao. Many people muttered. They felt that the brat who sold the exam tokens was going to suffer a great loss. Zhong Bao was definitely one of the top cultivators. They didn't know where the guy who sold the exam tokens had gotten so many of them, but his cultivation didn't seem to be very high. "Are you threatening me?" At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Swish, he was as fast as lightning and instantly appeared in front of Zhong Bao. The crowd didn't even see when Lin Feng attacked. He fiercely punched Zhong Bao, and Zhong Bao didn't even react. Bang! Lin Feng's punch had already landed on Zhong Bao's chest. Whoa! Zhong Bao spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown a dozen meters away. He fell to the ground and started twitching violently. "No way. Zhong Bao, a 7th celestial layer martial king, couldn't even take a single attack. That's too cruel. Many people roared in shock. Lin Feng put on a harmless expression and said, "Hurry up and buy them. 2,000 spiritual stones each. There's a limited number, and they're sold out. I want it, I want it, I want it." Many people hurriedly gathered their spiritual stones, afraid that they wouldn't be able to buy the exam tokens. Many people started fighting. Lin Feng happily sold the exam tokens. There were 232 exam tokens in total, and he only needed one. Don't worry, there's more. After the first batch of exam tokens was sold, Lin Feng took out another dozen tokens. Many people were shocked. How many exam tokens did this guy have? More and more people gathered. Lin Feng had fewer exam tokens, but more and more spiritual stones. Lin Feng smiled like a flower blooming in the sky. "Little brat, where did you get your exam tokens?" Sai Kong Mo squeezed through the crowd and glared at Lin Feng. He felt that his exam token had been stolen by this mysterious guy, but he didn't have any proof. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why do you care where I got them? Do you want to buy them? If you do, hurry up and give me your spiritual stones. F***K, hurry up. If you don't want to buy them, I want to buy more." Many people were cursing Sai Kong Mo. Si Kong Mo was extremely depressed. Originally, he wanted to snatch a large number of test tokens to sell them. Now, he couldn't even take out the 2,000 spiritual stones needed to buy the test tokens. "Brother Sai Kong, use these spiritual stones to buy an exam token. We'll talk about it after you pass the Blue Cloud Sect's exam." One of Sai Kong Mo's friends gave Sai Kong Mo 2,000 spiritual stones. "Thank you very much," said Sai Kong Mo, thanking Lin Feng. He spent 2,000 spiritual stones and bought a talisman for the exam. Very quickly, 231 exam tokens were sold by Lin Feng. But at that moment, angry shouts came from afar. "Who's disturbing the Blue Cloud Sect's exam?" More than a dozen exceptionally powerful Blue Cloud Sect deacons roared in exasperation. "It's that guy." Many people were pointing at Lin Feng, who was peddling the exam tablets. "How ungrateful. Without me, would you have been able to join the Blue Cloud Sect?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. 2,000 spiritual stones, you black-hearted bastard. Many people cursed. "Black-hearted bastard," cursed Lin Feng in a low voice. He rose up in the air and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Chapter 508. Although the assessment was over, this year's assessment had aroused the wrath of the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Sect because of the peddling of assessment tokens. However, the people of the Blue Cloud Sect couldn't find out who the audacious kid was. A total of 821 people received the assessment tokens and passed this year's assessment. Out of more than 100,000 people, only 800 people were left in the end. This was obviously extremely cruel. Of course, those who stayed were not necessarily the most talented. They might have been lucky enough to find the assessment tokens. The people who left might not have been weak, or they might have been unlucky and missed the examination token. But no matter what the reason was, the examination was over. Those who left could only pin their hopes on the next assessment. Lin Feng felt that it was normal for Tian Zhongdao to pass the assessment. He didn't expect the old man to pass the assessment as well. "Haha, looks like we're lucky to have all received the assessment tokens," the old drunkard said with a smile. Ever since the old man had drunk Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao unconscious that day, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had called him the old drunkard. Did they really have to call him Zhu Xiaoshui? That would be so disgusting. Yes, really, we are going to become disciples of the Qing, Blue Cloud Sect. Tian Zhongdao said excitedly. Lin Feng was also very happy. Firstly, he was going to become a disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect. Secondly, Lin Feng had earned 462,000 high-grade spirit stones by peddling the assessment tokens. This was a huge fortune. These spirit stones were enough for Lin Feng to cultivate for a long time. Soon, Nai Yidao and the others arrived at the square where Lin Feng and the other 821 people were gathered. Nai Yidao's face was gloomy. There was a big problem with the assessment this time. He was reprimanded by the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. I heard that someone sold more than 200 assessment tokens. This matter caused the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect to be furious. Look at Nai Idao's face, it's darker than the bottom of a pot. The old drunkard said gloatingly. Then we're really rich. Tian Zhongdao's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to be the one selling the test order. Nai Idao looked gloomily at the 821 cultivators in front of him. When he saw Lin Feng and the other Marshal General cultivators, his expression became even more unsightly. There were at least 20 Marshal General cultivators. In Nai Idao's opinion, these people must have spent a lot of money to buy an assessment token to pass the assessment. But what was done could not be undone. Everyone, please head to the outer sect peak. The elders of the 12 peaks have been waiting for you for a long time. Yes. Everyone nodded and followed Nai Idao and the others into the depths of the mountains. Everyone knew that it was time to decide their fate. Among the 12 peaks of Qingyun, there were strong ones and weak ones, but the heaven-mending peak was said to be on the verge of being removed from the list. Now, many people were praying that they would never join the heaven-mending peak. If he really wanted to join the heaven-mending peak, he might as well just leave. Not long after, everyone arrived at the outer sect peak. They landed on a platform on the outer sect peak and saw that there were already more than 10 cultivators standing there. Each of them had a powerful aura, and they were all yin-yang realm cultivators. They must be the elders of the 12 peaks. An elder said, the Blue Cloud sect is divided into outer sect, inner sect, and core disciples. Those below the 7th celestial stage of the Martial King realm are outer sect disciples. Those below the 8th celestial stage of the Martial King realm can be promoted to inner sect disciples. If they can cultivate to the yin-yang realm, they can be promoted to core disciple. This elder's name was Zhongquan, and he was the grand elder of the outer sect disciple mountain. He only briefly introduced the differences between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. However, it was obvious that there was a huge difference in treatment between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. Since he was talking about the outer sect peak, he had to talk about the relationship between the various peaks of the Blue Cloud sect. The 12 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect referred to the main peaks. However, there were also some ordinary peaks, such as outer sect peak, inner sect peak, and so on. Those peaks all served the 12 main peaks. For example, the Outer Disciple Mountain would issue out some missions that the Outer Disciple Mountain could undertake. The Outer Disciple Mountain would also be responsible for the Outer Disciple Mountain's welfare and so on. In short, with the exception of the 12 main peaks, the other peaks did not have the right to select disciples. Great Elder Zhongquan turned around and looked at the elders of the other peaks. He said, "Shall we start choosing disciples now?" The elders of the 12 peaks nodded. "Are there any Ling spellcasters?" asked Great Elder Zhongquan. "I am." At that moment, a woman walked out. Shui Lanxian. Lin Feng was surprised. He had seen that woman before, but he hadn't thought that Shui Lanxian was a Ling spellcaster. "All right, you can join Ling Spell Peak," Elder Zhong Lemay of the Spirit Array Peak said. Great Elder Zhongquan continued, "Are there any alchemists?" At that moment, 3 more people walked out, 2 men and 1 woman. "You 3 can join Medicine Peak," said Great Elder Guan Chaoyang. Ling Spell Peak and Medicine Peak were special. They only trained Ling spellcasters and alchemists. They didn't choose other groups. Lin Feng was both a Ling spellcaster and an alchemist, but he didn't walk out because his Ling spellcaster and alchemist level were too high. If he was exposed, he would be in big trouble. After Ling Spell Peak and Medicine Peak, it was time for the other peaks to choose disciples. The other 10 peaks naturally didn't choose randomly. There was a strict order. The strongest peak would choose 1 person first, followed by the second-ranked peak, and so on. The strongest peak of the 12 peaks was the Supreme Peak. The current patriarch of the Blue Cloud sect was the leader of the Supreme Peak. "Everyone, release your martial spirits, as well as your cultivation," said Lin Feng. Said Great Elder Zhongquan. Then, Everyone released their martial souls and released the aura of their cultivation. All kinds of martial spirits appeared. There were beast martial spirits, tool martial spirits, auxiliary weapons, etc. Hey! Rising bright moon? That's an extremely rare spirit. You've broken through to the third celestial layer. Not bad. What's your name? Asked Great Elder Ning Shengtian, looking at a young woman. She was about 17 or 18 years old. She was beautiful. She said, "My name is Li Mengjie. Are you willing to join the Supreme Peak?" Asked Great Elder Ning Shengtian. Yes, said Li Mengjie quickly. Chapter 509. Next was Ju Pengkuan, the elder of the Beheading Path Peak. He looked at a 20-year-old young man. This young man's martial spirit was a three-headed divine spirit, which was also a very rare martial spirit. "What's your name?" asked Ju Pengkuan. Disciple Yang Jian. Are you willing to join the Beheading Path Peak? Disciple is willing. Next, each peak began to choose their disciples. Lin Feng discovered that Sai Kong Mo's spirit was also astonishing. It was a weak water spirit. It was a terrifying spirit that could condense weak water. Weak water was extremely poisonous. Once someone was enveloped by the weak water spirit, they would be poisoned. Sai Kong Mo was chosen by the Five Elements Peak. Yu Zij, who had a grudge against Tian Zhongdao, had a rain spirit. When he used his rain spirit, rain poured down. Each drop of rain was a sword. He was chosen by the Fog Capital Peak. The Shui brothers, Shui Shuidao and Shui Shuijie, were chosen by the Four Extremes Peak and the Sun Peak respectively. When it was the Godly Soul Peak's turn, their elder was a beautiful woman. Her name was Wen Hongyun. When she passed by Lin Feng, she was slightly surprised. "What spirit do you have?" When Hongyun looked at Lin Feng, Lin Feng's heart jumped. It seemed that when Hongyun wanted to choose him, the Godly Soul Peak was probably a peak that had a deep understanding of souls. If he wanted to break through to the yin-yang layer in the future, his soul would need to transform. Joining the Godly Soul Peak was a good choice. Lin Feng said, "Disciple's spirit is a devouring spirit." Oh, a devouring spirit? That's a very rare spirit. What can it do? It can devour all kinds of energy. It can also release a kind of confinement, said Lin Feng. That spirit is very interesting. Wen Hongyun smiled, and then a look of contemplation appeared on her face. Obviously, she was hesitating. "How old are you?" asked Wen Hongyun suddenly. "Disciple is 20 years old," replied Lin Feng. "So it's like that. He hasn't broken through to the martial king realm at the age of 20. Wen Hongyun sighed. She passed by Lin Feng and picked a disciple who possessed the ancient heavenly serpent martial spirit. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless and could only continue to wait. He discovered something strange. After the first round of selection, the elder of the Heaven Mending Peak did not make a selection. So the rumors are true. The Heaven Repairing Peak can only accept the leftover disciples from other peaks. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The Heaven Mending Peak, which used to be the most powerful peak in the past, was now in such a desolate state. People couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard were all very helpless as the 9 peaks were selected one after another. Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the martial general realm, so he was directly ignored by these mountains. Tian Zhongdao's martial spirit was a saber martial spirit. A saber martial spirit was just a saber martial spirit, and it was a kitchen knife martial spirit. This martial spirit was too strange, and it was not a powerful martial spirit, so it was naturally ignored. As for the old drunkard, the elders didn't even have the heart to look at the old drunkard. Who would choose an old man who looked like half of his body was about to be buried in the ground? In the end, the 9 peaks finished selecting the disciples they were satisfied with. There were still more than 30 people left. Most of these disciples were at the martial general realm, and there were a few martial king realm cultivators who were not selected because they were a bit older. They were already in their 30s and were regarded as ordinary by the elders. "Let's go." The elders of the peaks waved their hands and quickly left with the selected disciples. Only Lin Feng and more than 30 disciples who were not selected were left in the square. There was also the Outer Sect Palace's Grand Elder Zhong Quan, and the Heaven Repairing Peak's Elder Qiao Yunqiu. Elder Qiao Yunqiu looked to be about 50 years old. Her talent was not particularly shocking, and she was able to cultivate to the yin-yang realm purely through hard work. She looked amiably at Lin Feng and the others and said, "The path of cultivation is very long and very difficult. As long as everyone works hard, you will definitely have a good future. Now, follow me back to the Heaven Repairing Peak." Elder Qiao Yunqiu seemed to be quite a good person, and her words somewhat diluted Lin Feng's gloomy mood. Since the other peaks did not choose him, there was no harm in joining the Heaven Repairing Peak. After all, he was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Elder Qiao Yunqiu bid farewell to Grand Elder Zhong Quan, then brought Lin Feng and the others back to the Heaven Repairing Peak. As expected, the Heaven Repairing Peak did not have many disciples. On such a large peak, there were a few dilapidated palaces, and there were very few disciples. Compared to the thousands or even tens of thousands of disciples on the other peaks, the Heaven Repairing Peak, which only had a few hundred disciples, was very shabby. Elder Qiao Yunqiu brought everyone to a large hall and said, "Now that you are all disciples of the Heaven Repairing Peak, I need to tell you about some of the Blue Cloud sect's rules. Tomorrow, you new disciples can go to the Outer Sect Disciple Peak to receive your first reward. After that, on the first day of each month and the 15th day of the month, you can also receive your reward. The reward is 500 low-grade spirit stones, 30 medium-grade spirit stones, and some fasting talismans." "Yes." Lin Feng and the others hurriedly replied. Qiao Yunqiu nodded and said, "Our Blue Cloud sect is a large sect, and we have very strict requirements for our disciples' cultivation. Every 3 months, there will be a small competition between the disciples of the 12 peaks. If the results are good, there will be many rewards. Every 3 years, there will be a large competition, and every time, the rewards will be very generous. You are all new disciples of the sect, so this time, the small competition in 3 months will be replaced by a small competition between new disciples. At that time, the disciples of the 12 peaks will compete against each other. I hope that you will be able to cultivate well during this period of time, and during the examination in 3 months, you will be able to fight for our Heaven Repairing Peak. We will definitely cultivate diligently, we won't dare to slack off." Lin Feng and the others hurriedly said, "You can go, but wait outside for a moment. Someone will quickly arrange your accommodations," Qiao Yunqiu said. Lin Feng and the others bowed to Qiao Yunqiu and left. Qiao Yunqiu sighed slightly. This year was the same as before, and the Heaven Repairing Peak only had a few remaining disciples. When she thought of the glory of the Heaven Repairing Peak in the past and its current decline, Qiao Yunqiu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The competition between the 12 peaks in 3 months. It's obvious that our Heaven Repairing Peak will be last. Sigh, how did I become a disciple of the Heaven Repairing Peak? After leaving, some people complained in low voices. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The Heaven Repairing Peak was the weakest of the 12 peaks. It had lost its powerful inheritance, and had fallen into desolation. Nobody wanted to become a disciple of the Heaven Repairing Peak. Very quickly, a senior disciple arrived and brought Lin Feng and the others to a courtyard, where they were arranged to stay. The next day, everyone gathered and went to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. However, they discovered that there were only 10 people left. Lin Feng asked suspiciously, "Where are the others?" A skinny new disciple said, "They ran away last night." The others didn't look too good. Lin Feng said, "Let's go and report this to Elder Qiao Yunqiu." Another disciple said, "There's no need to report this. Every time the Heaven Repairing Peak recruits disciples, many of them run away. Those who don't run away are those who don't have any connections to the outside world and want to continue cultivating in the Heaven Repairing Peak. This has been going on for many years. The once glorious Heaven Repairing Peak has actually declined to this extent." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He calmed himself down and went with the others to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. Chapter 510. Apart from Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard, the other 7 were a skinny cultivator called Fan Chen, a tall, honest-looking cultivator called Zhong Kunlun, and a 16 or 17-year-old youth called Yu Ziyang. The fourth was of average build and had a pale complexion, and was called Liu Zhenyu. The fifth was a fatso, and was called Li Chishuan. The remaining two were female cultivators. They were not very pretty, but they were not ugly either. They were the kind of women that no one would pay attention to if they were thrown into a crowd. One was called Song Chuxia, and the other was called Qi Nanrong. Everyone introduced themselves to each other on the way here. In the future, they would all be fellow disciples, and they would share honor and disgrace. Naturally, they would help and support each other. Right, why haven't we seen the Peak Lord since we've joined Heaven Mending Peak? Lin Feng asked. Li Chishuan whispered, I heard that the Peak Lord was injured and has been in seclusion. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard people talk about this before. It was said that the Peak Lord of Heaven Mending Peak, Ji Butian, had been severely injured. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect planned to remove Heaven Mending Peak after Ji Butian passed away. Lin Feng had thought that it was just a rumor, but now it seemed like it was true. He sighed. If Heaven Mending Peak was removed, then the disciples of Heaven Mending Peak might be chased out of the Blue Cloud sect. But since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Before long, everyone arrived at the outer sect peak. It was already packed with people. There were new disciples and old disciples. There was a sea of people who had come to receive the benefits of being an outer sect disciple. The Blue Cloud sect had a total of 300,000 disciples, and outer sect disciples made up 90% of them. Good, 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 so many people. Tian Zhongdao sighed. Hey, isn't this Tian stutterer? At that moment, a voice that imitated Tian Zhongdao's stuttering was heard. A dozen or so people walked over. These were the disciples of Misty Capital Peak, and it was Yu Zij who had let out that mocking voice. Don't go too far. Tian Zhongdao said coldly. How did I go overboard? Yu Zij sneered. Tian Zhongdao's face was ashen from anger, but he stuttered, so it was hard for him to refute Yu Zij. Lin Feng said indifferently, I remember that someone was kicked in the face by Brother Tian in Iceflame Town and was sent flying for more than 10 meters. That guy seems to have the same surname as you, Brother Yu Zij. He seems to be from the ancient Yu clan. I wonder if Brother Yu knows him? Yu Zij's face suddenly changed. This matter was a great humiliation to him. It was also the reason why Yu Zij wanted to cut Tian Zhongdao into 1,000 pieces. Now that Lin Feng had exposed it, Yu Zij's face became extremely gloomy. Ha! Nonsense. Our House Yu's disciples won't be kicked in the face. Yu Zij said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, House Yu's seniors in the Blue Cloud sect, which one of them isn't an expert? How could they be kicked in the face? Kid, don't be an alarmist here. You're ruining Brother Yu's reputation. Yu Zij's disciples on the side hooted. Yu Zij's face was gloomy. He was really afraid that Lin Feng would say that he was kicked in the face by Tian Zhongdao. If that happened, he would lose a lot of face and become the laughingstock of the Blue Cloud sect. Yu Zij glanced coldly at Lin Feng, waved his hand, and left with the disciples of Wuju Peak. Awesome, look, that grandson's face, sullen, I feel very, very good. Tian Zhongdao said. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. The old drunkard muttered. Yu Zij said worriedly, Brother Lin, I heard that Yu Zij has a very deep background in Wuju Peak, and is very talented. We can't afford to offend someone like that. It's better if we don't have any conflicts with him in the future. If we offend him and he takes revenge on us, we'll be finished. Yu Zij was a coward, but Lin Feng could understand his worries. After all, he had only joined Bu Tian Peak, and his future was uncertain. The old drunkard patted Yu Zij's shoulder and said, What's there to be afraid of? If worse comes to worst, we'll just leave Blue Cloud sect. If this place doesn't want us, there'll be other places for us. Haha, you guys have guts. No wonder 25 of your 35 new disciples ran away. You're all thinking the same thing. You, the 10 great geniuses, are going to become the pillars of Bu Tian Peak. A faint laughter sounded, but it was full of ridicule and disdain. Sikong Mo walked over while being surrounded by a dozen disciples. Sikong Mo's talent was very terrifying, and his cultivation was also very high. He was seen as one of the new disciples with the highest chance of reaching the yin-yang realm. Now, he had been personally accepted as a disciple by the Five Elements Peak's great elder. Sikong Mo's cultivation was indeed powerful. Lin Feng had exchanged blows with him before, so he knew how terrifying Sikong Mo was. Sikong Mo's martial spirit was too strange. Once it was used, it would poison the opponent. Lin Feng was speechless. Even if Bu Tian Peak was weak, was there a need to step on them? This was the reality. There were few people who helped people in their hour of need, but there were many who kicked them when they were down. This was the most realistic world, and it could be applied anywhere. Seeing that it was Sikong Mo, the Bu Tian Peak disciples who wanted to refute quickly shut their mouths. Sikong Mo was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Many people looked over, and when they saw Lin Feng and the others from Bu Tian Peak, they all had gloating expressions. Which of the new disciples of Bu Tian Peak hadn't been bullied? They had been ridiculed and humiliated. Isn't this Sikong Mo? You were chosen by the Five Elements Peak early on, and you have a martial spirit like the 3,000 weak water. You're a true genius. The old drunkard looked at Sikong Mo with a smile. Sikong Mo showed a proud expression and said, "That's right, it's me. Looks like you're not blind from old age." The old drunkard said, "A genius is a genius. Sikong Mo will definitely become a rising star of the Qingyang sect in the future. Who can compete with him?" Of course. Sikong Mo became even more proud. Phut, Lin Feng laughed. Sikong Mo's expression was slightly gloomy. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? A guy who was abandoned by the 9 peaks dares to laugh at me?" Lin Feng said, "How would I dare to laugh at genius Sikong Mo? I just think that the old drunkard is right. Brother Sikong, you're a genius with outstanding talent." Lin Feng emphasized the words outstanding talent. At this moment, everyone seemed to have come back to their senses. They all looked at Sikong Mo's forehead and saw that the swollen bump on his forehead hadn't disappeared. So this was what the old drunkard and the kid meant by outstanding talent. Many people laughed out loud. Sikong Mo also reacted. His expression immediately became gloomy, and he said coldly, "You two dare to make fun of me? Do you have a death wish?" Sikong Mo's body emitted a cold aura. His eyes were cold, as if he was about to teach Lin Feng and the old drunkard a lesson. Chapter 511. Everyone could feel the cold aura emanating from Sikong Mo. Many disciples who were watching the show began to discuss. The disciples of Bu Tian Peak are different from the previous years. In the past, the disciples of Bu Tian Peak were all cowards, but this year, they dared to mock the geniuses of Wuxing Peak. How unexpected. Look at how angry Sikong Mo is. I think he's going to attack. With his cultivation level, he can easily defeat 10 people from Tian Bu Peak by himself. I heard that Sikong Mo was ambushed during the exam. He was punched in the head and fainted. That's why his forehead is so swollen. The old drunkard and the young man just mocked Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo will definitely be furious when he realizes what they said. That's right. This is a great humiliation for Sikong Mo. He doesn't want to talk about it, and he doesn't want to think about it. But those two guys brought it up. It's no wonder he's angry. Let's wait and see. I think the disciples of Bu Tian Peak are going to suffer. Some people looked at Lin Feng and the others with pity. Some people were gloating over their misfortune. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I heard that disciples can't fight amongst themselves." Asked the old drunkard. "Really? Is there such a rule? What happens if they fight amongst themselves?" "They'll be punished severely." Lin Feng shrugged. "These damned sect rules." Sikong Mo's expression was gloomy. He had also thought of the sect rules. There was indeed a sect rule that stated that disciples were not allowed to fight amongst themselves. As expected of a heaven-mending peak disciple. After entering the sect, he quickly familiarized himself with the sect's rules. If someone bullies him, he can use the sect's rules to scare them. This way, he can avoid being beaten. said a disciple mockingly. Hey, Brother Sikong, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Brother Sikong, you're so handsome because you're sick. Aren't you born with it? Asked Lin Feng. Looking at Sikong Mo, I heard that some peerless geniuses were born with outstanding talents. I thought Brother Sikong was born with it, but now I see that you're sick. It seems like I was wrong, said the old drunkard seriously. Many of the spectating disciples watched Lin Feng and the old drunkard singing the same tune, and their mouths twitched violently. Those two guys were really not afraid of death. They kept mocking and ridiculing Sikong Mo Yu Ziang, and the others were scared to death by Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Their legs and stomachs were shaking. Lin Feng and the old drunkard were walking further and further down the road of death. They had just offended Yu Zij, and now they had offended Sikong Mo Yu Ziang, and the others couldn't help but feel worried for Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and Tian Zhongdao. They thought that those three guys weren't afraid at all. It seemed like they didn't know how strong Yu Zij and Sikong Mo were. They also didn't know that there was a huge gap between ordinary disciples and geniuses like Yu Zij and Sikong Mo in the sect. In the sect, the higher one's talent, the more attention they would receive and the higher one's status would be. It was not something an ordinary disciple could compare to. Yu Zij and Sikong Mo were both disciples that the sect wanted to nurture, but the disciples of the heaven-repairing peak were all disciples that the sect had given up on and left to fend for themselves. Therefore, Lin Feng and the old drunkard were mocking Sikong Mo. In the eyes of many people, it was tantamount to courting death. Sikong Mo's face became gloomier. Before he was knocked out by Lin Feng, Sikong Mo was in high spirits. At that time, he was a genius that everyone looked up to. He won one battle after another and obtained 97 exam tokens. He wanted to make a fortune, but he was knocked out by a punch to the head. Not only did he not make a fortune, but he also became a laughingstock. Although many people respected him on the surface, they mocked and ridiculed him behind his back. Sikong Mo pretended that he didn't know that he was being mocked behind his back. This made him feel better. But now, Lin Feng and the old drunkard were singing the same tune and sketching out his unimaginable memories. How could Sikong Mo tolerate this? Even if I'm severely punished by the sect, I'll teach these two a lesson today. Sikong Mo's eyes were full of coldness. Boom! Sikong Mo's body emitted a terrifying aura that enveloped Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Sikong Mo is going to attack. Sikong Mo is infuriated. Sikong Mo is lonely. He's not a good choice. That kid and the old drunkard are in trouble today. Many people shook their heads. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Even if the rest of the people from Heaven Repairing Peak attacked together, these onlookers were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the others. Since you dared to anger me, you'll have to pay the price. The sect doesn't allow killing. Don't worry, I won't take your lives, but I'll break your legs today. Sikong Mo's voice was cold. Many people gasped. Sikong Mo was too cruel. He actually wanted to break Lin Feng and the old drunkard's legs. But when they came back to their senses and thought about it, they seemed to understand why Sikong Mo did this. He mainly wanted to establish his authority in the Blue Cloud sect. In this way, those disciples who were secretly gossiping about him being knocked out by a punch would also shut up. Whoosh! Sikong Mo moved and took the lead to rush towards Lin Feng. Stop! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. In the crowd, a tall figure leaped out and stood between Lin Feng and Sikong Mo 10th celestial layer. Sikong Mo frowned slightly. He quickly retreated and looked coldly at the tall young man before him. This is a matter between Five Elements Peak and Heaven Mending Peak. Senior brother, are you trying to interfere? It's Jing Ping. There's no good show to watch. When the young man appeared, many onlookers shrugged and looked helpless. I'm the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. Do you think this has anything to do with me? Jing Ping looked at Sikong Mo indifferently. Eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak? Sikong Mo frowned. He had the feeling that if he used his full strength, the person in front of him who called himself the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. Brother, when Lin Feng heard that the young man was Jing Ping, he bowed slightly and greeted him. Lin Feng and the others had heard about Jing Ping. Back then, he hadn't been very talented and hadn't been accepted by the sect. He had knelt outside the sect for 3 days and 3 nights. When the leader of Heaven Repairing Peak saw that Jing Ping had perseverance, he had accepted him into Heaven Repairing Peak as a servant. Then, through his own efforts, he had slowly become the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. It was a miracle. Jing Ping nodded at Lin Feng and the others, then looked at Sikong Mo and said, "Let's end today's matter here, shall we?" Sikong Mo smiled coldly and looked at Lin Feng and the others coldly. "In 3 months, the new disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak will compete. At that time, I'm afraid that the disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak won't have a good ending. Let's wait and see." After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the others. Chapter 512. Yu Ziang and the others were worried when they heard Sikong Mo's threatening words. Jing Ping said, "Don't worry, everyone. The elders of the 12 peaks will be watching the competition. With so many higher-ups present, they will know when to stop." Hearing Jing Ping's words, the pale faces of Yu Ziang and the others became slightly better. Jing Ping looked at Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and said, "You two have just joined the sect, so sometimes you should be patient. After all, if something really happens, it will be difficult for the Heaven Mending Peak to protect you." Lin Feng asked, "Senior, have you heard of the heart-hunting grass?" Jing Ping was startled, not understanding why Lin Feng would ask such a question. He shook his head and said, "I haven't." Lin Feng said, "The heart-hunting grass is a kind of grass that lives in the devil's vine. I'm sure you've heard of the devil's vine before. It's an extremely terrifying plant that devours all living things, be it humans, beasts, flowers, or even trees." Jing Ping nodded. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he had heard of the famous devil's vine. Lin Feng continued, "The heart-hunting grass grows in areas covered by the devil's vine. This kind of living environment is too harsh. In the beginning, the heart-hunting grass was the same as other plants, living things, and even human cultivators, and was often devoured by the devil's vine. However, in this kind of difficult living environment, the heart-hunting grass completed its own transformation, and that is its counterattack. The devil's vine doesn't have any weaknesses. It seems powerful, but it takes root in the mountain rocks. The vines are poisonous, but the roots aren't. Therefore, the heart-hunting grass strives to grow its roots, drilling into the rocks until it finally takes root in the devil's vine's roots and absorbing the devil's vine's energy. As long as the devil's vine dares to harm the heart-hunting grass, the heart-hunting grass can use its roots to strangle the devil's vine's roots in a few breaths." After hearing Lin Feng's words, not only Jing Ping, but Yu Ziang, Fan Chen, and the others also had thoughtful expressions. Lin Feng continued, "The ways of the world are difficult. The 12 peaks of azure cloud seem to be living in harmony, but the waves are turbulent. Our Heaven Mending Peak is in a precarious situation, and we might even be removed from the list. Are we going to be an ordinary flower or ferocious beast devoured by the demonic vine? Or was it the heart-hunting grass that was unwilling to bow down to fate and continued to strengthen itself? Blindly dodging will only boost the devil's vine's arrogance. Only an effective counterattack will be able to stifle the devil's vine's arrogance and make it obedient, not daring to easily offend the heart-hunting grass." Jing Ping looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng's heart-hunting grass story had deeply shaken Jing Ping's heart. For the first time in more than 10 years, a thought appeared in his mind, and that was to resist. Jing Ping was shocked by his own thoughts. He tried his best to find some reason to persuade Lin Feng, but Jing Ping found that he couldn't find any reason to persuade this disciple who had just joined the Heaven Repairing Peak. Moreover, his heart was stirring, as if he had been persuaded by this disciple who had just joined the Heaven Repairing Peak. Jing Ping sighed in his heart. If one could live a life full of dignity, who would want to live a life of humiliation? Time would smooth out this junior brother's edges, right? Jing Ping was a person of few words. His personality was very calm, but Jing Ping suddenly found that he really liked junior brother Lin Feng's radical personality. Right now, Jing Ping was even a bit afraid to see Lin Feng's edges being smoothed out by the cruel reality. It was just like the many disciples of the Heaven Repairing Peak today. They didn't have any passion, and only lived their lives step by step. They were a bit like walking corpses, unable to see hope. Although Jingping didn't want to use such an ugly word to describe his junior brothers and junior sisters, Jingping suddenly felt a bit irritated. He didn't know if it was because he thought that Lin Feng would be smoothed out sooner or later, or because he thought of the humiliation the other peaks had given the heaven-repairing peak. In the end, Jingping felt a deep sense of powerlessness surround him. The heaven-repairing peak was truly desolate. The other peaks had at least 4 or 5 yin-yang realm elders, and some even had 10. However, the heaven-repairing peak only had one elder who followed the peak lord and silently protected the heaven-repairing peak. Which of the other peaks didn't have many geniuses? Every peak had a few yin-yang realm geniuses, but in the heaven-repairing peak, Jingping's strongest cultivation was only at the 10th layer of the martial king realm. Moreover, Jingping knew what kind of talent he had. His current cultivation was already the limit. He knew that he would never be able to break through the yin-yang realm. This was the heaven-repairing peak. In everyone's eyes, the heaven-repairing peak was already dispensable. Jingping sighed. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother, you guys can go and receive the sect's benefits." Jingping dragged his feet and walked into the distance. He suddenly felt a bit of sadness in his heart. He thought of the peak lord, the heaven-repairing peak, and the past. In the end, he could only sigh. Would the heaven-repairing peak really be removed from the list? After that, the days passed very peacefully. Lin Feng and the others cultivated step by step. After a month, Lin Feng planned to attempt to break through the 9th layer of the martial general realm. He felt that it was time to break through. Lin Feng set up a great spiritual gathering formation in his room. He then piled up a dense pile of spirit stones. He sat cross-legged and started to circulate the ancient dragon-esque elephant technique. Immediately, the pure energy contained in the spirit stones quickly rushed out. Because of the great spiritual gathering formation, the energy didn't dissipate. The tyrannical energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Under the ancient dragon-esque elephant technique's transformation, the energy transformed into the pure energy of the ancient dragon-esque elephant. Then, it fused with his own pure qi. Lin Feng's pure qi quickly transformed. Rumble 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 came out of Lin Feng's body. His pure qi was surging like a river. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng only felt that the energy in his body was crazily rising. I broke through. Lin Feng's face showed a trace of joy. He had finally broken through from the 8th layer of the martial general realm to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. His strength had also increased from 78,125 draconesque elephant to 390,625 draconesque elephant strength. His 5 devouring martial spirits had increased his battle strength by 5 times. Lin Feng's strength could reach 1,953,125 draconesque elephant strength. 1 draconesque elephant strength was equivalent to 10 draconesque elephant strength. Then, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 1,9531,250 draconesque elephant strength. This strength was simply too terrifying. Right now, Lin Feng only needed to move his finger to crush a cultivator of the 10th layer of the martial general realm. When he used all kinds of methods, he could even defeat ordinary martial king cultivators. Of course, if he encountered someone like Lin Feng who had terrifying battle strength, it would be hard to say. For example, Sai Kong Mo was very terrifying. Sai Kong Mo's martial spirit was especially terrifying. When Sai Kong Mo used the 3000 weak water spirit, there weren't many people below the yin-yang layer who would dare to say that they could defeat Sai Kong Mo. Not bad, you've already broken through to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. At that moment, a voice entered Lin Feng's ears. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The fire Qilin. It was actually the fire Qilin's voice,